All the most wicked female prisoners are imprisoned here. And arrest them. He is a famous strongman on the mainland. Warden Aiden. Just by this title, he could scare heretics into a miscarriage. Unfortunately, the real Aiden had passed away due to overwork at night. And although I crossed over and inherited his body, but I did not receive his abilities. What's even worse is, I haven't intervened to enforce prison discipline for 3 months. Those heretics have started to act out and attempt to escape. And today is the day when the Vampire Queen plans to escape. She has been digging a tunnel for 2.5 years. Her sharp nails have been worn down. It's all worth it for her to regain her freedom. She joyfully howled at the full moon, only to suddenly hear Aiden's voice behind her. "You fool! Are you shouting so loud because you're afraid I can't hear you?" She turned around in a panic. But Aiden captured this all-disheveled appearance in a photo. "You still have 300 years of sentence to serve. It looks like it will be increased to 500 years. The Vampire Queen can't believe it. How did that jerk Aiden find out? Aiden said a vampire like you drinks a gallon of pig's blood every day, yet still needs to spend 10 hours in the bathroom. Anyone could figure out you're planning an escape. As for why I only caught you now, of course, it's to take your mugshot to use for propaganda among other inmates." Vampire Queen is angry. She is mad as the party queen in the prison. This is unacceptable to her. "Damn it, Aiden, I'm going to kill you." But she was just about to make a move. Her back of the head was pressed with a gun. It turned out that without realizing it, the genius killer action had already circled around behind her. Her right side was blocked by Witch Cambry. On the left side is Necromancer Asina. You are all flash offenders in prison. How can you be Aiden's running dog? But for her excuse, Aiden persuaded her not to waste her energy. "They have been tamed by me. They are willing to serve me in exchange for better treatment. As for you, do you crawl back obediently, or wait for me to catch you and stuff you with garlic? Then tie you to a cross and expose you to the sun for a day. How about being thrown back?" Listen to this. The once strong-willed Ophelia suddenly lost her hostility. She obediently prepared to climb back into the dog hole. Aiden doesn't intend to let her off easily. He told her to clean up tonight and wait to be played with by him. After resolving the matter, Aiden returned to the prison to start the bed check. The moment the overhead light turned on, the female prisoners started cheering enthusiastically. "Here comes someone. Hey, feed the warden shit. Aiden, come lick my toes." Various unbearable noises came out of the prisoners' mouths. Aiden, however, was accustomed to this. With 3 months of no intervention, prison discipline had deteriorated. Aiden's name was no longer enough to keep the prisoners in check. Aiden roared. Silence. Immediately, a strong light burst from Aiden's left hand. The prisoners started begging for mercy. This is the flash spell that took Aiden 2 months to learn. It's equivalent to a flash grenade. Aiden knows. Once the prisoners break out, he will surely be killed by them. Aiden immediately prayed, hoping that no more troublemakers would be sent. But the next moment, the prison gate was opened. Another prisoner was brought in. And this time, it was a she-wolf sentenced to death. Aiden ordered the anesthetized she-wolf to be taken back to the dressing room. He wanted to change her clothes himself. Then he stopped Captain Rosan, who was in charge of escorting her. Aiden asked why the funding requested for adding a new cell last month was still not in place. Each cell is now packed with multiple prisoners. Not only is it inconvenient for inspections, but there is also a risk of riots. However, Rosan told Aiden, the poor residents in City Silver have already begun to protest. Why do they have to live so miserably, while the heresy monster in prison lives comfortably? The conflict between humans and the heresy monster is escalating. Rose Prison has been thrust into the spotlight. So the top leaders are hoping that the warden can kill some prisoners to settle the public opinion. Aiden resists internally, but he has no choice. He caught all the heresy monsters in the prison. He has already sworn a deadly enemy with them. And the nobles behind him are the ruling class of this world. Aiden dare not offend them. So he chooses to compromise. He plans to take down the newly arrived she-wolf. Anyway, she has already been sentenced to death. Aiden won't feel guilty about killing her early. Back at the prison, he was just about to assign a cell to this she-wolf. Assistant Flanda, however, told him that most of the cells were already packed with 2 people. Only the succubus's cell contained 1 person. The 2 of them arrived at the succubus's cell. The succubus's eyes lit up instantly. She warmly invited Aiden to sleep together. But Aiden looked puzzled. Isn't the prisoner number 404 Succubus Mayfair released from prison the day before yesterday? Listen to this. Succubus shyly lowers her head and dares not look directly at Aiden. At this time, Flanda came out to explain. It turns out she is incorrigible. After being released from prison, she became a ringleader. She organized other succubus to continue engaging in prostitution, leading to a large number of male organ failures. Aiden was very angry. But the next second, the succubus used her seducibility, saying that as long as Aiden helps her reduce her sentence, she is willing to do any position tonight. Aiden didn't believe her. He asked, "Are you really willing to do anything?" The succubus put her hands on her hips and proudly showcased her ample chest. She vowed to make Aiden remember her for the rest of his life. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 doctors entered, carrying the she-wolf. The succubus thought Aiden was going to have a threesome tonight. But Aiden said it was a new roommate arranged for her, very dangerous. If she finds anything unusual, she should call the prison guards immediately. But Aiden had just turned around. However, Aiden deliberately distracted the 2 doctors, so we can escape. It turns out tonight is a full moon night. And regular sedatives cannot control the she-wolf under the full moon. Do not give the she-wolf a chance to err. How could Aiden have a reason to kill it? On the other side, the succubus is complaining that Aiden is gay. She completely failed to notice the she-wolf behind her has already opened its eyes and stood up. Wait for the succubus to turn around. The succubus was immediately frightened by the fierce she-wolf's menacing look. The next morning at dawn, Aiden dealt with official business as usual. The doctor who left work early last night suddenly rushed into Aiden's office. He suddenly remembered this morning. It was a full moon last night. The she-wolf's tranquilizer was administered only 1/10 of the usual dose. He is worried that the succubus may be in danger. He hurriedly asked Aiden to check it out. But after hearing it, Aiden made the doctor look out the window. He was very puzzled. Succubus and she-wolf embraced each other as if they were sisters. Aiden stayed here all night. Yet nothing happened. She-wolf is quiet and efficient. The bed is neatly made. Aiden had never seen such a sensible criminal. But why does the verdict say she is a bloodthirsty maniac? Suddenly the doctor on the side noticed. The she-wolf was standing devoutly in front of a statue at this moment. And this statue represents the friendship between humans and werewolves. The doctor was very excited at this moment. The Bay statue is definitely correct. She must be a blood oath werewolf, so she didn't go berserk last night. It is said that 100 years ago, humans and werewolves were trapped in the castle by demons. At this time, they ran out of food and supplies because everyone was too hungry. Both sides began to suspect each other. However, just as the alliance was about to break, the human leader Bei volunteered to offer the child of Tianjia to the werewolves for consumption. This action shocked all werewolves. The internal crisis was thus resolved. After breaking out, this group of werewolves was granted the title of Blood Oath Werewolves. They broke away from their clan and followed humans to fight in the north and south. After helping humans restore their country, they sought to integrate into human society. They overcome their werewolf rage through self-torture. They would not fight back even if beaten to death by humans. After the peace, humans began to reject the heresy monster. Blood Oath werewolves are already quite rare. At this point, the doctor noticed something was wrong and said, Isn't Warden making a mistake by sentencing the Blood Oath werewolf to death? They have a case where they were beaten to death by humans without fighting back. How could they possibly intentionally kill someone? At this point, Aiden is also a bit unsure. However, the next moment, a prison guard hurriedly pushed open the door. Tell Aiden that the werewolf has gone crazy in the bathroom. Aiden took out his gun and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems she is not a Blood Oath werewolf. In the bathroom, the succubus is unconscious on the ground and won't wake up. 2 female prisoners were badly beaten. They are all accusing Aiden and asking him to uphold justice for them. And the surrounding prisoners all enjoy watching the fun. They are demanding Aiden to kill She-Wolf. Aiden is currently considering doing so. Aiden plans to advance her execution date and ask her if she has any additional comments. She-Wolf snorted coldly, saying, "It seems that Aiden Gallo of the Heresy Inquisition is just like that. Since you only believe in fabricated imagination, you conclude that I am a murderer. There is no need to waste time explaining. Just shoot." Aiden switches off the safety of the handgun. He recalls the instructions from his superior. This is undoubtedly a good opportunity. But then he remembers the doctor's suspicions. In the end, he decides to put away the gun. In the interrogation room, She-Wolf explained to Aiden. She said that she only taught those 2 criminals a lesson because they were extorting succubus. Aiden took notes. He planned to wait for succubus to wake up before making a judgment. Immediately, he asked her what had happened on the day of the incident. Veronica told Aiden that she had apprehended a vendor selling counterfeit alcohol that day. The vendor's wife came to the police station to protest. That night, she was found shot dead. But she didn't commit the murder at all. Aiden asked, "How do you explain the missing bullet in your gun?" Veronica said she went alone to pay her respects to a friend and nobody asked to borrow her gun. Aiden is feeling a headache. He said, "You can't produce any evidence that proves your innocence at all." Veronica told Aiden that she can vouch for him with her integrity. She started out as a militia member since she was young. She has a good reputation among the villagers. Not only has she captured cult leaders, but she has also fought catastrophic-level monsters to save over 100 people. All these people can prove that she is a good person. But Aiden told her, killing is only one thought away. None of these can prove that you did not kill anyone. Aiden asked her to go back and think about the missing details. Otherwise, she won't be able to pass the judge's scrutiny at all. Veronica left. The security guard led the succubus in. She proved that Veronica was innocent. The 2 criminals extorted her in the bathroom. Fortunately, Veronica intervened to stop them. She just accidentally stepped on a bar of soap and fainted. They let those villains file a complaint first. Not only that, last night, they used the succubus's ability to enter Veronica's dream. The succubus discovered that Veronica was clearly being framed. Aiden naturally will not easily believe the succubus's words alone. But the succubus loudly questioned Aiden. "Do you want to wrongly accuse an innocent person?" This sentence instantly plunged Aiden into painful memories. In a previous life, Aiden was a police officer, but he killed an innocent person. For the rest of his life, he can only live in endless guilt. He shouted loudly, "Succubus, get out!" Aiden then held his head in both hands, sinking into deep agony. He regretted why he had to meddle in other people's business. But soon, Aiden called Flanda and planned to investigate the matter. Flanda was very puzzled. What exactly did Veronica do to deserve Aiden's actions like this? Aiden expressed, "Let him kill an innocent person. That feels worse than eating a fly." It's nighttime. Succubus is lying on the bed reading a book. She, who hasn't touched a man in 2 days, is already feeling extremely thirsty. Strange sounds occasionally come from her mouth. The prisoner next door is being kept awake by her noise. "Damn succubus, be quieter." Succubus replied, "Shut up, you old woman without a period. Suddenly, someone poked Succubus from behind. Succubus turned around. It turned out to be the young and strong Aiden. Instantly, Succubus's eyes lit up, thinking she was dreaming. Then Succubus immediately pounced on him with a hungry look on her face. Aiden acted quickly with sharp eyes and fast hands. He reached out and caught Succubus's sexy lips. He said he was here to handle official business. He didn't have time to fool around with her. He then slapped away the succubus perched on his waist. Aiden was actually planning to make use of the abilities of the succubus. He personally delved into Veronica's subconscious to find out the truth. After making all the preparations, Succubus made a heart-shaped gesture towards Aiden. "Are you ready, Lord Aiden?" Then she snapped her fingers. Aiden entered Veronica's dream. Here he saw what the other party's rumored experience was. She was framed. She was falsely accused. No one listened to her explanation. She was sentenced to death by a human judge. Veronica's emotions became intense. Aiden was ejected from the dream. The case is more complicated than he imagined. Succubus doesn't understand. Is it difficult to guarantee for an inmate with the name of Aiden Gallo? But Aiden knows the opponent's power is overwhelming. Unless dead people can speak, he will never turn his life around. Speaking of this, Aiden suddenly remembered the necromancer Asina. Perhaps she can make the dead speak. But just then, Congressman Anthony suddenly visited Rose's prison, which puzzled Aiden. "Congressman Anthony, you shouldn't be appearing here," he said. It may arouse groundless suspicions when a congressman comes to the prison in the middle of the night. But Anthony questioned Aiden. Why help investigate a case for a death row inmate? You kill a death row inmate to calm public opinion. I will protect the prison in front of the parliament. Hasn't Captain Rosen already notified you? Look at the newspapers in the past few days, Aiden. The ferocious and bloodthirsty werewolf has been arrested. Former Senior Inquisitor Aiden Gallo from the Hidden World will personally conduct the trial. The former hero slew the demon. Justice prevailed. You will become the hero in the hearts of the citizens. Do you understand? This is what I have been working on all along. But what are you investigating the case for? Are you going to question the judge's ruling? Aiden remains unfazed. He believes the judge reached a conclusion too early. Anthony is very disappointed. I am not trying to stop you from seeking justice. But my current goal is to place you back on the altar. By then, your immense appeal among the citizens will give you even more authority. City Silver never lacks wrongful cases. But you must be patient now. Thunderstorm outside the window. Aiden knows. He has already been involved in a conspiracy. He came to the study. He opened a hidden door from the safe. Humans seek the support of their friends and family in crucial moments of decision-making. But Aiden plans to seek help from a prisoner, Inmate 0000, the unique entity locked away in the dungeon goddess of conspiracy. Melophilia. She saw Aiden. The woman showed a hint of excitement. But she didn't wait for Aiden to finish speaking. She guessed why Aiden stopped here. Later, she set up a huge chessboard. She wanted Aiden to accompany her in a big battle for 3 days and 3 nights. If Aiden wins, she will give him the answer he desires. But if he loses, he will be harshly punished by her. Even though Aiden knows he is not a match for the woman. But Aiden still starts to move the pieces. Aiden's limit is 3 minutes. But this time, Aiden is clearly not in good shape. He only lasted for 2.5 minutes. Melophilia saw Aiden so weak and powerless. The woman was a little angry. She said, "Aiden, my little darling, your mind seems to be elsewhere rather than on the chessboard. If you lose, you have to accept your sister's punishment." Aiden knows she has the ability. Even though she is trapped in the dungeon, she already knows the cause of the situation. The mastermind behind the werewolf case, using the threat of shutting down the prison to coerce, wants Aiden to quickly kill to cover up the truth. The woman seemed to have heard a huge joke. She said, "My darling, have you ever thought about it? Such a big city. They spare no expense to build a prison to detain dangerous heresy monsters. What are they afraid of? The so-called closing of the prison is just a lie that the congressman said during the election. As long as I am still locked up here, Rose Prison will not be able to close. So, you have to serve me well. In case I escape one day, you will be in trouble. Aiden breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he will not repeat the same mistakes. However, Melophilia had a mocking expression on her face. She said, "With such weak strength, how can you compete with the other party?" Aiden was well prepared. He planned to use the power of those 3 exemplary criminals. She said, "But you don't have much time left. Can the 3 of them still overturn the case?" Aiden fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he thought of something. He knows all the abilities, personalities, and needs of the criminals, as long as he makes them happy. And then he is borrowing their strength. So the 1,000 inmates of Rose Prison. It's his 1,000 methods. Aiden knows. He has already obtained the answers he wanted from the woman. But the woman suddenly bent down. "Aiden, do you know the cost of losing to me?" Aiden started sweating. Memories he would rather forget flooded his mind. But the woman burst into laughter. She said, "I was just kidding. Humans can't beat me in intellectual games. This time, I'll let you off the hook." Aiden nodded gratefully. He was just about to leave when a woman's voice came from behind him. She said, "I went to great lengths to summon your soul. Don't disappoint your sister when the sun rises." Aiden staggered to Necromancer Asina's cell. Asina was somewhat surprised. She said, "Lord Aiden, you do have a lot of energy." "Last night, I went to Succubus's room. Before dawn, she came to my place again. Could it be that Lord Aiden is also interested in corpses?" But she heard that Aiden just came to borrow something. Asina was a little disappointed. She took off a pendant and handed it to Aiden. As long as he used it in front of the corpse, he could summon the deceased soul. But she kindly demonstrated it once in front of Aiden. But she scared Aiden so much that he was shaking all over. After all, he was just an ordinary person who had traveled through time. He did not inherit any powers from his original body. But Asina felt that something was wrong. Oh no. He must think I'm picking a fight. Thinking of Aiden's transcendent strength. If he makes a move, no one can beat him. Asina's face was pale as ashes. She said, "I warn you not to come over. I didn't mean to do it." But Aiden that looked back seemed very kind. "I heard you complain several times about not having new books in the library. How about I bring back some bestsellers for you?" Asina was stunned. Wasn't Aiden the playboy in the prison? How did he become so caring? But Aiden actually wants to build good relationships with the prisoners. He came to a graveyard. Aiden dug open the grave of the murdered woman. But the woman's body had already been cremated. Aiden used the pendant to hit a few times. No response. He continued to hit a few more times. But when he turned back, he didn't expect that. All the spirits in the cemetery were summoned by him. Aiden apologized sincerely. Only then did he send them back home. Just at that moment, the victim woman crawled out from the urn at this time. Aiden hurriedly asked who the culprit was. But the spirit was about to speak when it suddenly exploded. The spirit turned into fragments of memories. These incomplete memories. Unable to let Aiden know the real murderer. Aiden can only deduce from the information known. The corsage on the murderer's clothing. It proves that he is from the mounted police team. After shooting and killing someone, he can conceal the missing bullet. The person who could have such an opportunity to commit the crime. Only the weapons administrator. Next, Aiden arrived at the mounted police team. But the weapons administrator only came out for a moment. Aiden was somewhat surprised. Because Bruce is very thin. He is too different in body size from the murderer. It should not be the murderer. But when Aiden borrowed a bullet from him on purpose, Bruce behaved very abnormally. He hesitated to ask Aiden to wait for a few days. Aiden knew that the person behind Bruce was the mastermind. So Aiden is not going to startle the snake for the time being. But when Bruce gets off work, he heard that someone saw the ghost of the murdered boss's wife. He immediately felt guilty and ran home in a panic without choosing a path. He timidly hid under the covers, trembling with fear. On the other side, Aiden sees through the eyes of a crow. Aiden sees everything in the crystal ball. He sighs. He didn't expect to arouse suspicion again. Aiden turned to the woman beside him. He asked to borrow the crystal ball for a while. Cambry heard that Asina had benefited, so she doesn't plan to let Aiden use it for free. However, she was sentenced to life imprisonment, and Aiden is the only man in the prison. Aiden, who always grants prisoners' requests, naturally won't refuse. He heard that Cambry likes to eat desserts. Aiden then fed her 3 milliliters of his personally made thick white milk at 3 degrees Celsius. Cambry immediately showed a satisfied smile. At night, Aiden waited in front of the crystal ball for half a day. There was still no movement. He couldn't wait any longer. Planning to check a room in the prison. Arrived at the cell of the corpse witch. Aiden shamelessly uses the corpse witch's son to blackmail her into doing some shady dealings. The corpse witch agreed to Aiden's request. 1 hour to finish the job. Aiden tied up the corpse witch again. The corpse witch taunted Aiden. Warden uses prisoners to do such things. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others? But Aiden said he was seeking justice. Before leaving, he kindly picked up corpse witch's son. On the other side, Bruce is dreaming on the bed. But suddenly, his head was covered in countless strands of hair. Bruce was so scared that he wet his pants. He immediately hid under the blanket. But a female ghost suddenly appeared. Bruce rushed out of the house. He began to run on the street, yelling that there was a ghost haunting. Aiden saw everything through the crystal ball. This is his plan. Aiden used the corpse witch's abilities to intimidate the timid Bruce. Make him go out to seek help from the mastermind behind the scenes. When Bruce was nearly out of breath, a hand suddenly reached out, pulling him into the alley. What are you yelling about, you fool? Afraid that others don't know what happened? Bruce saw the police badge on the collar of the man in black. He said excitedly, Great, Jack. I was just planning to look for you. Jack learns about Bruce's situation. Jack said angrily, Look at you, such a coward. The other party is at most just a necromancer. These days you will stay at my house. I have set up a special magic circle here. As long as any undead creatures dare to trespass, they will be instantly wiped out. However, neither of them noticed. A crow on the fence has already seen everything. In the prison interrogation room, Aiden asked Veronica why Jack framed and set her up. Veronica recalled that day. Jack, a captain of the mounted police team. He planned to take advantage of his position and sleep with her. Even laid hands on her. Veronica naturally would not agree. This made Jack very embarrassed. Veronica doesn't understand. The other party wants to push him to death over such a small matter. But Aiden is not surprised. This kind of sick, wealthy playboy is not uncommon. Everything is going according to Aiden's plan. Aiden arrived at the cell of a special prisoner. According to the flash file, this creature belongs to an alien species. She has been lonely on Earth for 10,000 years. Everyone who has read the words she wrote has gone mad. So Aiden plans to ask her to write a letter, to force Bruce out again. In exchange, Aiden will be her boyfriend for a day. Half an hour later, Aiden's big bird soared in the sky. It smashed through the glass and arrived in Bruce's room. The big bird dropped a letter. Bruce thought it was a love letter written by a girl. When he opened it, Bruce's mind nearly exploded. He didn't recognize the handwriting at all. But he quickly realized something was off. He looked out the window. He suddenly felt dizzy. Bruce thought the end of the world was coming. He rushed out of the door. At this moment, countless tentacles descended from the sky. A giant eye stared at Bruce. The world was left with only him. The door behind him was opened. What came out was the pub landlord's wife, who he had caused harm to. Bruce thought this was retaliation against him. He revealed the truth about the mastermind Jack behind the scenes. He hoped the female ghost would go find Jack and stop bothering him. However, all of this was just his illusion. But Bruce was already scared to death. Jack was very angry. He drew his gun. Jack was about to shoot. But suddenly a crow appeared. Jack's bullet missed. Jack shot off half of Bruce's ear. It was discovered that Jack shot himself. Bruce was somewhat at a loss. Jack is planning to continue shooting. More crows flew over. Bruce took the opportunity to escape. He, however, stepped into the air. He fell back into the illusion again. He arrived at Veronica's grave. There were countless ghosts behind him. Completely drive Bruce to a mental breakdown. Suddenly, he stopped at a tombstone. On it was written, Bruce, in 3 big characters. By now, he had already understood. These spirits were all killed by Jack. And he would become the next one. The illusion suddenly disappeared. Bruce held his head and cried in pain. Bruce went to Aiden's office. And he is willing to testify as a witness for innocent Veronica. Aiden knows that things are not over yet. Aiden learned it from the crow responsible for surveillance. Jack has already begun to prepare to escape. Aiden rode the mare transformed from the female prisoner. He plans to personally apprehend Jack. Soon, Aiden caught up with the fleeing Jack. He knocked him off the horse. But just then, an accident happened. Someone had set up an ambush to attack Aiden by surprise. Fortunately, the blow was blocked by the horse. It turns out it was a hitman hired by Jack's father. The hitman let Jack go first. Aiden was handed over to him to deal with, as a bounty hunter. He was eager to kill Aiden, so as to make his own prices skyrocket. Aiden, who has fallen into an ordinary person. Of course, he is no match for White. Just as Aiden was about to have his head chopped off, the rescue arrived just in time. Veronica, who was originally in prison, was released early. She took advantage of the werewolf's keen sense of smell. Smelled someone following Aiden. Veronica promptly arrived to provide support. Veronica asked Aiden to go after Jack. She would handle White. Although Aiden was puzzled, but he was not indecisive at all. However, Veronica faced the cunning White. Veronica is still too naive. She fell into White's trap. Her thigh was entwined by vines. White took the opportunity to shoot poisoned arrows. But just then, Veronica's mutation occurred, accompanied by Veronica's cry of agony. She transformed into a half-beast werewolf. On the other side, Jack could see that Aiden was about to catch up to him. Jack panicked and didn't know which way to go. Jack crashed into a truck carrying wood. Aiden took the opportunity to arrest him. But Jack had a mocking expression on his face. Does Mr. Aiden want to kill me with air? Aiden was stunned. The bullets in the gun had disappeared. But he quickly reacted. He threw away the revolver. Aiden used the flash spell on Jack. Following that, Aiden drew a sword from his cane. At the same time, Aiden used the sword handle to knock Jack's pistol away. Aiden already had the sword blade poised at his neck. Jack really couldn't understand. Did he have to go so far as to put a commoner to death? In the midst of speaking, Jack drew a dagger from his sleeve. But Jack was just about to risk his life in battle. But Jack was suddenly shot in the head by someone. Aiden was stunned, because it couldn't have been him who fired the shot. However, the person who fired the shot was Congressman Anthony. It turns out that Jack is his illegitimate son. Anthony expressed his intention to reconcile with Aiden. At the same time, Anthony wept uncontrollably while covering his face in public. He begged the public to forgive his misguided teachings. But Aiden's heart is clear. Anthony is just acting. But he doesn't have time to delve deep. Veronica is still in danger. He has to hurry back to support. Indeed. Anthony showed a fierce look. Back to the woods. It's a mess here. It seems that the recent battle was very fierce. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Aiden. It turned out to be the bounty hunter White. He actually dared to ask Aiden for help. Aiden mocked. Why should I save someone who tried to kill me? Are you saying that as a hero, I should just stand by and watch someone die? You should hand me over to the law for judgment. Aiden knows. These arguments were all taught by Anthony. With Aiden's upright character, he would indeed do so. Seeing Aiden nod in agreement, White cursed silently in his heart, calling Aiden for help to lift up the tree behind his back. However, Aiden drew out his own sword. He said, The hero Aiden you speak of is long dead. I won't show mercy. White immediately showed a face of horror. But before he could speak, Aiden then cut off his head. After a while, Aiden found Veronica. But Aiden had just walked over. But Aiden immediately covered his eyes and turned around. Although Aiden only glanced a few times, Veronica does have a good figure. Veronica had nothing left on her body at this moment. She shyly covers her sexy body. Her face was bright red, saying, I told you not to come over. But she had no idea. Aiden did it on purpose. She was flustered and hurriedly tried to pull her clothes out. But she only managed to pull out a sleeve of her clothes. Aiden saw what happened, took off his own coat, and handed it to Veronica. The two walked on the street. By now, Veronica's transformation had already ended. Aiden asked her about her plans for the future. Veronica, however, looked dejected. Her personality is not suited for survival in Silver City. But she dared not go back. When she left the village, she boasted that she would make a name for herself. Now, looking like this, she feels extremely embarrassed. Suddenly, there was a noisy commotion coming from the street. Where did all these beggars come from? However, these are actually a group of rural residents. They want to ask where Rose Prison is located. Veronica saw this group of villagers. These people look so familiar. She stood there staring for a long time. She kept seeing the scene of leaving the village in her mind. She had vowed to make a name for herself in City Silver. Thinking of this, the werewolves waved excitedly at them. The werewolf finally returned to the embrace of her family. She blushed and asked everyone how they got there. The crowd responded to her in a lively manner. It turned out that, after the villagers heard about her accident, they were worried about her, so they specially traveled for half a month to see her. Veronica subconsciously looked down and noticed that their shoes were badly worn out. Veronica couldn't hold back anymore. She covered her face and started crying in pain. And the villagers were still worried about her going to jail. At this time, Aiden walked over and everyone doesn't need to worry. Veronica, the name of the werewolf, has been proven innocent. Veronica will be released from prison soon. They have his assurance. The villagers also let go of their worries. But this made an ugly passerby very unhappy. What are you beggars doing huddling together like this? Don't you know this is the city center? The villagers are not angry about this. Instead, the villagers chose to bid farewell to Veronica directly. At this moment, Veronica wanted to say something but just couldn't open her mouth. How she wished she could invite these people who love her to a meal. But she has no money. She could only helplessly put her hands down. In the end, Aiden spoke up for her, saying what she wanted to say. He said, You've come all this way. Why not stay and play in City Silver for a few days before leaving? Veronica, touch your jacket. Isn't your prize money from today in there? Veronica reached into her pocket as he suggested. Sure enough, she pulled out a handful of gold coins. This stunned the villagers. They had never seen gold coins in their entire lives. Aiden spoke to Veronica. Just use this money to invite the villagers to have a meal in the town center. Just then, a sound of footsteps was heard. Aiden's assistant brought someone over in a hurry. Seeing that Aiden was fine, she also breathed a sigh of relief. He said it was perfect timing that you came. You all should go have a meal with Veronica's friend. He looked towards the man who had a bad attitude earlier. Flanda understood Aiden's meaning. Following that, Flanda and the others decisively loaded their rifles. The man who was just arrogant immediately fled in panic. Aiden then gave Veronica a few instructions. Veronica was momentarily unable to speak. Under the lead of the guards, the villagers excitedly headed to the restaurant. Veronica looked back at Aiden before leaving. Aiden looked somewhat lonely as he gazed towards the village in the distance. Veronica slowly pulled up her collar. Then she fiercely sniffed the coat a few times, which carried Aiden's scent. It is gratifying that things unexpectedly went smoothly in the courtroom. Anthony not only did not hire any lawyers to defend him, but also remained silent throughout the entire process. So the natural outcome was Veronica successfully clearing her name. But at the beginning, Anthony went to great lengths for his son. But later on, he was so decisive when he pulled the trigger. The huge contrast between his actions kept Aiden puzzled. Was he afraid of exposing the identity of the congressman? Or was he afraid of revealing even darker secrets? After the incident, Veronica chose to say goodbye to everyone. She wants to leave this complicated place with the villagers. Aiden returned to the prison with Meliphilia to review this matter. As requested by her, Aiden bought some things for the prisoners. Because in Meliphilia's view, this matter is far from over. Anthony chose to endure, but he did not choose to give up. So she asked Aiden to buy something for the prisoner. It was also a way for her to protect herself. The turntable on the table kept spinning at this time. The piece of the entire city's silver will no longer exist. The prison cafeteria at this time. Cambry rarely got up to have breakfast. The prisoners behind her were mocking her as Aiden's lackey. This made Cambry extremely angry. But the next second, she changed her expression. She said her stomach was not feeling well recently. Are there any other food options? Her bitchy appearance instantly caused dissatisfaction from the criminals behind her. But unexpectedly, the auntie serving food actually said yes. And the auntie serving food really brought out a whole strawberry cake for her. The whole prison went crazy in an instant. Cambry, content, left with the cake. At the same time, Asina also came to the library to borrow books. This time, she successfully borrowed the best-selling new book from outside. When she saw the title of the book, she instantly entered into a wonderful world. And at that moment, the weird creature also welcomed a new guest. It is a lovely wooden elf. She is a little translator sent over by Aiden. She can understand the emotions of everything. She is the best companion for the weird creature. After exchanging a few words, the wooden elf was forced to have a sweet cuddle with her. The bathroom in the prison on the other side. The succubus is taking a bath. Two prisoners suddenly appeared. They usually make money by bullying succubi. At this time, two figures emerged behind them. One of them is Tiger Woman. The other is Dragon Woman. This is exactly the hired thug succubus brought to protect her. Turns out succubus was with Aiden before. She asked Aiden to punish the two people who robbed her. In the end, Aiden only left her with 4 words. Exercise proper restraint. After waiting for so long, he finally gave her the opportunity to strike. She said, "Hit me hard. As long as I'm not dead, keep hitting me to death." The two who were bullying her became afraid when it was their turn to be bullied. Soon, screams of despair and the succubus's smug laughter could be heard coming from the prison. At this moment, in Anthony's study, he instructed the butler to go find the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen is a mad woman who likes to conduct experiments on human bodies. Her beloved daughter is also imprisoned in Rose Prison. Anthony has made up his mind. He is determined to make Aiden pay. She is the cutest prisoner in Rose Prison. Because she is too cute. Even Warden Aiden can't do anything about her. Gilala belongs to the Wooden Elf clan. Because she sleeps on the job, it has caused huge losses to the noble's plantation. So she will be sent to Rose Prison. Wooden Elf can naturally understand other people's emotions. so Aiden sent her to keep weird creature company, although she would sometimes be given dirty looks by other inmates. But overall, she found prison life quite relaxed. One day, Aiden suddenly approached her. He wanted Gilala to help out by looking after a prisoner with a language barrier. This was just a small matter for her. But when she saw the prisoner, Gilala realized that things were not as simple as she thought, only to see that the prisoner's face showed no expression. Her inner world, even there, is only a skeleton. Gilala's face turned very ugly. She said to Aiden, "She's just a piece of meat that can digest, with no thoughts at all." Actually, Aiden had known this result a long time ago. Then he took out the key, pushed the door, and walked in. Gilala only then noticed that his hand was injured. Aiden told her that it was just a scratch and nothing serious. Then he walked into the cell. "Kim, let's start our morning class today. We will talk about Cinderella today." At a certain street of City Silver at this time, an old man is promoting his products everywhere. Suddenly, she was blocked by a figure. The person happened to be Anthony's butler. Later, the two of them arrived at a secluded room. He was very straightforward and said, "Do you want to save your daughter?" The old lady chuckled and said, "So what if I want to? Do you want me to break into prison?" "I don't mean that. As long as you turn yourself into prison, there will be a chance to rescue your daughter." Upon hearing this, the old lady's face instantly turned cold, and she said, "I am not as stupid as you think," as she reached for the basket containing the magic potion. Just as she was about to make a move, Anthony stepped forward and said, "Since we dared to let you go, there must be a complete plan." The old lady also recognized him. After all, Anthony had just finished a lawsuit with Aiden. He said, "Aiden is our common enemy. Here is all the information about Rose Prison. I can weaken the forbidden magic circle of the prison to the greatest extent possible. And I can also reduce the number of guards when the powerful Ant Queen attacks from within. I will also have the insider planet in the prison help you. This way you can easily educate your daughter, and I will make sure Aiden dies." His plan is perfect. So perfect that the old lady has no reason to refuse at all. Ant Queen then took out a bottle of magic potion and drank it. Then her whole body couldn't stop trembling. In just a second, she turned into a tall woman. "Then I will enter Rose Prison on charges of smuggling. My daughter is waiting for me." And at this time, Kim, who was reading in the prison, seems to have sensed something too. Then she quietly looked out the window. "If you don't subscribe to my YouTube channel, I'll put you in the Rose Prison tomorrow." Like the Roman war goddess Meliphalia, Gilala is also a member of the Rose Prison. After the werewolf case is resolved, Anthony, who lost his son, has been focusing on preparing for revenge against Aiden. The tranquility of Rose Prison is about to be shattered. But what Warden Aiden didn't expect is, the ones who started causing trouble first were actually the prison guards. The story begins this morning. Aiden's assistant Flanda originally just went to work at the prison as usual. She didn't know what was going on, but she kept feeling like someone was following her. And this situation has been going on for several days. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared and dashed towards her. In the emergency, Flanda drew her handgun. But the next second, the man actually knelt down directly. He said, "Miss Flanda, please marry me." Flanda is already married. Upon hearing this news, the man's feeling is like the feeling I get when I see the number of subscriptions on this YouTube channel. At the same time, several other men nearby also expressed their regret. Upon returning to the prison, Flanda immediately reported this matter to Aiden. It turns out that a writer turned the werewolf case into a novel. Not only did the novel confirm Aiden's abilities, but it also extensively described the female prison guards in the prison. For example, Flanda has transformed into a goddess with a perfect figure. The group of people in the morning are the ones who pursued Flanda after reading the novel. At this time, Aiden has not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. He thinks he can take this opportunity to find spouses for the single female prison guards. Just then, a prison guard walked in. She was there to resign. She was hired by the Empire's most famous women's prison. There was a good opportunity for her. Aiden was naturally happy for her. Just then, the prison doctor also rushed over. He is also here to resign. He received an acceptance letter from medical school. This makes Aiden a little headache. He asked, "Are you resigning too?" Night quietly covered Rose Prison. Gilala noticed that there were unusually few prison guards on patrol today, because the other guards are all in Aiden's office. All of them are here to resign without exception. Some have caught the eye of wealthy businessmen. Some have landed better jobs. Therefore, they are all eager to resign to Aiden. Flanda sensed something was amiss. If so many people resign at the same time, there will be a big mess in the prison. So she asked her colleagues to work for another month to give the prison some time to recruit new people. As soon as they heard this, they immediately became unhappy, because how could their employer possibly wait for them for a month? So their emotions suddenly became excited. One by one, they began to complain about all the bad things about the prison. They even thought that Flanda was jealous of them. The situation on the scene gradually began to spiral out of control. Aiden, who could no longer bear it, suddenly slammed the table. He said, "Do you think it's appropriate for you as prison guards to act like this? I will be happy for all of you if you find a better place. However, I also have a request. Please complete the basic handover work before leaving." But obviously, these words of his don't move these people who are bewitched by ghosts at all. I don't know who started taking off their clothes first. The first person took the lead. Countless others behind threw their police uniforms and guns on the ground. At this moment, Aiden also realized what was happening in the prison. Behind the mass resignation of the prison guards must be the first step of Anthony's retaliation. Flanda looked worried. If things continue like this, a riot in the prison will be inevitable sooner or later. Just at this moment, a small head poked out from the door. It turned out to be Veronica. She came specifically to apply for the position of a prison guard. Flanda was very puzzled. She said, "Weren't you supposed to go back to the village?" Her words immediately completely confused Veronica. Veronica then realized that the prison was unusually empty today. Suddenly, a prison guard rushed out. He shouted, "It's not good, Lord Aiden. The prisoners are about to riot. The few of us can't suppress them at all." At this moment inside the prison, those troublemakers are still making a commotion. They have noticed that something is wrong with the prison today. They are all clamoring for the guards to open the cell doors. At this moment, Gilala feels that the entire prison is filled with a sense of violence and cruelty. She hid under the bed in fear. At that moment, the prison gate opened. Warden Aiden finally rushed back. As soon as there was a commotion, the succubus popped out. "Lord Aiden, please come and protect me." Suddenly, her eyes widened abruptly, because she saw Veronica behind her. She thought Veronica was caught again. She quickly greeted her and ushered her into her own house. Veronica ignored her and slowly put on the guard's uniform. The tiger woman who was just shouting loudly showed great disdain. Obviously, she didn't regard Veronica highly. Flanda said, "This is the first test for the new prison guard. Establish your authority in front of the prisoners." Veronica lightly responded with a simple, "Got it." Veronica then pointed at the loudest ones calling and said, "You three, come out. I want to talk to you in a row." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire prison was filled with mocking laughter directed at her. "Tiger Woman is quite arrogant," she said. "No need for others. I can take you down all by myself." But the reality was that Veronica took only a few seconds to handle all three of them. She said, "Anyone else wants to taste my fist?" After she finished speaking, the entire prison fell silent instantly. Aiden was very pleased with the outcome. Remember, Veronica is the top-ranked combatant in the police force. The succubus is extremely excited at the moment. She said, "Did you see that, Mom? My sister is a prison guard now. In the future, make sure to figure out who is the alpha for me." After that, she blew a kiss to Veronica. Veronica instantly revealed a silly smile. Just then, a voice interrupted them. "Master Aiden is indeed impressive. Even with so few people, he can still manage the prison so well." The speaker is the manager in charge of City Silver's finances. Aiden is very confused. He said, "Mr. Doug, what brings you here?" The scene shifts to Warden's office. Doug said there are only 90 prison guards left in the prison now. Subtracting the salaries of the resigned personnel, we have decided to reduce the monthly budget for the prison to £600,000. Flanda's face changed instantly. "Are you kidding? Just to maintain the forbidden magic circle in the prison alone costs £650,000 every month." This is Aiden's most helpless moment. He will face the arrogant warden. Now he is being insulted by all sorts of people. Under the operation of Anthony, the prison guards in the prison are resigning and fleeing one after another. And the financial controller of City Silver took the opportunity to reduce the prison's budget to £600,000. Flanda was greatly shocked. It is important to know that the Forbidden Magic Circle in Guang Prison costs 650,000 gold every month. And some prisoners are special. 80,000 pounds are also spent on them each month. The monthly maintenance cost of the prison is also 60,000 pounds. And the money spent on prison guards is actually the least. So you deducted so many pounds because the prison guard resigned. Do you think this is reasonable? Doug quickly waved his hand. He said, "You misunderstood me. It does indeed cost this much money to fully power the Forbidden Magic Circle. But there's Lord Aiden. Can't you lower the power output a little? After all, we all know the strength of Lord Aiden." Flanda looked worried after he left with him. Aiden remained silent from beginning to end. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Then he slowly spoke to Flanda. "From now on, you are the Vice Warden. When I am not around, you have full authority to handle the affairs of the prison. I need to think about how to get through this period." Flanda broke out in a cold sweat. She said, "Are you saying that we are in trouble? These recent changes are not a coincidence. It is a conspiracy against the prison. And the mastermind behind the scenes is not just Anthony. It is very possible that there are other nobles involved. When the prison gates open again." Flanda changed into a brand new set of equipment. Some prison guards recognized him. "This is the Vice Warden's clothing," she said. "Please inform everyone. Aiden has other matters to attend to. I will be fully in charge of managing Rose Prison from now on." After she finished speaking, the whole prison was filled with mocking laughter directed at her. Flanda remained calm. The loudest laughters were each given 20 strokes with a truncheon. "I didn't expect those two people to be even happier. Who do you think would be frightened by 20 truncheon strokes? Veronica, it's your turn to execute." Veronica's expression is very innocent. She said, "If I break the police baton, don't make me compensate." Those two criminals panicked in an instant. Flanda said, "By the way, I'll tell you. All the doctors in the prison have resigned. If you get injured, whether you can survive will be up to you." She then gathered the remaining prison guards together. She wanted to maximize the efficiency of the prison guards. At the same time, the inmates in other cells also quieted down. One muscle baddie seemed particularly appealing. On the other side, a mouse walked into Cambry's cell. She already knew about the budget cut affecting the prison. She asked Asina, "What do you think about this matter?" "You think there's a chance to escape, then just go for it. I won't stop you. If there's a chance, I will definitely be the first one to get out before you. Rose Prison is about to have a riot. Countless terrifying female monsters are starting to act up. And can Warden Aiden turn the tide with his ability?" Just yesterday, Aiden delegated the power of managing the prison to Flanda. Of course, Flanda did not disappoint him. She not only suppressed the unruly inmates, she also managed the prison guards in an orderly manner. Under her tough management, prisoners even just sneak a glance at her. Flanda will also reprimand mercilessly. Veronica watched the whole process of her reprimanding the offender from the side. Even she couldn't help but marvel at Flanda's strong presence. At that moment, a person suddenly appeared behind her. It was the warden of Block 1 in the prison, and Veronica is one of her crew members. The two of them gathered together chatting aimlessly. At this moment, the prison once again sent a group of prisoners. The warden of Area 2 is very helpless. Now that the prison is so short of staff, they are still being sent in. There are even prisoners who are caught for smuggling. This kind of behavior is simply a waste of resources. And what was being done inside the prisoner transport was making an ant queen. She listened to the conversation outside. A strange smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. In the blink of an eye, she was successfully escorted to the prison. Upon entering the prison cell, a voice came from behind her. "You are the newcomer who just arrived, right?" Then the blanket was suddenly lifted. "I'm telling you, I'm a frequent visitor to the prison. The warden is my lover. The guards are my childhood sisters whom I grew up drinking milk with. Call me Gangsterette, and I'll protect you." Ant Queen fulfilled her little wish. The succubus instantly beamed with joy. The succubusant queen looked at Tianjin foolishly and laughed. The sun slowly descended. Darkness was about to envelop Rose Prison when someone secretly set fire to Aiden's office. If you don't click the like button, he will go to your house and set it on fire tomorrow. Soon Veronica smelled a strange odor. Then several people turned their heads to look back. They found that the entire prison was engulfed in flames. The prison guards were in a panic. And at this moment, they heard commotion behind them again. It was those oddly assorted prisoners. They took advantage of the chaos and launched a riot. The guards initially fought back with weapons, but one guard couldn't hold on and retreated. Then, there was a large-scale dispersal of the guards. Flanda's efforts to stop them were completely futile. A prisoner looked on indifferently at everything. She understood that at this moment, Flanda still couldn't completely convince all the guards. At this moment, chaos broke out inside the prison. All the guards were sent out to suppress the riot. Muscle Batty inquired, "Is the prison going to be finished?" She said, "No, it's not, because the true protagonist hasn't appeared yet." On the other hand, the rioting prisoners have already rushed up. Their opponents are a werewolf and 3 ordinary people. Suddenly, a staff fiercely struck the ground. Warden Aiden finally made his appearance. As soon as he appeared, several rioters couldn't help but retreat. Aiden spoke slowly. "Good evening, ladies." Warden Aiden was about to take action at last. This time, he is going to punish those troublemaking prisoners severely. It turns out that a fire broke out at Rose Prison just 1 day ago. The prisoners took this opportunity to initiate a riot. The sudden turn of events left Flanda defenseless. At a critical moment, Aiden finally rushed back. As soon as Aiden appeared, the rioting prisoners quieted down. The scene fell silent for a moment. No one was willing to speak at this moment. Aiden finally broke the silence and took the lead. He asked, "Would someone come out and explain to me?" "I just left for a moment. Did you already dare to attack the prison guards?" Vampire spat in the corner. "What are you pretending to be at this point?" Aiden suddenly turned to look at her. "Have you become so arrogant as well?" At these words, Vampire's face instantly turned red with anger. She said, "What are you still so proud of now?" "How many prison guards are there in the prison? Don't you know?" He said, "So are you very confident?" "Then I will give you a chance. In the next 3 days, except for special offenders, all the prisoners' cells will be unlocked. Feel free to do as you wish. I want to see if my fists are stronger or if your fate is stronger." As soon as these words were spoken, the prison instantly became noisy. And this is Aiden's only way out. At present, there is a serious shortage of prison guards in the prison. and it is not possible to find so many guards in a short period of time. However, if it is possible to recruit a group of people from among the inmates to act as prison guards, it would kill two birds with one stone. That's why the scene just happened. After everything was arranged, Aiden left with Werewolf and Flanda. It was very strange to the Ant Queen hiding in the corner after he left. She didn't understand what Aiden was up to. She then turned her gaze towards the succubus. She said, "Gangsterette, have you heard of a criminal named Kim?" Upon hearing the words, Succubus's expression instantly tensed up. "You are not right. You just called me a gangsterette and asked about other prisoners. Quickly tell me if you want to betray me." Ant Queen quickly explained to her that you are just curious. Succubus gave a cold snort and said, "I advise you to put away your curiosity. Privileged prisoners like Kim. You have no chance to get in touch with them at all. After all, not everyone can be Aiden's daughter. Aiden not only cares for her daily, but also teaches her how to read and write." At these words, the face of Ant Queen slowly darkened. Because in her cold-blooded eyes, Kim can only be a cold, unfeeling killing machine. Under the careful cultivation of the Ant Queen, Kim has never had any emotion since childhood. Even just needing a word from her, Kim could kill everyone in this world with just a single word. Therefore, she naturally does not allow anyone to take away her murder weapon. Aiden's office at this time. Inside, Aiden asked, "Do you have any questions about the first step of the plan?" Flanda solemnly said, "Don't worry, Lord Aiden. I will arrange tomorrow's plan properly." He said, "So let's meet at the secret location tomorrow." After leaving the office, she immediately found Werewolf, because Aiden had just asked her to help pass on a message to Werewolf. She quietly approached Werewolf's ear and said, "There's a hole in the back of your pants. Tell me in the comments section if you want to see how big this hole is." This is Warden Aiden's toughest round. Facing a collective riot of inmates, he unexpectedly announced in front of everyone to open the prison gates. "I want to see if my fists are strong or if your fate is tough." Originally, the prisoners all had doubts about his words. But what was unexpected by everyone is, the next day, the prisoners' cell doors unexpectedly opened. And even the main gate of the prison was opened. This actually left the prisoners a bit puzzled. At that moment, the warden of Block 1 of the prison suddenly appeared. She was holding a camera in her hands, and she was fervently urging the prisoners to quickly leave the prison. Faced with this strange situation, the prisoners all unconsciously chose a brave one to scout ahead, because this serpent demon insisted on being the first one out. But at this moment, some unpleasant memories kept flashing through her mind. It was a long time ago when Aiden arrested her, and in order to resist, she kept fiercely biting Aiden's hand. But unexpectedly, Aiden placed her right under the mouth of a volcano, and Aiden maintained this position for a full 3 hours. At the thought of this, she sounded the retreat, but the other prisoners did not agree. Just when the two were arguing, a handsome rooster suddenly appeared. The kitchen auntie shouted, "Quick, catch that hen! It's today's lunch ingredient." However, this hen's movement is amazing. It actually made a big leap and jumped away. Then it rushed out of the door without any hesitation. In the eyes of everyone's expectations, the mother hen succeeded. Then it excitedly clucked. Of course, even more excited than her were the prisoners. They seemed to smell the taste of freedom. But the next second, a magic circle suddenly appeared under the chicken's feet. Then a loud explosion sounded. When the hen landed again, it had turned into roast chicken. The criminals were shocked by the hen's death. One of the criminals angrily pointed at the district mayor. At this moment, another prisoner, Birdwoman, stood up. She raised Gilala with one hand. She said, "Throw this dog leg out. I want to see how many traps are still out there." Just as Gilala was about to be thrown out by her, Tiger Woman interrupted her and said, "Just a few spells, no need to involve innocent bystanders." And at this moment, two people quietly approached Bird Woman. The next second, Bird Woman's arm and right leg were suddenly slashed by someone. The intense pain caused her to release Gilala instantly. She said, "I'm sorry, your jailbreak is your own business. Prisoners who don't want to escape won't allow you to mess around. Don't forget that you are still in prison now." Speaking are a pair of twins. They are the district chiefs of District 2 and District 3, respectively. Then the district chief of District 4 also appeared and said, "Prisoners who do not want to escape, please come back with me first, so as not to be harmed later." After she finished speaking, a considerable number of people chose to leave. Tiger Woman laughed and said, "That's fine. Next, let's see the performance of us strong ones." But suddenly, she seemed to have seen something incredible. The next second, she suddenly knelt down and said, "I'm sorry, Lady Ostina. I shouldn't have proclaimed myself as a strong person in front of you." In front of her stood a tall half-orc. She is the eldest princess of the Marco Polo family. She is also the ruler of all the orcs. The woman spoke slowly. "Get up. You did not disappoint me. In this situation, you did not bully the weak. You did not shame our orc tribe." Upon hearing this, Tiger Woman laughed. She said, "Your Highness, are you planning to escape? I am willing to be your scout." Ostina declined her offer. She said, "No need. I just brought my friend here to have a look around." And the friend she mentioned is also of noble status. The Ant Queen hiding in the corner was secretly alarmed. She smelled a familiar and terrifying scent. At this moment, a voice came through. "Are there any good children willing to come to the kitchen to help me? I plan to experiment with a dessert. I need someone to be a taste tester." Upon hearing this, the two prisoners are eager to give it a try. But before they could speak, a figure flew over in a flash. "I am a top-notch fighter in the prison. With me in the kitchen, no one dares to cause trouble. Asina on the side is very helpless. You clearly told me yesterday that you were going to escape. Cambry says stop talking nonsense." At this moment, Flanda's voice came from behind Asina. She said, "The prison library administrator has quit. Would you like to take on this position? You can stay in there all day." Asina jumped for joy instantly, as soon as the words fell. The Ant Queen witnessed the whole process from the side. At the same time, she also understood Aiden's intentions. Strong enforcers were planted in all the areas of the prison with hidden dangers, to instill fear in the hearts of the prisoners who want to escape. Although he said he is opening the prison door, he is actually creating an even bigger prison. And now the only loophole in the prison is the abandoned construction site next to the playground. It is too dry and spacious there. With the current number of prison guards, they simply cannot keep watch. So will Aiden arrange for my daughter to be placed there? As she expected, Aiden is there at the moment. He is giving Kim an early class. However, at this time, there is a large wine barrel at his feet. Just then, two figures rushed over. She shouted, "Come take a look! There is wine here!" Aiden laughed. Finally took the bait. He said, "Your nose is quite sharp. However, this wine is for the guards working overtime. You see this vast grassland. I plan to find a group of guards to work overtime for surveillance." Upon hearing this, Muscle Batty became anxious. She said, "My specialty is keeping watch. I used to be the leader of a mercenary group. Just give me this wine, and I will do it. I promise to excellently complete Lord Aiden's task." Aiden reluctantly agreed. He said, "But I also want to find someone to help me with the plowing. You can't complete the task alone." Upon hearing these words, Muscle Batty's little sidekick was suddenly startled. She said, "He wants us to get prisoners to do the work. But this will definitely make us a lot of enemies as well." At this moment, Aiden stood up and said, "Just find someone to help me till the land. I can provide you with alcohol until you can't drink anymore." The Ant Queen hiding on the side witnessed the whole process. She didn't expect Aiden to be so daring. He was now even hiring prisoners to manage the prison. But daughter, you can rest assured. Just wait until my ant army is formed on a large scale. Then it's time for the two of us to go on a killing spree. The setting sun dyed the leaves golden. Ant Queen picked up a stone casually. Then her abdomen wriggled slowly. Suddenly, her abdomen turned into a big mouth. Ant Queen stuffed the stone into it without hesitation. Just then, the guard who was watching here spoke up. Come out. No one will come here. Ant Queen slowly walked out from the corner upon hearing this. She said, My ant army is almost ready, but I need a breakthrough. I lack a prisoner I can win over to help me. He said, Vampire Queen in room 2. She was caught just last month right after escaping from prison. You should be able to easily win her over. At the same time, Vampire looked very desperate at her dinner. After all, I am the Vampire Queen. Is it appropriate for you to keep feeding me pig blood? The prison guard said you should be grateful. If it weren't for Lord Aiden's humanitarian care, you might not even get to drink duck neck blood. Just then, the pig blood in her hand suddenly became exceptionally hot. She didn't catch it in time. Then the pig's blood in her hand splashed onto the ground in an instant. Watching the blood spilled all over the floor, her heart was collapsing at this moment. What's even more outrageous is that a pair of feet stepped on it, and the owner of the feet is Ant Queen. At this moment, Vampire was completely furious. She rushed towards Ant Queen suddenly. With just one encounter, Vampire pushed Ant Queen to the ground. She said, Damn humans! How dare you touch my dinner? I'll fill my belly with your blood. Upon hearing this, the Ant Queen's face was indifferent. You can come and try if you want. I want to see if the curse mark on your neck works. With these words, the vampire's arrogance instantly disappeared. At that moment, the Ant Queen's fat intestine suddenly burst out from her belly. Then, that piece of fat intestine slowly reached into the vampire's mouth. She said, Don't talk. Consider this dinner as my gift to you. And then the vampire discovered with surprise that the power of the curse mark disappeared. And the sealed magic power within her was actually slowly restoring. The Ant Queen laughed. She said, I can lift all the prisoners' curses. Do you want to join me in killing Aiden? At the same time on Flanda's end, she arrived at the warehouse following Aiden's instructions. But what she finds strange now is that there is actually a cold aura array here. Aiden explained to her, This is to prevent certain prisoners from escaping. And this prisoner happens to be the harmless Cambry. After all, she does possess the ability to control animals. The cold spell formation can shield certain animals' heat sense. Aiden continued to speak. Now we can start the next plan. After sorting through these few days, I found that the prison can be roughly divided into 3 types of inmates. The first type is inmates who are naturally violent and cannot be reformed. They are also the source of prison riots. I call them riot prisoners. The second type is the inmates who have no choice but to stay in prison. Most of them are just passing time in prison. I call them natural prisoner. The third type is prisoners being excluded by the outside world. They feel more comfortable in prison than outside. So I call them loyal prisoners. Our next step is to gather the force of loyal prisoners. Support an alpha from within the loyal prisoner. Then use the power of prisoners to defeat the prisoners. In the glow of the setting sun, a group of ants is working hard. The vampire is showing off his newly unsealed magic to everyone. This is the next step of the Ant Queen's plan. By lifting the curse as bait, she plans to lure more prisoners to join her. The results are surprisingly excellent. The prisoners of Riot Prisoner have no resistance to this bait at all. The timing seems about right. The Ant Queen is slowly appearing. If you want the potion to lift the curse, you must follow all of my commands. And when I make the potion, bring more prisoners to me. Seeing how arrogant she was, the prisoners began to question her. Why should we follow your command just because you are new here? How can we believe you based on just a few words from you? Facing the skepticism, the Ant Queen remained calm. The next second, countless tentacles suddenly sprouted from her back. Those tentacles rushed towards the group of prisoners at extremely high speed. And when she retracted her tentacles once again, the prisoners were astonished to find a mysterious brand on their arms. She said, "Don't panic, everyone. The brand will disappear once you successfully escape. But until then, you must obey me. Otherwise, you will have nowhere to be buried." On the other side, Aiden has also begun to take action. Under his instructions, a large number of prisoners adjusted their cells. A small number of prisoners were actually released early directly. The released prisoner was very puzzled. She said, "Did you make a mistake? My sentence should be up next month." The prison guard was very helpless. He said, "You were released early. You should be happy." Flanda always observed the movements of the prisoners in the corner, but she was relieved that everything was going smoothly. Meanwhile, on the square of the prison, the prisoners who were subdued by the Ant Queen. Now she is frantically rallying other prisoners. Just then, a voice interrupted them. "It's time to return to your cells." "Why should we go back? Didn't Aiden say we have 3 days of free activity?" Veronica calmly replied, "You can do as you please during the day, but at night, the guards need to rest. Do you want to cause trouble for me?" At these words, the prisoners instantly quieted down. On one hand, they feared the power of Werewolf. On the other hand, Ant Queen had instructed them not to conflict with the guards. After some thought, they obediently returned to the prison despite being in a disadvantageous position. But when they returned to the prison, they found that their cells had been taken over by someone else. Before they could get angry, the twin wardens arrived with a large number of prison guards. She said to beware of your unruly behavior towards other prisoners during the day. Mr. Aiden has decided to swap your cells. Your new room is in the cell at the very end. Roll in yourself. When this was said, Bird Woman was on the verge of launching another riot. But suddenly Snake Woman on the side thought of something. She said, "If we're all together, wouldn't that make communication easier? We can also develop new relationships with those around us." After a brief discussion, they immediately decided to head to the new prison cell. The Ant Queen on the side watched the entire process. She didn't understand why Aiden wanted to gather the prisoners together. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. Before entering the prison, Anthony had already instructed her. Room 800 needs to be careful with the painted black markings. The highest level prisoners of Rose Prison are detained inside. And at this moment, it seems that the riot prisoners people have also realized, before they could start discussing. The sound of clawing appeared on this floor. And the one making the sound is the so-called high-level prisoner. Birdwoman broke down. She said, "Don't talk about it anymore. Don't even think about sleeping tonight." Ant Queen also understood Aiden's part of the plan. The purpose of changing cells is nothing but to harass the rioting prisoners. Just then, a voice came to her ears again. "If I could eat so well every day, I would be willing to stay in prison for the rest of my life." You're right. How many people outside are going hungry? They also face discrimination from ordinary people. I really don't understand why anyone would still want to escape from prison. After listening to the Ant Queen for a while, I gradually felt that something was wrong. Why do all the prisoners here have common topics of conversation? And all of this is Aiden's plan. Firstly, gather the prisoners of the loyal prisoner. Let them spread the word about the goodness of the prison without any restraint, in order to attract neutral prisoners inmates. Implementing a policy of disruption against riot prisoner. I can't persuade you anyway. So, I will use force to suppress force. And in the cell, at the middle of loyal prisoner. These are the prisoners meticulously selected by Aiden. They are the mercenary Captain Kinga, Muscle Batty, and her cunning strategist Aya. Late at night, Flanda and Werewolf found her. They came to ask Kinga for the list of land reclamation prisoners. Aiden would use a barrel of wine as a lure not long ago. Kinga agreed to help him find people to reclaim the wilderness for the prison. But what she didn't expect was that as soon as Flanda's voice fell, mocking voices echoed all around her. But just as Kinga was about to refuse Flanda, her strategist Aya stopped her. She said, "Alpha, have you noticed? It seems like the prisoners around us have been intentionally selected. These people either have very short sentences, or they entered prison looking for protection. Some even consider the prison as home. They never even thought of escaping. I roughly counted. Approximately 200 prisoners don't want to escape. So Mr. Aiden doesn't want us to be cannon fodder. Instead, he wants us to reclaim land and provide benefits as reasons. Let us take this opportunity to gather a huge force in order to fight against Riot Prisoner. And the reason why Lord Aiden chose you. This is probably because he knows that you used to be the leader of a mercenary group. Kinga looked disdainful at what she said. She said, "No matter how nicely you put it, aren't they still his lackeys? Don't forget how our mercenary group was destroyed. Being someone else's dog does not end well." Aya said, "But this time is different. Firstly, the warden is on our side. Secondly, those prisoners just want to escape. They won't fight to the death with us. Furthermore, even if we disagree, someone else will come and do it. By then, we will lose the initiative." Hearing this, Kinga sighed helplessly. Then she slowly spoke. "Does anyone want to drink? I have some good stuff distributed by the warden." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding prisoners responded one after another. Especially Succubus seemed particularly excited. She said, "Kinga, you have to take me with you. A good sister must lend me a hand." The Ant Queen hiding in the corner now also understands Aiden's true intentions. However, she is not in the least bit flustered, because in her eyes, these people are just a motley crew. She thought to herself, as long as I can win over Cambry, escaping from prison will be a piece of cake. She was once a student of Cambry a long time ago. But she was expelled from the Witch Union by Cambry because she experimented on humans. The Ant Queen at that time was very confused. She said, "I'm just experimenting on beggars that no one cares about. No one will notice anyway." Cambry said, "How dare you still try to argue at this point? I'm warning you. If you don't leave now, when Master Gaia arrives, you won't have a chance to leave." During their conversation, a monster with a snake tail and 4 hands rushed over. The newcomer was indeed the Master Gaia mentioned by Cambry. She said, "Isabella, the original name of Ant Queen, you are seeking death." It was only at this moment that Ant Queen felt fear. She immediately began to flee in panic. But it was clear that Gaia was not going to let her off easily. She emitted a wave of energy from her mouth. That wave of energy instantly sent Ant Queen flying. Under the gaze of Witch Cambry, she flew towards the distance. The place where she was about to fall happened to be the forbidden area known as the Land of the Fallen God. However, Ant Queen was very lucky. Not only did she survive, also used God's spell to create Kim. Now her strength is no weaker than the Mentor Cambry from Huijing. But what she doesn't know is that there is a little white mouse behind her, quietly watching her. And at this moment, Aiden is not idle either. "Congratulations, Sophia. You can now be released from prison." Sophia looked suspicious. She said, "When did you become so kind?" "You don't need to worry about this." Of course, Sophia wants to be released from prison, but she also knows that she will have to pay some price for it. Sure enough, when she changed into her clothes to be released from prison, Aiden stopped her. He said, "Don't rush to leave. Let's talk about a deal related to your bounty hunter business." Prison cafeteria on the other side. All the prisoners on the other side are discussing Kinga's matter. They are all eager to start working for the prison. And Ant Queen has also found her old acquaintance here. That is the mentor she passed by, Witch Cambry, who recognized the student she had personally driven away with just one glance. The Ant Queen spoke first, saying, "Teacher, I can help you escape." Upon hearing this, Cambry laughed and said, "You are thinking too much. When did I ever say I wanted to escape? I'm fine in prison." Ant Queen said, "Teacher, after so many years, I know you very well. I know you still don't trust me. To show my sincerity, I'll start by showing you my chips first." These are the spells I learned at the land of the fallen god. I call it the prosperity spell. Let's use this egg for demonstration. Just have her touch the prosperity spell. It can quickly transform into a handsome rooster. The same principle. We can use it to catalyze the magic-suppressing collar in the prison. Let it age quickly and become damaged in a short amount of time. Of course, I also know that you and Aiden signed a contract. Once you betray Aiden, the curse will be triggered, resulting in your violent death. But the prosperity spell can still solve this issue. When the dosage used by the handsome rooster exceeds a critical value, then the handsome rooster will undergo a split and become two handsome roosters. And the two are completely unrelated. This means that the split entity can help you bear the curse brought by the contract. After listening, Cambry laughed. She said, "For the sake of our master-disciple relationship, you can leave now, and I will pretend that nothing happened." Upon hearing this, Ant Queen instantly showed an expression of disbelief. But the next second, she laughed again. She said, "Teacher Cambry, you really know how to joke. I guess you want to wait for Aiden and me to be both defeated before attempting a jailbreak, don't you?" Cambry said, "You're really smart." Just then, several criminals suddenly walked in. It turned out to be riot prisoner led by the Birdwoman. They caused a riot as soon as they came in. Birdwoman then inexplicably attacked a prisoner. She said, "Sisters, follow me. Beat all of Aiden's lackeys to death." The Ant Queen looked calmly at all this. She said, "Teacher, now you have a choice. Either stop me completely and be my enemy, or sit back and watch the show and join us." And at this moment, Aiden had just received the list of participants for farming. He thought, 202 felons are enough. My plan is like this. You can grow potatoes while learning to make wine. Kinga was instantly excited at the mention of winemaking. She said, "Great Warden, I am willing to fully support you." At this point, Aiden suddenly changed the subject. He said, "But here comes another problem. We don't have any seeds. How about this? You guys get out of jail and buy some seeds to bring back." When these words were spoken, both Kinga and Aya were bewildered. "Don't be afraid. I trust you. Not only that, I will also send prisoners to help you." At that moment, a prison guard walked in. He said, "Mr. Aiden, the prisoner Gilala that you requested has arrived." So the bewildered Kinga, accompanied by 5 equally perplexed companions, arrived at the entrance of the prison. Even more unbelievably, it was the chief of Zone 1 who personally escorted them out. They still felt like they were in a dream until they walked out of the prison gates. A group of people walked on the street, everyone looking at them. What they did not know was, Sophia was secretly watching them from the shadows. So this is the business that Aiden and she are doing. Have Sophia monitor them in the guise of a bounty hunter. And once they show any sign of escape, the only thing waiting for them is death. Under the leadership of Wooden Elf Gilala, several people made their way to the slums of City Silver. As they walked further inwards, the number of people decreased, and the houses became more and more dilapidated. Maddie, the fox witch traveling with them, sensed that something was wrong. The curse mark on her neck began to slowly loosen, indicating that she was about to break free from the forbidden magic circle's range. The smartest among them, Aya, also noticed the abnormality. At this point, Gilala decided not to pretend anymore. She casually took off the wooden sign symbolizing a prisoner. She said, "What are you pretending to be confused for? To plan an escape route, you should go around instead." The scene shifts to Aiden's office. Planda asked puzzledly, "How did you know that Gilala is about to escape?" Aiden slowly said, "I have her go to Kim for a physical checkup every day, but she has been absent from work for several days in a row. If she were a child, I could understand. But unfortunately, she is over 170 years old. I suspected that something was on her mind due to the sudden change in behavior." The scene switched back to Gilala. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you know how I have been living these past few days? I constantly have to endure intense killing intent. I even almost got stabbed by rioting prisoners. They probably wouldn't dare mess with tough people like you, but being short and weak like me, everyone wants to bully me. Aiden gave me 10 pounds. It can be used as escape money. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, Maddie became interested. She said, I agree. I happen to have many lovers who can help me. The lover closest to me is in Nagista's empire. However, the witch in Sabbath Forest in between has a bad relationship with me. So I need Kinga's escort. Kinga says you better leave. After being rejected, Maddie instantly becomes a simp. She says, Jinjia, come with me. Aya quickly interrupted her and said, Haven't you noticed something strange? Didn't you notice anything unusual, Gilala? What she didn't expect was that at this moment, Gilala had quietly picked up the discarded wooden sign. She said, Sorry everyone, I took the wrong road. Let's go buy potatoes now. At this moment, she had lost the arrogance she had just shown, and her legs are shaking uncontrollably. Aya also understood at this moment. It was a trap from the beginning. First, luring us into a false sense of freedom, and then crushing this illusion with overwhelming despair, making people too scared to guess or think. I had guessed it right. At this moment, they have already been surrounded by bounty hunters and are ready to strike at any time. Gilala, who is naturally able to observe the emotions around them, has also completely collapsed in endless murderous intent. The scene shifts back to Warden Aiden's office. So, if you want the wolf to be loyal to you, you must first make her understand what respect means. Kim, who was sitting across from her, listened attentively. She asked, So, can Little Red Riding Hood tame the wolf? Will this prevent her grandmother from being eaten? He said, It depends on you, little Kim. Nothing is absolute. After listening, Kim seemed to understand something. At this moment, the image of an ant queen appeared in her mind. Just then, the prison alarm suddenly went off. Flanda's face was full of disbelief. There was actually a riot in the cafeteria. But isn't Cambry there? Warden Aiden was also confused. Why did the cafeteria have a problem? That is where all the prisoners eat. Damaging it benefits no one. Moreover, isn't Cambry the one guarding there? Could there be an issue with her? What's more, it's been so long and yet none of the riot prisoners have attempted to escape. This is very abnormal. There must be someone instigating them behind the scenes. Aiden slowly spoke after thinking it through. He asked the prison guards to carefully observe who was instructing those criminals. The scene changes to the cafeteria. It's already a mess here. The Ant Queen looked triumphantly at Cambry and said, In the end, you still didn't make a move. Are you planning to seek forgiveness from Aiden or join our team? Cambry speaks slowly as she looks at the triumphant smile on the Ant Queen's face. I told your mentor, Gaia, a long time ago. Don't be fooled by Isabella's intelligence and cleverness now. Just a few years of careful cultivation. You will soon find out that this person is someone who will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. At these words, the smile on the Ant Queen's face disappeared instantly. Cambry continued, I will not cooperate with you. Watching you guys fight with Aiden can't be any better. And let me remind you not to take me for a fool. The split spells in your mouth have long been researched by your Gaia mentor. You dare only tell me the benefits brought by split. But why don't you mention that split will also divide your own life and soul into two? It seems you really think I dare not kill you. At this critical moment, a pair of hands took the Ant Queen away. Originally, it was Succubus. She had promised to protect her little brothers. Looking at the great figure of Succubus, the Ant Queen suddenly fell into memories. In her mind, there was a scene from her childhood when Gaia had taught her how to leave the forbidden area. Just then, a large rat suddenly appeared at Succubus' feet. Succubus was terrified by this, so she was forced to fall to the floor with the Ant Queen. Facing the idiot who came to her door, Birdwoman had no reason to kill him. The Succubus also sensed the danger. She closed her eyes in fear. In a critical moment, the Ant Queen unexpectedly reached out to shield her. And seeing that she had hurt Alpha, Bird Woman also panicked. She decided to confront the villain head-on. She directly kicked the Ant Queen out of the cafeteria. The Ant Queen didn't expect the farce to end in such a messy way. What's even more infuriating is that Cambry waved at her. Just then, Flanda finally led a group of people over. As soon as she arrived, the prisoners of Riot Prisoner were about to retreat immediately. Some of them, led by Bird Woman, have already become a bit bloodthirsty. They are going to war with Warden Aiden today. But as they leave the prison, the atmosphere starts to become a bit awkward. Because this time, Flanda has brought quite a few prison guards. But strangely, Flanda did not pay much attention to them, because it was obvious that these people were not the masterminds behind this riot. The scene shifts to Warden Aiden's side. At this time, Kinga and her group had already returned to the prison. Aiden smiled and said, "You didn't encounter any danger on the way, right?" At this, they quickly shook their heads frantically, indicating that everything was going smoothly. "If everything goes smoothly, we'll start working tomorrow. After the handover, Aya will leave with everyone." But Kinga has already been fascinated by the wine next to her. At this moment, Aiden spoke up and said, "Wait a moment, drink these wines before you leave. After all, the future of the prison project depends on you all." In the glow of the setting sun, several people also began a happy time. After a few barrels of wine, Kinga became good buddies with Aiden. Gilala also completely forgot about the jailbreak incident, because she is now the team leader of the prisoner labor group. Foxwitch Maddie even bluntly stated that she would kill anyone who brings up the jailbreak in the future. On the other side of the prison, Bird Woman and a few others who narrowly escaped. They unanimously believed that Aiden wouldn't dare to touch them, so they decided to go wild in his office tomorrow. Just then, there was suddenly the sound of a bottle breaking. Several people instinctively turned to look. It was only then that they realized it was Aya and his group who were drunk. Kinga, very angry, said, "I just formed a brotherhood with Aiden, and you guys want to pick a fight with him already?" The most timid Gilala was also very angry. She said, "Stop the nonsense. Let's find trouble with them first." But when Bird Woman really rushed over, Gilala, who was once again fearful, hid in Aya's arms. At that moment, a figure rushed out. She rushed towards Bird Woman at an incredible speed. She did so without any warning. She punched and broke Bird Woman's left arm. Pig Woman recognized her. "It's Dragon Woman who stays neutral," she asked in puzzlement. "Are you going to be Aiden's dog too?" she said. "I'm just taking people's money to help them out of trouble. You can continue now." "The person who hired her is the wealthy and powerful succubus," she said. "Little sidekick, don't worry. No one can bully us." The Ant Queen thanked Alpha with a stern face. Meanwhile, the orc's body began to rapidly increase in size. She wanted to take advantage of Kinga's inattention. She launched a sneak attack. But the next second, her entire body suddenly flew out. On the other side, Demon Woman locked onto Maddie. She quietly climbed up the wall to the second floor. Then she rushed towards Maddie at an extremely fast speed. But just as she was about to succeed, Maddie's tail suddenly turned into a huge ball of fur. Demon Woman's entire body instantly sank into it. Then two glowing ropes pulled her out again. It's not over yet. Two big hands suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Maddie firmly pressed her devil's horns on it, crushing it hard to the ground. The scene switches to Kinga. She is facing off against the enlarged version of Pigwoman. The battle has escalated to a white heat. At this moment, the runes behind Kinga suddenly lit up. The next second, her power became even stronger. Then she forcefully broke Pigwoman's healing tooth. Pigwoman instantly let out a painful cry. On the other side, Giant George also fought with the bald old woman. The two were deadlocked. Aya shouted at her, "George, as long as you defeat her, my future breakfast will belong to you." Upon hearing this, George immediately became spirited. The muscles on her body began to swell rapidly. 1 second after that, she transformed into Muscle Girl, which scared the bald old woman. After that, George delivered a heavy blow that knocked her out. The battle is over. Gilala is very excited. She said, "We won! We are really strong!" At this moment, a large number of prison guards suddenly arrived. The real main characters have made their appearance. The atmosphere started to become tense. After a while, the prison guards arranged themselves into formation. Aiden slowly spoke. "You guys really have no fear of the gods. Do you think I have nothing better to do? You are planning to escape. I gave you a chance, but all you dare to do is cause chaos in the prison? I declare that tomorrow will be the last day of free activities. Regular prison routines will resume." Vampire's face changed drastically because according to their plan, tomorrow was the time the riot prisoners would launch a general attack. But now, the plan has been completely ruined. After finishing speaking, Aiden slowly left. Flanda then immediately spoke up. "Tomorrow, the prison's work program officially begins. The participating prisoners can still move around in the designated areas." Upon hearing this, Maddie was very happy and said, "Doesn't that mean we can hang out together outside the prison cells in the future?" At this moment, a drop of cold sweat slowly appeared on Aya's face. She knew that it was all over. Start by opening the prisoner's cell door. Aiden took 2 days to complete the reform of the prison. First, he spent a day dividing the prisoners into 3 factions. In the evening, he confirmed the leader of the loyal prisoners. That is Kinga. The next morning, he arranged for Kinga to lead a team to go out and purchase supplies. The purpose is to test their loyalty and reliability, and to test and intimidate them to a moderate extent. A fight broke out in the cafeteria at noon. Aiden noticed something unusual. In the end, he chose to let it go. On one hand, he was trying to identify the new leader of the riot prisoners. On the other hand, he was setting up a plan for the evening operation. After Kinga and the others returned to the prison in the afternoon, Aiden prepared a large amount of alcohol for them again. Make them completely fall into temptation. And in the evening when Kinga and the others returned to the prison, intentionally arranged for them to meet Birdwoman. In the end, the Birdwoman gang was beaten up. And Aiden also completed the beating of the prisoners. But in fact, Aiden's freedom for the prisoners is 3 days. The reason for ending it a day early. It is because he keenly sensed the presence of danger. So he chose to end it early. But this does not affect his plan. Aiden has completed the reform of the prison. At the same time, he also inadvertently caused the complete collapse of Ant Queen's plan. The succubus was very excited at this moment. Because she, the small sidekick, and the Ant Queen are all prisoners participating in labor tasks. The Ant Queen is also very happy. But her smile looks unusually eerie. "Aiden, you locked up the rioting prisoners, right? Then I'll put the extra ingredient dishes in the cafeteria. But it's your people who will be enjoying it. And your most trusted dog will soon belong to me." At the same time, the camera pans to Aiden and Flanda. Flanda said, "Mr. Aiden, I found something." The prison guard monitoring the cafeteria said, "The newcomer Ant Queen Mary, alias, has had close interactions with Cambry." But when he called Ant Queen over, he was quickly bamboozled by Ant Queen's few words. Unable to do anything, he found Witch Cambry again, but unfortunately, Cambry claimed to be clueless about it. Moreover, the testimonies of the two of them matched perfectly. But Aiden still keenly noticed something was off. This is because at the time, Ant Queen was admitted to Rose Prison on charges of smuggling. But how could such charges qualify her to enter Rose Prison? At this moment, Flanda also remembered. At that time, all the responsible staff had resigned. Additionally, there was a severe shortage of prison personnel at the time. Therefore, they had no choice but to lock up all the prisoners first. After listening, Aiden fell into contemplation. He thought to himself that this explanation makes perfect sense. Surely someone took advantage of the situation to engage in shady dealings at that time. And he couldn't completely trust Cambry either. After all, her disguise ability is top-notch. So he needed to come up with a way to counter her. After giving it some thought, Aiden spoke slowly. Assign the guards to monitor each new inmate one-on-one. And by the way, have Werewolf eliminate all the animals that Cambry has raised. The scene shifts to the prison playground. The hard-working Ant Queen is being closely watched by a guard. Just then, the guard suddenly spoke. She said, "The employer is running out of patience. It is obvious that she is also a spy planted by Anthony." The Ant Queen spoke up. "Do you still have the nerve to speak? Why haven't you delivered what I asked for?" "I'm just here to inform you. The employer mentioned that if there is still no progress from you in the next few days, it means your true identity documents will appear in Aiden's office. But you can rest assured. The things you want are already on the way." The scene switches to Gilala. She is urging other prisoners to work quickly. After a while, she made herself a cup of tea and started drinking it. Just then, a figure emerged. The next moment, she was so scared that she spurted out a mouthful of water. The person who came was Kim. It turns out Kim has been practicing telling fairy tales recently. Because adult Aiden said that this way, he could make friends. So she found Gilala, who is over 170 years old. Kim wanted to read to her first to practice. Everything is moving in a positive direction. However, Gilala found that she still lacked humanity at this point. And the books she reads are also very strange. Not far away, werewolf. She complained while stepping on rats. Why do I have to catch rats everywhere? And Kim, as a prisoner, can be so relaxed. The district chief who accompanied her asked her a question. If you catch a murderer, do you send the murderer's hands to jail or do you send the murder weapon in? No need to ask, of course it's the perpetrator. But Kim is a district chief who has been sentenced to life imprisonment. She is one of the notorious children created by the infamous Ant Queen. It is said that this woman often performs body modifications on children and trains them into assassins to make a profit. She still remembers the scene when Mr. Aiden brought her to the hospital back then. People were frightened by the surgery the doctor performed on her. Because Kim's internal organs were entangled like ropes, filled with various weapons, and even her blood was corrosive. No one knows how much pain this 13-year-old child has endured. And when she was just sent to prison, if no one gave the order, she couldn't even breathe on her own. Werewolf was moved for a moment. Is there still a way to cure her? If she is sent to the Royal Hospital in Dragon's Back Empire, there may be some hope. But City Silver is unwilling to bear the exorbitant medical expenses for her. Just then a voice came shouting, "District Chief, a new group of criminals has arrived. Please come and receive them quickly." But what she did not expect was, the prisoner brought in this time was actually a child modified by the Ant Queen. Their situation is even worse than Kim's. The scene shifts back to the farming area. Maddie is welcoming the prisoners to have their meal. Soon everyone gathered in the cafeteria. However, Kinga and Gilala refuse to eat. Because as a wooden elf, Gilala only needs to bask in the sun to be considered as having a meal. And Kinga prefers to drink on an empty stomach. At this moment, Aya suddenly began to recall the past. Before their mercenary group was destroyed, Kinga had a small wish. That is to adopt a group of orphan children. She wanted to teach them survival skills, so that they could make a living on their own. But later, the mercenary group suddenly collapsed. Only Kinga and Aya survived. The scene shifts to the Heresy Monsters VIP reception center in the prison. All the residents here are noble children of orcs. They are held in the prison as hostages, with their status both noble and terrifying. At this moment, a guard brought their breakfast. However, it was puzzling why she was smiling so strangely today. The scene switches back to the cafeteria. The inmates who were just eating are now all writhing in pain on the ground. This includes Aya and Maddie as well. Only Kinga, who had not eaten, managed to escape unharmed. Meanwhile, Flanda also anxiously found Aiden. She said, "Aiden, something bad has happened." The prisoners in the cafeteria have been poisoned. At this moment, the usually calm Aiden completely panicked, because the long-hidden Ant Queen has finally made a move. And the situation began with a prisoner poisoning in the cafeteria. At the first moment of the incident, Flanda organized the prison guards for emergency rescue. Unfortunately, all the prison doctors had resigned long ago. Kinga's heart was about to break as he looked at Aya lying on the sickbed. She wished so much that all of this was just a dream. She shouted Aya's name loudly, hoping to make her open her eyes and look at herself. Just then, Warden Aiden suddenly appeared. He said, "Stop shouting. She just has a mild case of food poisoning." Kinga said, "But she's unconscious now and won't wake up." Aiden no longer paid attention to her, just urging the jailer to hurry to the town to find a doctor. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the office. He was thinking about who did this. Flanda suspects that there is a mole among the prison guards. Aiden does not agree with this. Then he spoke up. "Take people to raid the cells immediately. Remember to bring the district leader of Zone 4. Her photographic memory can help identify suspects among the prisoners quickly." The scene shifts to a corner of the prison. A girl found teacher which Cambry to apologize for what happened before. She hopes you can help her break the prison mechanism. The strange thing is that the girl's mouth is actually on her right hand. As for the Covenant, I have come up with a better solution. I will have Kim launch a surprise attack to take out Aiden in order to break the Covenant. Seeing her sincerity, Cambry laughed. She said, "Well, tell me when you plan to take action." The camera panned to the Ant Queen not far away. She said, "Within an hour, because the poisoning incident will soon be traced back to me." After receiving the reply, Cambry was about to leave. At that moment, the girl stopped her. "Teacher, this bottle of prosperity spell is for you. You can use it to restore your power," she said. "Then give me 2 portions." Looking a bit helpless at the young girl Cambry, because her stomach had been transformed into a safe. The scene shifts to inside a prison cell, under the leadership of the warden in Block 4. The prison guards began crazily searching for the suspected prisoners. When searching Succubus, they found something strange instead. The innocent werewolf is curious about this thing. She doesn't know why it vibrates. The succubus is so anxious that she's rolling on the ground. She said, "Hurry up and give it back to me. It's my treasure." The werewolf quickly comforted her, saying, "It's okay. I'll just let Aiden take a look and then give it back to you." The succubus instantly collapsed upon hearing that this thing would be shown to Aiden. She couldn't imagine what Aiden would think after seeing it. Then she quickly hugged the werewolf's thigh. She said, "It's okay. I'll just let Master Aiden take a look and then I'll return it to you." As soon as she heard that she had to give this thing to Aiden, the succubus instantly crumbled. She couldn't imagine what Aiden would think after seeing this thing. Then, the succubus hurriedly clung to the werewolf's leg. She said, "Please, I beg you, don't do this." The werewolf said, "But we werewolves are very fair. You are too suspicious. I must show this to Lord Aiden." The scene cuts back to Afshin. She has found the necromancer Asina, because Afshin has long suspected that Aiden has become someone else. And Asina's dark magic can see through a person's soul state. But unfortunately, Aiden was soaked in the holy water of the church. If Asina uses dark magic to observe him, she is likely to suffer a backlash and become blind. But Asina also discovered Aiden's changes. Aiden started using a cane 2 months ago. Also, his right leg isn't very flexible. So if you can't beat him, you can definitely outrun him. Hearing this, Afshin felt more assured. After leaving behind a bottle of aging spell, she departed. The scene cuts back to Aiden. He looked helplessly at the items confiscated by the werewolf. Werewolf was also puzzled. She thought to herself, why does everyone act so strangely after seeing this thing? In the end, it was Flanda who told her the truth. Upon learning the reason, Werewolf wished he could find a hole to crawl into. To be clear, the reason she came here was because she liked Aiden. But whenever she thinks about how naive she is, she feels that her chances of being with Aiden are quite slim. Suddenly she smelled something. In that instant, she jolted. She was very familiar with this scent. Back when she was in the police academy, the teacher had often instructed her. In the fallen god forbidden area, a plant called the funeral flower grows. This flower can control other people's bodies, and even their thoughts. And the racial war 100 years ago was caused by that evil god. But now she actually smelled the scent of this flower in prison. And the source of the smell was actually the vomit of a poisoned convict. This also means that they have already consumed the funeral flower, and this is something that only the Ant Queen can obtain. Just then, Gilala rushed over. Lord Aiden, something bad has happened. Kim is missing. She kept shouting that she wanted to go find her mom. I couldn't stop her at all. At this moment, Aiden panicked. He knew it was the Ant Queen that had infiltrated the prison. Then he decisively issued the order for all personnel to enter Level 1 combat readiness. Soon the prison's magic-suppressing circle was fully activated. The cell doors were promptly closed as well. At this moment, the jailers guarding the prisoners noticed something unusual. A prisoner actually used a bottle of potion to dissolve the lock on the cell door. The jailer quickly pulled out a pistol to try to stop her. But in the next second, 2 tentacles pierced through their bodies. It was the Ant Queen who made the move. At this moment, she also took off her disguise. Moreover, standing next to her was the missing Kim. Soon, all the prisoners of Riot Prisoner were released. The scene shifts to Warden Aiden's office. A guard shouts, "It's not good, Lord Aiden. All the rioting prisoners have broken out." A new juvenile delinquent used something and managed to melt the mithril lock. Upon hearing this, the governor of District 1 recalled that the 2 children received in the morning were likely intentionally arranged by Ant Queen. At this moment, Aiden spoke up. "Everyone, don't panic. It's not that easy for the prisoners to break through multiple checkpoints. Now, focus on your own tasks. Zone 2 and Zone 3 leaders, you are responsible for defending the cell block lobby. Make sure the guards only engage in long-range shooting. Avoid close combat. If you can't hold the line, retreat to the alert zone. Flanda and District 4 leader, you are responsible for operating the power core mechanism and the magic suppressing circle to strike the prisoners. District 1 leader, you are responsible for logistics. Ensure that the power core has sufficient power. Werewolf, you are responsible for defending the prison power core and ensuring the safety of Flanda and District 4 leader. Everything is arranged. According to the regulations, when the prison alarm is sounded, City Silver's army must arrive for support within 15 minutes. But Anthony will definitely use his connections to stop it. So support is definitely not something we can count on. Just then, Aiden suddenly took out a small firework and set it off. It was a small gift from Sophia at the time. If needed, he could use the firework to summon her at any time. However, at this moment, Sophia had not yet put on her pants. After everything was arranged, Aiden picked up a notebook. This was his precautionary measure against Afshin. Not long ago, he had colluded with Flanda to use the notebook to scare Afshin at a critical moment. This was because Afshin was naturally cautious and timid. Then he pretended to stop Flanda. Before entering the power core, make sure to remember the things in the notes. As Aiden suspected, a little white mouse was hiding in the corner, quietly watching them. This made the timid Afshin nervous. She decided to go through the contents of the notebook before confronting Aiden. On the other hand, Succubus, upon learning the true identity of the Ant Queen, hid under the covers in fear. Unexpectedly, the Ant Queen did not intend to harm her, but wanted to take her along. Succubus hurriedly declined her offer. Seeing this, the Ant Queen felt it was a pity. After all, Succubus was one of the few people willing to stand by her. After sighing, she turned around and resumed the battle. Very soon, with her help, most of the rioting prisoners recovered a bit of their magic. Then, they collectively launched an attack on the cell door. But unfortunately, they were all bounced back by the door. At this moment, the Ant Queen took action again. She sprayed the aging spell onto the door. Gradually, the magic circle on the door dimmed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, the wardens were already prepared for battle. Every prison has a rule. Stopping a riot equals a sentence reduction. Life sentences can be converted to fixed-term sentences, and fixed-term sentences can be directly reduced by half. Standing opposite her, Kinga was full of anger. I don't care about sentence reductions. Those bastards hurt my Aya. I'm going to make them pay for it. Rose Prison welcomed the most intense riot in its history. The leader this time is the notorious Ant Queen. Under her leadership, riot prisoners inmates rushed out of their cells. And they used the aging spell to break through the constraints of the magic suppressing circle in the prison. Just as they were urgently attacking the gate, Tiger Woman said, Ant Queen, the prisoners who caused trouble earlier are still locked in the confinement room. Let's go rescue them. Ant Queen looked indifferent. She said, What is the use of rescuing a few cripples? Tiger Woman said, But we are all in this together. Should we abandon them just because they are injured? Hearing this, Ant Queen laughed, and her laughter was very eerie. She said, Then you take the magic potion to teach them. Remember to drink the potion when you encounter danger. At the same time, under the continuous fierce attack, the door was also about to give in. Soon, the sound of an explosion was heard. The door was blasted into countless pieces. This completely ignited the prisoner's madness. The scene cuts to Flanda. As soon as the prisoners rushed out, she ordered the activation of Guarding Monster. And Guarding Monster has always been the prison's secret weapon. They are Raging Lion and Ice Golem. They are responsible for close combat melee. The Warden uses a rifle for long-range output. Of course, they fire paralysis darts. At this point, the leaders of the 2nd and 3rd districts couldn't sit still. Kinga, I've heard you are good at fighting, so let's go to the cell block section 1 together. At this moment, Kinga also removed her shackles. She had been prepared for a long time. A fierce battle was about to begin. The scene cuts to Warden Aiden. After using the restroom, Sophia hurried to the prison without delay. She also brought a lot of help for Aiden. A portion of the people have already stationed outside the prison. They are there to prevent the prisoners from breaking out. Another 100 people can directly enter the prison to suppress the inmates. She said, However, Warden, these are all very expensive. I don't know if the money in your wallet is enough. Aiden did not answer her. He just bowed his head and wrote something. This is a check for 10,000 gold pounds. I want all of your people. Additionally, I have a special task to assign to you. She said she is willing to serve Lord Aiden. The camera cuts back to Kinga. She is puzzled. Why did those 2 district chiefs disappear after coming in? At this moment, she is already surrounded. Just at this moment, the Snake Witch suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. Kinga, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground. Then countless prisoners launched an attack on her. The area she was in instantly turned into a sea of fire. Surprisingly, Kinga didn't suffer any injuries. At this moment, something was clearly wrong with her. Her entire body was emitting a colorful glow. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning erupted from her body. The prisoner standing at the front suffered. This scene terrified the other prisoners. At this moment, the Ant Queen spoke. She said, Step back. You can't defeat her. After all, Kinga has the record of single-handedly taking on 1,000 vampire knights. At this moment, Kinga suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of the Ant Queen. She said, It seems you're very familiar with me, Isabella. Of course. I have witnessed your heroic presence firsthand. An entire regiment of vampire breath knights was wiped out by you. But even so, you won't be a match for my daughter. Just at this moment, a sudden mutation occurred. A magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Kinga. Immediately afterwards, a large snake emerged and knocked her away. It was Witch Action taking action. The next second, she raised her hand again and sealed Kinga into the magic circle. Kinga was greatly puzzled. Could it be that even you intend to rebel and betray Aiden? Ashen did not pay attention to her. Everyone, stop attacking. She is a follower of the ancient god Baal. The more severely injured she is, the more dangerous she becomes. However, she has been immobilized by me now. Everyone, just keep moving forward. Then she suddenly tugged the rope. On the other end of the rope was the poor Gilala. Ashen intended to use her intrinsic divine power to observe Aiden. At this moment, Kinga was feeling very distressed. She wasn't afraid of being beaten or injured, but she feared being restrained. Suddenly, she saw someone. That person was a young girl following behind the Ant Queen. Her thoughts went back to many years ago. Long ago, she had promised to help a group of helpless children. After she defeated the vampire, she would adopt them. Then, she would teach them skills so they could survive on their own. But when everything was over, she learned that the group of children had already been adopted. And today, she actually saw them here again, and they had become the daughters of the Ant Queen. At this moment, she couldn't take it anymore. She said, "Ant Queen, you bastard! How dare you use them for human experiments? I will never forgive you." The scope of the riot at Rose Prison has expanded again. Even the weird creature was forced to escape from the cell. And Kinga was completely plunged into a state of madness. The matter began with Tiger Woman. Before this, they wanted to rescue the Bird Woman gang, who were confined in the restricted area, before breaking out. After obtaining permission from the Ant Queen, they then made their way to the restricted area behind the prison. This place is specifically used to detain extremely dangerous prisoners. After a hard search, they successfully found several severely injured people. But then another problem arose. How should they break through? You must know that the outside is now full of jailers. At this time, Birdwoman suggested, "How about we let Wendy out first, and have her clear the way for us?" The Wendy she referred to was a tree monster that had been corrupted by the evil god, making her an extremely dangerous presence in the prison. While they were discussing, two figures were also quietly approaching. It was the leaders of Districts 2 and 3 who had arrived. They asked, "Who allowed you to come here?" As soon as these words were spoken, it instantly caused a few people to panic. At this moment, Tiger Woman spoke up. She said, "Don't be afraid. Let me handle them." It should be noted that Tiger Woman is considered a top-tier warrior of the orcs. She also possesses her own intrinsic divine power, which is primal awareness. Simply put, she can sense danger before it arrives. Therefore, theoretically, as long as she reacts quickly enough, she would be invincible in close combat. What puzzled Tiger Woman was that the surroundings of those two people were all radiating danger warnings. So, she decisively chickened out. She said, "Guys, in my opinion, we should just surrender together." But before she could finish her sentence, the foolish pig woman directly charged forward. Then she was instantly defeated by the leader of Districts 2 and 3. This scene left several prisoners dumbfounded. At that moment, Horn Woman suddenly said, "If we feed the potion given by the Ant Queen to Wendy, maybe she will be able to defeat the two of them after being strengthened." After everyone agreed, she and Bird Woman worked together to pour all the potion into Wendy's mouth. Then everyone was completely stunned as they saw Wendy's body start to rapidly inflate. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred here. The entire confinement area was instantly shrouded in smoke. When the smoke slowly dissipated, the mutated version of Wendy made her dazzling appearance. She had now completely turned into an irrational monster. Meanwhile, Horn Woman reverted to her original form at the critical moment. She carried several people and ran desperately. The mutated version of Wendy, on the other hand, was desperately chasing after them. The camera cuts to Kinga. After being struck by the lightning released by the weird creature, she falls into her own memories. It was her mercenary group's last mission. She was deceived by the employer, and the entire mercenary group perished under the iron hooves of the vampire knights. In the end, she fought the entire vampire army alone. although the result was that she won. But the mercenary group was left with only her and Aya. At the same time, Horn Woman arrived with Wendy. At the critical moment, Kinga finally woke up. Of course, she didn't forget to push Succubus away. And her seal was completely lifted at this moment. If you hit the like button and subscribe to my channel, you too can be as invincible as Kinga. But our Succubus was miserable. She bumped into the wall. Before she could even cry out in pain, a laser shot past her. And the laser was fired by the crazed Kinga. Our adorable Succubus was almost scared to death. At this moment, a pair of feet suddenly kicked open the cell door behind her. Then she was dragged inside like a dead pig by Junior Dragon Woman. But at the critical moment, her pants got caught. Before she could retrieve them, her poor pants were swept into ashes by the laser. Just like that, the Succubus cried, and she cried pitifully. She said, "Please go save Aiden. He can't hold on much longer." Junior Dragon Woman comforted her, saying, "Don't cry. What you just saw was only an illusion." Upon hearing this, the Succubus cried even more sorrowfully, saying, "That wasn't an illusion. It was a premonition. I saw my husband Aiden being defeated by a prisoner. I watched as he lay on the ground, barely hanging on. I never expected that all 250 prisoners would take turns raping him. The most important thing is that they didn't include me." At this moment, the battle between Kinga and Wendy has also reached a fever pitch. The entire prison was swept into the aftermath of the battle. At that moment, Weird Creature's cell door was suddenly kicked open. Afterward, she followed the main group to escape from this dangerous area. Warden Aiden was undoubtedly a failure at this moment. It would be his most proud henchman, Afshin. Now, however, he had become a vassal of the Ant Queen. Even the harmless necromancer Asina also chose to betray at the critical moment. Even the Kim he would carefully mentor also became the most loyal enforcer of the Ant Queen. Facing Kim, this little girl who is only 8 years old, the prison security zone completely lacked the ability to resist. Thus, the prisoners could leave here without any obstacles. At this moment, Ant Queen spoke up. "Teacher Afshin, I've always had a question. Why does the Witch Union prohibit transforming others? If we can produce a batch of weapons like Kim, wouldn't we be able to rule Fry Continent?" Afshin expressed her helplessness. She said, "You can try it, but let me warn you first. Since you have already embarked on the path of the evil god, please do not mention the Witch Union anymore. Also, do not tell others that Gaia and I are your teachers." Hearing this, the Ant Queen merely snorted coldly. In her heart, she no longer felt the need to rely on anyone. The scene shifts to Maddie. After the fall of the quarantine zone, she retreated all the way to the prison's power core with the warden. And the werewolf had been waiting here for a long time. A jailer raised a question at this moment. According to convention, once the prison alarm sounds, the army will arrive here within 15 minutes. But obviously, things did not develop this way. At the same time, the missing person Anthony finally reappeared. At this moment, he was inviting the army, which was supposed to support the prison, to drink. In his words, this uprising was just a performance by Lord Aiden. The purpose was to showcase his unparalleled strength. As soon as these words were spoken, none of the soldiers present had any doubt. After all, everyone knew that Aiden was the strongest man on the continent. But just at that moment, Anthony was suddenly attracted by a passing carriage. Inside, it was filled with power stones, the fuel needed for the operation of the prison's power core. Anthony quickly spoke out to stop him, but was told that the prison had purchased them at 3 times the price. This sentence directly stunned Anthony. It should be known that the prison's budget had already been cut. But where did Aiden get so much money from? In a place where he couldn't see, Sophia was leisurely drinking coffee. The scene shifts to Warden Aiden. Necromancer Asina is monitoring him at all times. She wants to witness Aiden taking action firsthand. But Aiden indicates that he is not in a hurry. He wants to see how well the warden's anti-riot drills have been practiced. But in reality, he was already panicking internally. Everything that is happening now was not part of his plan. If the power core gets breached, then this riot might actually succeed. But now, he has no other options. He can only try his best to act as if he has everything under control. Because if Asina finds out that he is not the real Aiden, she will definitely kill him without hesitation. Now he just hopes that no more unexpected incidents will occur. The scene cuts to action. Although everything is going smoothly with their actions so far, her naturally timid and cautious nature still makes her a bit worried. She fears that everything happening now is a trap set by Aiden. At this moment, her pet brings her some good news. It has discovered where Aiden is hiding. Now, Afshin's last concern is the notebook she handed over to Flanda. But she will find out about that soon. Meanwhile, outside the prison, a large number of rats suddenly appeared. As if receiving some kind of signal, they collectively rush toward Rose Prison. The scene shifts to the prison's power core, where the guards are currently lacking a commanding officer. They could only let Maddie temporarily take on the important responsibility. She commanded the guards to launch a fierce counterattack. At this moment, the Ant Queen also learned from the Snake Witch about Aiden's presence in the office. This is the opportunity she has been waiting for. Then she suddenly looked up and let out a loud cry. The scene shifts to the prison infirmary. The supposedly unconscious Aya suddenly opened her eyes. Even more bizarre is that the other prisoners also slowly stood up. However, their current state was like zombies. Moreover, 3 tentacles had grown out from their backs. It was previously mentioned that they ate the funeral flower that can control people. The location of the infirmary was very special. It had direct access to Aiden's office. Now his trusted lieutenants have all been dispatched to suppress the riot. And this group of prisoners controlled by the Ant Queen will be the last straw to break Aiden. At this moment, the werewolf once again smelled the scent of the funeral flower. In that instant, she also figured out Ant Queen's plan. But now, the battle for the power core had reached a fever pitch. On one side was Warden Aiden's life, on the other was the last barrier of Rose Prison. How should she choose? In a critical moment, she remembered what Flanda had said to her. If an unexpected situation arises in the future, please abandon everything at hand to protect Lord Aiden. Hearing this, Werewolf was very puzzled. With Lord Aiden's strength, does he still need my protection? After thinking for a long time, Flanda finally decided to tell her the truth. She said that Lord Aiden suddenly lost his memory 2 months ago. Now he is just an ordinary person. The reason for keeping it a secret all along is because there are too few trustworthy people in the prison now. No one can guarantee that there are no spies among the jailers and the district leaders. So I hope that if an unexpected situation arises, please don't forget the original intention of coming to the prison. And now, Werewolf is facing such a situation. On one side is Warden Aiden's life. On the other side is the last line of defense of the prison. At this moment, she suddenly begins to recall. Scenes of Aiden helping to clear her name constantly flashed through her mind. At that time, she was still wearing Aiden's coat. Upon thinking of this, the werewolf made up her mind. She was going to save the person she liked. At the same time, Flanda also ordered everyone to open the passage. This ensures that Werewolf can reach the medical room without any obstacles, thus blocking the prisoners controlled by Ant Queen. At the moment, they pushed the door open. Just then, the transformed werewolf also arrived. This time she will face it. It's a group of prisoners who resemble zombies. As soon as they met, she knocked down a prisoner. But before Werewolf could catch his breath, she was heavily punched by George. The camera cuts to Maddie. After the werewolf left, they began to suffer defeat after defeat. A jailer is very angry. "Is your idea of command to send us to our deaths?" Maddie responds. "It's clearly that you are too weak." She did used to be a commander before, but she was in charge of bandits. Now the jailers are about to hold out no longer. At the critical moment, a bold idea suddenly popped into Maddie's mind. She then ordered the prison guard to blow the retreat whistle. After receiving the order, all the prison guards began to retreat. Seeing this, the Ant Queen hurriedly ordered a pursuit to capitalize on the victory. In no time, a large number of offenders rushed towards the power core. And this was exactly the effect Maddie wanted. She decisively used intrinsic divine power, enchantment. Within just a few seconds, the area was covered by a pink gas. At first, the criminals didn't take it seriously at all. Some even thought it looked kind of nice. After all, who doesn't like pink? But in the next second, that pink gas suddenly became extremely foul-smelling. It was so foul-smelling that they vomited on the spot. Everything was under Maddie's control. This gas can evoke the most primal desires in people. But for women who have no such desire, the smell is just like excrement that has been fermenting for 2.5 years. A jailer understood. He asked, "You're trying to make them vomit continuously, and then have us retreat, right?" She said, "That would be a big mistake. Maddie knows that using this gas here would only disgust the enemy for a moment. But there are a lot of people here. Among hundreds of people, it is quite normal for there to be one woman who is interested in women. And once there is such a woman, she will become Maddie's most loyal puppet." Sure enough, at this moment, our old friend Snake Witch's face was flushed. This feeling of shame intoxicated her. The foul smell of excrement to others was a rich floral fragrance to Snake Witch. At this moment, her hand was suddenly grasped by someone. It was Maddie. In the eyes of the Snake Witch, she was a princess dressed in a noble gown. At this moment, Maddie began to speak. "Dear, this is our wedding ball." Upon hearing this, Snake Witch could hardly believe her ears. She so hoped that all of this wasn't just a dream. Maddie said, "Then you better hold me tight. The wedding is about to start." However, all of this is an illusion. In reality, the Snake Witch is being held by Maddie to launch an attack. And the target of the attack is surprisingly her teammate. The scene cuts to Ant Queen. She learns about Snake Witch's betrayal immediately. However, Ant Queen remains completely unperturbed, because she had long ago planted her mark within Snake Witch's body. At this moment, she suddenly heard other sounds by her ears. The place of the battle is just ahead. Number 13, the designation of the weird creature, clear the way quickly. The ones making the sound were precisely the few succubi who had escaped all the way from the prison. And by making way, she meant letting the weird creature show the Ant Queen the text she had written. It was mentioned earlier that the text written by the weird creature was cursed. Due to the sudden incident, the Ant Queen was completely unprepared. Next, everyone will see Ant Queen's memories from childhood to adulthood. Like many villains, Ant Queen also had a tragic childhood. It was her Gaia mentor who brought her out of the forbidden area. However, due to Gaia consuming a large amount of magic power during the process, it was no longer possible to bring the young Ant Queen out of the forbidden area. So she left the Ant Queen in a hidden tree hole and went back to replenish her magic power first. She planned to come back to pick her up the next day. But as soon as Gaia left, a voice started constantly tempting the Ant Queen. That voice came from Blackie not far away. She let out a creepy laugh and was constantly persuading the Ant Queen to come to her. She said, "Is the child hungry? I have big and fat worms here." This scene terrified the Ant Queen. At this moment, she wished so much that Mentor Gaia were by her side. She started to flee desperately. The will to survive unleashed astonishing power in her small body. But the path was filled with thorns. Where could a little child like her possibly escape to? When she opened her eyes again, she had already been rescued by Gaia. At this moment, she was in Afshin's mansion. At that time, Gaia had no intention of recruiting her into the Witch Union. But at this moment, the weak Ant Queen actually called out "Mama" to her. Gaia thought she was mistaken. She couldn't believe the Ant Queen had mistaken her for its mother. But only the Ant Queen knew. This was merely a means to survive. It turned out that her biological mother would tell her. If she ever had the chance to get out alive, she should call any man she meets Dad. She was very fortunate, because Gaia had just experienced the pain of losing her daughter at that time. And what's even more unbelievable is, the young Ant Queen actually bore an 80% resemblance to her deceased daughter. In the end, she became Gaia's direct disciple as she wished. The scene shifts to 1 year later. Ant Queen's first human experiment was discovered by Gaia. She was very angry. How could you, such a young child, bring yourself to do it? Ant Queen cried very sadly. She said, "I'm sorry, Mom. I just wanted to win first place in the competition to make you happy." In the end, Gaia chose to forgive her and sent someone to clean up the mess. The scene shifts to the Witch Apprentice tournament 3 months later. Gaia is presenting an award to the first-place contestant. Seated in the audience, the Ant Queen has a face full of sorrow. How she wishes that person could be herself. But due to the limitations of her talent, the Ant Queen has always been the last member of the Witch Union. After returning to her residence, she hid in the arms of a puppet. This was the Gaia she created for herself. In fact, Ant Queen also understood that she was just a substitute for Gaia's biological daughter. If she didn't show some results, Ant Queen would eventually be abandoned. So she once again set her sights on human modification. To deceive everyone, Ant Queen decided to have the modifiers undergo plastic surgery to look like herself. This is because the Witch Union stipulated that only the individual themselves could undergo modification. But it was obvious that this kind of self-deception couldn't fool others. In the end, she was personally expelled from the Witch Union by Gaia. She also coincidentally returned to the Forbidden Area again. At this moment, the Ant Queen was completely in despair, because the childhood voice appeared again. "Little bug, you've come back again, huh?" Heavy rain is the main theme of the Forbidden Area. Even the lightning here is a strange green. I believe that everyone can notice the numerous tentacles that appear in the middle. This also implies that the Ant Queen is afflicted with an unspeakable curse. Witch Action, seeing that something was wrong, immediately began chanting a spell. As she chanted, Action's magic hat slowly transformed into a human face, and a spell was emitted from its mouth. Then, the weird creature turned into an adorable doll. Seeing this, Succubus quickly spoke up. "We are not here to fight you. There are monsters chasing us. Please let us pass." However, the next second, they turned into chibi-style dolls. The cute Succubus even transformed directly into a caterpillar. "No matter what, I can't let you disrupt the current situation." As she was speaking, bursts of lightning suddenly came from behind her. This powerful force even made the usually calm Action feel startled. And the source of the power was Kinga. As soon as she saw Action, she rushed towards him. This scene immediately frightened the timid Succubus to tears. At this moment, Action began to recite the incantation again. As the incantation was recited, half of her face transformed into that of a demon, and several additional arms emerged. As Kinga was about to approach her, Action suddenly shot a magical seal towards her. In an instant, Kinga's figure continuously shrunk. Ultimately, she was fixed inside an eyeball. And a maze was gradually being constructed around her. A few people temporarily escaped from danger. But this hit also consumed a great deal of Action's mana. At this moment, the power core area behind her suddenly exploded. It was Maddie who caused the commotion by controlling the Snake Witch. At this time, a jailer said to Maddie, "The deputy warden asked me to tell you that the Snake Witch's anti-magic device has been removed. You can control her at will, but remember to keep her alive." Upon hearing this, Maddie nodded. The scene shifts to Snake Witch's fantasy world. Maddie is getting ready to share a bridal chamber with her. At this moment, Snake Witch is very shy. She says, "Baby, isn't our progress a bit too fast?" Hearing her say this, Maddie slowly rubbed her leg against her a few times. She says, "Don't be nervous, my baby. I have an ancestral massage technique here that can make you feel so good you'll roll your eyes." The scene returns to reality. Under her continuous massage, the Snake Witch completely breaks free from the restraints. She single-handedly held off all the rioting prisoners. At this moment, our old friend Vampire stepped forward. We saw her dodge all the attacks with her movements. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of the Snake Witch. But just as the vampire was about to swing the knife to kill her, several arrows suddenly appeared on her arm. It was Aiden's bounty hunter servant who made the move. Seeing the situation was not in their favor, Vampire quickly transformed back into a bat and fled. The scene shifts to outside the prison. A prison guard is desperately trying to stop the bounty hunters from setting up a defensive line at the prison gate. "You guys need to leave quickly. Be careful not to get killed by the magic circle at the gate." And she is the mole that Anthony planted. At this moment, the district chief emerged and said, "I haven't even spoken. Why are you in such a hurry? I just set up a magic circle." Hearing this, the traitor instantly panicked. She even tried to explain something. The scene shifts back to the prison. At this moment, the bounty hunter has already joined the fight. The current situation is no longer optimistic for the Ant Queen. At this moment, a skeleton suddenly appeared behind them. Ashen recognized it. This was exactly the undead summoned by Asina. He said, "Only this few people have died so far. Can you still fight or not?" Afterwards, Ashen briefly told her what had just happened. After learning about the situation, Asina also expressed her stance. "As long as you can fight Aiden to a draw, I will join you." This way, Ant Queen has gained a lot more chances of winning. At this moment, she thought of the group of prisoners she controlled. She wondered how far they had gotten. Thinking of this, the Ant Queen quickly checked on their situation. The next second, her expression suddenly changed dramatically, because that group of prisoners had been knocked down by the werewolf single-handedly. But she was seriously injured as a result. At that moment, footsteps could be heard again. The person who arrived was none other than the noble Ostina. She slowly pulled out several tentacles from behind her. It was obvious that she too was controlled by the Ant Queen. Earlier, she was playing poker with her friends. Whoever lost had to eat the breakfast sent from the prison. And in it, there was also the funeral flower placed by Ant Queen. However, it seems like she has already broken free from Ant Queen's control. Just as she walked up to Werewolf, Werewolf spoke. "Either go back now," he said, "or die here." Faced with Werewolf's rude words, Ostina laughed. She said, "I didn't expect to encounter such fun with someone like you in prison. It looks like you haven't recovered from primal awareness yet, but I have no intention of returning to the infirmary. Are you sure you want to make a move on me?" The camera cuts to Ashen. She says, "You're about to face Aiden soon. You better call those so-called daughters of yours right away." Upon hearing this, the Ant Queen said coldly, "Don't bother with them anymore. They are no longer of any use." As they were speaking, a small bat flew over. "She is our old friend, Vampire." Seeing that the situation was not right, Vampire quickly followed the Ant Queen and the others into the portal. The other prisoners also noticed something unusual. If the Ant Queen escaped, how would this ragtag group manage to break out of prison? At this time, the power core of the prison had been completely taken over by the bounty hunters. It should be noted that their magic is unrestricted. In contrast, the prisoners can only use 10% of their magic power. There are still a large number of prisoners who haven't broken out from both sides of the warning zone. As soon as Ant Queen left, they were thrown into complete chaos. At that moment, Horned Woman suddenly took a punch. She said, "Anyway, we have already been abandoned, so we might as well capture you now and make amends." Hearing this, Horned Woman became furious. She unleashed her ultimate move. The prisoner from earlier was instantly pinned to the spot. Her friend Water Monster was furious on the spot. She said, "You actually killed my best friend." At this moment, Horned Woman also realized something was wrong. With her current magical power, she couldn't kill anyone. She said, "It was the magic suppressing collar that failed at the moment she cast the spell." However, nobody believed her explanation. the two groups quickly started quarreling. The scene shifts to Flanda, who is in prison power core. She lifts the restrictions on inmate 1890. She is about to have a confrontation with 1240. Upon hearing this, the warden of District 4 immediately began to review the files of both individuals. 1240 is a water monster with a sea-level danger rating. She is also the dead inmate's friend. 1890 has a B-level danger rating. She is Horn Woman's friend. According to the analysis of District 4 leader, as long as 1890's magic suppressing collar is lowered to level 3, 1240 can be killed with one move. At the same time, the two have already started fighting. At the moment the two made their move, Flanda immediately ordered a power reduction. After receiving the order, the jailer immediately took action. As her magic power recovered, Ibaijo surprisingly managed to defeat the water monster in one move. And all of this was prearranged by Warden Aiden. By fine-tuning the collar to eliminate some unimportant troublemakers. This way, Parliament cannot be held accountable afterward. On the other hand, it can make the suspicious action apprehensive, allowing Aiden to find her flaws and deal with her. As expected, Action's expression indeed became serious. She didn't understand what Aiden was up to again. If they wanted to kill a group of criminals, why go through all this trouble? However, at this point, she had no way out. The scene shifts to Warden Aiden's office. Asina calmly said to him, "Warden, they are coming right away." Upon hearing this, Aiden's eyes instantly became sharp. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The scene shifts to the prison lobby. Ant Queen arrives here with a large group of henchmen. She said, "Good afternoon, my dear Warden. I didn't expect you to come out and greet me in person. I'm truly flattered." He said, "Good afternoon, 3340. Oh no, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call you Isabella." As he was speaking, the Ant Queen had already completed her transformation. A great battle was inevitable. Warden Aiden's true strength will soon be revealed. At this moment, battles are taking place in every corner of Rose Prison. The scene shifts to Werewolf. As she faces Ostina, she suddenly begins to have flashbacks. When she was still training as a werewolf guard, her instructor often said that once Werewolf activates primal awareness, it is very easy for her to lose her sanity. Her mind would be occupied with the thought of killing the opponent. Therefore, before the battle, it is crucial to firmly establish her objectives. Strictly demand yourself not to do anything beyond the objective. Once the task is completed, just sit quietly and wait for consciousness to return. But one day, you will encounter people with strange tattoos. You will find that your combat skills are completely useless. So when that time comes, you must forget everything I taught you. Just release your full beastliness. At this moment, Ostina is such a person. As the eldest princess of the ancient god family, her combat power completely crushed the werewolf. With one punch, she can shatter a wall made of mithril. The werewolf can only rely on speed to continuously dodge in front of her. But she had already expended a lot of energy just now. Very soon, Ostina was in front of her. She stomped heavily. The spot where the werewolf was just now instantly turned into a ruin. At this moment, the words of the instructor came to Werewolf's mind. When you encounter such a person, forget everything. If you want to survive, unleash your beastliness. Completely different from her awkwardness, Ostina appeared very relaxed. She said, "It's really not easy. It actually allowed me to find a rare warm-up sparring partner here." The scene shifts to the Rose Prison lobby. Warden Aiden is confronting a few people from the Ant Queen faction. He slowly spoke in a calm tone. "Since you're all here, have you decided who will be the first to die?" Upon hearing this, the usually arrogant Ant Queen fell silent. The cautious and timid Ashen lowered his head directly. However, they had planned everything before the riot. First, let Kim pretend to defect. Then find an opportunity for her to poison Aiden. As for Ashen, she would seize the moment to completely take him out. Soon, the third step of their plan succeeded. Kim successfully returned to Aiden's side. She said, "Lord Aiden, I've figured it out. She and Anthony are in cahoots. From now on, let me protect you." As she spoke, she also quietly moved closer to Aiden. But just as she was about to make her move according to the plan, Aiden suddenly spoke. "Have you finished the homework I assigned you?" Hearing this, Kim was instantly struck like lightning. This also caused her to miss the best opportunity to take action. Seeing this, Queen secretly thought something was wrong. Because after hearing that sentence, Kim completely lost control. At this moment, she is trying hard to recall what the homework is in her mind. And Aiden had already known this result for a long time. He knew that in Kim's mind, there were only two choices, yes or no. But through Aiden's continuous teaching every day, he allowed her to have more ideas in her mind. All it takes is to throw out a proposition. She would continuously associate ideas, and ultimately, the vast amount of information would leave her with no energy to execute Ant Queen's orders. In the first round of competition between the two, it was Aiden who achieved victory. At this moment, Ant Queen quickly pulled Kim to her side and sent another capable lieutenant, Afshin. Aiden looked at this, his most proud hitman. Aiden let out a wicked smile. He said, "The last person who should be rebelling in this prison is you. Did you really think I forgot about the curse of the contract? If I remember correctly, the spell should be this one, right?" She said, "Lord Aiden, please stop. I have my reasons for doing this. There are too many rioters. I can't stop them all by myself. So I can only protect the weakest prisoners in the jail from being harmed." Gilala, who was suddenly mentioned by name, felt a bit stunned. She originally wanted to say something else. But how could Afshin possibly give her the chance? Even though he knew she was talking nonsense, Aiden still chose to forgive her. The truth is, he didn't know anything about the contract spell. When he first transmigrated into Old Deng's body, the document recording the contract spell happened to be covered in ink. Aiden originally wanted to take this opportunity to completely turn Afshin against them. But she seemed not to have discovered the contents of the notebook. This led to his psychological pressure not having the best effect. However, the current situation has gradually become clearer. Kim has fallen into confusion. Afshin has backed down. Necromancer Asina also chose to remain neutral. The Ant Queen herself actually doesn't have much combat ability. It's still very difficult for her to defeat Aiden on her own. The scales of victory have already begun to tip in his favor. But at this moment, an unexpected change occurred again. Our old friend Vampire suddenly lost control of his body. At that very second, countless tentacles suddenly emerged from her back. It was the Ant Queen who had completed the possession of her. You all keep calling him Master Aiden. But from my perspective, he hasn't done anything besides making a few harsh statements. People who don't know might think I grew up being scared. Today, I want to see what you're really made of." Upon hearing this, Aiden laughed. He said, "If I were to fight a prisoner of your level, people would say I'm bullying the weak." At this moment, Afshin interrupted him. She said, "Lord Aiden, you've been challenged like this. It would be unreasonable not to take action, wouldn't it?" Asina also spoke at the crucial moment. "The rioting prisoners are right before us. Lord Aiden, please pass judgment." Aiden had no way out. If he didn't make a move now, even a fool could see that there was a problem. After thinking for a moment, Aiden chose to take the initiative. Since that's the case, I might as well stretch my muscles. But I can't just bully people. How about I exhaust my own magic power first? As he spoke, he was about to use the only spell he knew, the flash spell. His words easily deceived Afshin and Asina. Ant Queen felt very strange. If you use the flash spell, won't everyone have to close their eyes? Do you intend to defeat the vampire with ultrasonic hearing while keeping your eyes closed? Ant Queen guessed correctly. Aiden wants everyone to close their eyes. Because if they were to fight directly, Afshin would definitely be able to tell at a glance that he is an imposter. So the only option is to use the flash spell to cover everyone's eyes, as much as possible. Moreover, vampires are a race specialized in night battles. Isn't Aiden one too? I ran in the dark Nether River for 8 years to gain the qualification for rebirth. Next, I will explain from Aiden's perspective why he came to this world. After I died in the original world, my soul kept falling. Eventually, I turned into a terrifying undead. At that time, I was unconscious. I only knew to run forward with the other undead, because there was a voice constantly enticing us. The voice said, "Children, follow my voice. Come to my side. I will grant the victor a second life." In the end, I ran in the river Styx for 8 years before achieving ultimate victory. I also received a second life as I had wished. That is, Warden Aiden of Rose Prison. At the same time, Vampire also sounded the horn of attack. Facing her charge, Aiden severed her right arm with a single sword strike. But his attack seemed laughable in the eyes of the Ant Queen, because Vampire's talent is limb regeneration. In the blink of an eye, she grew a new right arm. Then Ant Queen comforted Kim while controlling Vampire to continue the attack. At this moment, Aiden recalled his experience with the Styx River. At that time, Meliphilia seemed like a complete mad woman. She said, "Children, faster! Run more intensely! There is only one spot for rebirth. The losers will be swallowed by the river Styx." The scene returns to reality. Aiden pierced the vampire's chest with a sword. Then he swung the iron sword, leaving wounds all over her body. But no matter how hard he tried, the vampire's wounds would heal in the blink of an eye. The next second, her counterattack arrived. The vampire punched Aiden in the head. Seeing this, Ant Queen said proudly, "Is this Aiden you speak of really no different?" However, the next second she couldn't laugh anymore. She saw Vampire's left hand, covered in Aiden's fresh blood. It was melting at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Asina spoke up. "Don't you know that Aiden was soaked in holy water? His blood is like molten lava to you." Upon hearing this, Vampire realized how foolish a thing he had done. But it was already too late. Aiden had smeared blood on his fist. In the next second, he appeared in front of the vampire. He threw a fierce punch at her dog's head. Not far away, Afshin also started his own plan. She casually awakened the sleeping Gilala. Then she used a transformation spell to turn her into a little frog. Afterward, Afshin and she achieved shared vision. Wooden elves are naturally able to see through a person's mental and emotional state. She wants to use this opportunity to verify whether the current Aiden is a fraud. However, unfortunately, in Jalala's eyes, Aiden's emotions did not leak out at all. At the same time, a group of rats also rushed into the prison warehouse. The reason Afshin was easily scared away by Aiden is partly because she fears the contract spell. The other reason is that she is afraid of the notes Aiden previously gave to Flanda. However, she will soon know the contents of the notes. The camera cuts to Asina. She says, "You can do something around Aiden's right leg." 2 months ago, his right leg suddenly developed issues. This led him to use a cane. Upon hearing this, the Ant Queen immediately understood. She controlled Vampire, dodging while looking for an opportunity. Soon, she found a flaw in Aiden's defense. She delivered a sidekick that forcefully struck his right leg. Aiden was instantly overwhelmed by intense pain. The severe injury to his right leg caused his body to lose balance. And Vampire took the opportunity to snatch the sword from Aiden's hand. She said, "Now you can't even stand up. I want to see how you're going to fight." As she was speaking, Aiden suddenly threw his coat at her. However, she easily tore it into pieces. For a moment, the papers inside the coat flew everywhere. This scene once again reminded Aiden of Meliphilia. She said, "Children, hold on. The finish line is right in front of you. The first vengeful spirit to touch my palm will be reborn." Just like that, Aiden ran in the dark river of the underworld for a full 8 years. In these 8 years, he never stopped moving forward, just to attain that elusive rebirth. Finally, one day he arrived in front of Meliphilia. "Children, the finish line is right in front of you. The first one to touch my palm, the undead, will be reborn." As soon as she finished speaking, a gigantic figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In front of him, the other undead looked like ants. He just waved his hand lightly. The undead charging at the front flew out. At this moment, Aiden stood in the middle of the team. He was thinking about how to turn the situation around. Suddenly, he forcefully punched his right leg. At this moment, Meliphilia was already announcing the results. "Congratulations on defeating everyone. You will be reborn on the corpse of Aiden Gallo. Now touch your palm to receive your reward." Upon hearing this, the monster let out a muffled laugh. But at that moment, a right leg suddenly flew past in front of him. The leg traced a graceful arc through the air. It eventually landed in the outstretched palm of Meliphilia. That's right. The owner of this leg is the unreborn Aiden. At this moment, his appearance is more like a devil than a devil. And Meliphilia, after experiencing a brief moment of distraction, also gradually came to her senses. Then she looked up and laughed heartily. She said, "This is what's fun! Congratulations, little one, you won." The scene shifts to reality. Aiden, after being struck in the right leg by the vampire, took the opportunity to throw his coat at her. Then, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed the sword from Vampire's hand. His blood flowed out instantly. But Aiden did not stop his actions. At this moment, a pair of large hands reached Vampire's head. The next second, she was pinned to the ground by Aiden. Aiden then swung his fists and repeatedly punched her in the face. This scene was just like years ago when he swung his fists and struck his own right leg. Finally, Vampire couldn't take it anymore. She used her intrinsic divine power and ran out. At this time, she had already been beaten so badly that she couldn't walk steadily. Not far away, the Ant Queen was grinding her teeth to the point of breaking. She had overestimated the vampire and underestimated Aiden. At this moment, Aiden slowly picked up his fallen cane. Then he forcefully threw it towards the vampire. It turned out that hidden under the cane was actually a sharp sword. The sharp sword precisely pierced into the vampire's chest. Then she weakly fell to her knees on the ground. He said, "Vampire's skin is very thin. Just a few hits, and it can't take it. I just don't know how thick your skin is, Ant Queen." Hearing this, Ant Queen's eyes suddenly widened. Aiden's brutal appearance just now had truly scared her. But she has no other options right now. Kim won't be able to regain his combat strength in the short term. She had no choice but to shout to Asina, "Can you hold off Aiden for a few minutes? Kim will be back on his feet soon." Upon hearing this, Asina replied disdainfully, "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you." She said, "She's already told you the weaknesses. Yet you're still performing like this. Take my advice and surrender quickly." Seeing this, Ant Queen turned her gaze towards Afshin again. "Teacher, please help me." But Afshin did not pay attention to her. Her face was covered in cold sweat. Because she saw the contents of the notebook. It turned out to be a list of executions from the prison, and it was filled with names below. Aiden instantly understood everything when he saw her like this. In his view, this riot was about to end. Afterward, he smiled and came up to Afshin. "Now is the best time to kill me. Do you want to give it a try?" But Afshin did not speak, because she was already afraid. And this was exactly Aiden's ultimate goal. From the beginning, he knew that this riot was not about who had more people. The jailers could withdraw defensive facilities or abandon them. But none of these would determine the outcome, because this world is not Earth. In the prison, there are many people or heresy monsters who wield incredible powers. Some S-class prisoners can easily destroy a city. Therefore, competing for the 3 gold medal fighters is the key to victory. Now Kim is already paralyzed. Asina is an out-and-out fence-sitter. So the current focus is Afshin. And Aiden has long thought of a countermeasure. To deal with clever people, you have to use the simplest method. At this moment, Afshin started to sweat profusely after seeing the notebook. Because the notebook contained a list of executions. Anyone who had committed 2 offenses in prison and participated in the riot. 2. Secret executions are permitted for brawls in the prison cafeteria. Aiden's gaze has become increasingly sharp. I believe someone as smart as you can easily understand the rules of the 3 executions, right? Number 4099 first stole a cell key. The second time, he assaulted an inmate in the cafeteria. If he participates in a riot again, he can be executed. Number 2933 first sprayed vomit at a prison guard. The second time, he assaulted an inmate in the cafeteria. If she participates in a riot again, she may be executed. And when these 2 prisoners were executed, Afshin happened to witness both with her own eyes. At this moment, the Ant Queen spoke to her. Teacher, you need to act quickly. Kim will recover in just 3 minutes. But Aiden knew she would not make a move. Afshin was already completely trapped in his snare. Meanwhile, over at the prison's power core, a large number of prisoners on the list were being executed. No one knows why they died. And a rat was quietly observing everything. To explain, the rat is actually Afshin's other eye. At this moment, Afshin finally understood everything. She had wondered at the beginning of the riot why the guards used tranquilizer darts instead of lethal weapons. It turned out that most of the inmates did not meet the conditions for execution. At the same time, more and more prisoners were being executed. Even the bodies of rats were sprayed with fresh blood. The scene shifts back to Aiden. He had actually realized from the very beginning of the riot that the current number of prison guards was absolutely insufficient to stop the rioting prisoners. Although the stun grenades might make the guards lose even faster, they could lay a good foundation for the final escape. This can make Afshin believe that I will keep my promise. If he doesn't make 3 mistakes, I won't take lethal action. At that moment, Afshin suddenly opened his eyes wide. She surprisingly saw herself on the execution list. She never thought that all the bad things she had secretly done before had been discovered by Aiden. At this moment, Aiden said to her, I am now not only without magic power, but also very injured and weak. Afshin ignored his provocation. She was thinking, I have clearly already joined the riot. Why hasn't he taken action yet and keeps trying to lure me instead? Meanwhile, Aiden was also thinking. He certainly didn't want Afshin to actually take action. Aiden was betting that she had already understood the logic behind the execution list. At that moment, Afshin finally figured it out. She thought, ever since the riot started, Aiden has been in the office and hasn't come out. He has no idea what I did during the riot. At that moment, Afshin finally figured it out. She thought, ever since the riot started, Aiden has been in the office and hasn't come out. He has no idea what I did during the riot. So he has no evidence that I was involved in the riot. But if I make a move now, that would give him the grounds for execution. He will surely kill me without hesitation. No one knows if he is pretending to be like this. Moreover, with just 1 contract spell from him, I would die instantly. At the same time, Aiden knew that the decisive moment was approaching. He said, Even now, you don't dare to make a move. You are simply disgracing your witch union. Upon hearing this, Afshin's pupils suddenly dilated. The talkative Ant Queen also fell silent at this moment. Asina, on the other hand, looked on coldly from the side. Aiden, however, stood there with an indifferent expression. He said, I've already died once. I'm not afraid to gamble my life with you. At this moment, Ant Queen couldn't help but speak up. Teacher, you are the chief mentor of the Witch Union. If you don't teach him a lesson today, the reputation of our entire Witch Union will be ruined. Hearing this, Afshin let out a gentle sigh. Then she said something that the Ant Queen could never have imagined. She said, So what if it's destroyed? Honestly, I'm very lonely too. It's not as warm as it is in the Rose prison. Lord Aiden not only cares about me, but also buys me sweets. Perhaps when I'm ready someday, I'll have a child with Aiden. Aiden didn't know what to say at that moment. Don't be fooled by Afshin's gentle and beautiful appearance now. Actually, she was already laughing internally. She thought to herself, Aiden, if you want to find an excuse to get rid of me, it's not that simple. I know you're not good with topics about men and women. Let me soften you up first. We have a long future ahead. Then she continued, As for Ant Queen, you repeatedly sabotage my relationship with Aiden. Surrender to me immediately. Otherwise, I will personally teach you a lesson. Asina also made her position clear at this moment. She said Afshin was right. You are wasting time by trying to resist. I really will start hitting people. Ant Queen looked at these two people and had no solutions either. But she knew the situation was beyond saving. She slowly lowered her head. She said, I surrender to you, Lord Aiden. At this moment, Aiden finally let out a sigh of relief. But he still pretended to be indifferent and said, Then everyone disperse. Don't forget to take her away. At this moment, the Ant Queen is undoubtedly defeated. She recalled the scene of being abandoned by her mentor Gaia. At that time, she was as lonely and helpless as she is now. But suddenly her expression changed sharply. So, relying on others is still not as good as relying on yourself. Then she took advantage of Aiden's inattention. Launched the strongest attack on him. But it was blocked by Afshin using the firewall technique. However, things didn't end there. The Ant Queen suddenly flung Kim out. Then she pointed in Aiden's direction. Kim, finish him off for me. Upon receiving the order, Kim immediately raised the butcher knife high. At this point, Kim, designated as number 3201 and nicknamed Blood Death Monster, completely unleashed his shackles. At this moment, Asina could no longer hold back. While chanting a spell, she shouted at the Ant Queen. You brought this upon yourself. You can't blame anyone else. As soon as the words were spoken, Kim instantly sensed the aura of danger. Then, her jade foot suddenly stomped on the ground. The next second, Asina's attack arrived. But it was evaded by Kim with an extremely strange posture. Asina saw that one strike had failed. Asina chanted the spell again. As she chanted slowly, a large skeleton army emerged from the ground. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded Kim impenetrably. In front of them, Kim could not even resist. And Afshin was also not idle. The Ant Queen was easily suppressed by her onto the ground. She said that asking you to surrender was not a joke. Upon hearing this, the Ant Queen suddenly laughed. Are you treating me like a stray dog on the roadside? Just discarding me when I'm no longer useful? Afshin said. Why keep a dog that has never been tamed since childhood? You don't seriously think that the little golden retriever you created can defeat Asina, do you? At this moment, Ant Queen laughed again. She said, I almost forgot your stereotype of me, teacher. From childhood to adulthood, the only thing you've ever done is deny everything about me. As long as it's something made by me, Isabella, it must be wrong. Because I am an ordinary person who gained entry into the witch union through opportunistic means. If I can surpass those so-called geniuses, it must be through cheating or underhanded means. Then, Teacher Afshin, guess how I managed to fight my way out step by step from the forbidden area. On the other side, Kim. Her arm was forcibly cut into 2 pieces. Then it was her thigh and ankle. Under the relentless attack of the skeleton army, Kim was chopped into 10 pieces all over his body. However, in the next second, her wounds began to heal at an extremely fast rate. In an instant, she transformed into a monster with the body of a human and the tail of a snake. From this, Kim entered the complete blood death monster state. Afshin was also secretly amazed. She had been beaten like that, and could still recover. Hearing this, the Ant Queen proudly said, This is the wonder of Kim's body. It can instantly stop and bounce back against rapid attacks. And slow cuts can quickly restore themselves. Additionally, the enemy's attacks can accelerate her to cover her entire body with venom to dissolve the enemy. Of course, I need to remind you of one thing. If I die, she will completely fall into a frenzied state. then you will have to face an indestructible poisonous monster. At the same time, Kim has already launched a counterattack. In her full form, she is 100% capable of crushing the skeleton army. Very soon, she rushed to the front of Aiden again. In the critical moment, Asina quickly summoned a skeleton giant to protect Aiden. Then the skeleton giant immediately drew its bow and arrow, ready to shoot at her. But this did not affect Kim's offensive pace at all. At this moment, Aiden, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. He said, "Kim, you need to think carefully. If you move forward, there will truly be no turning back." Hearing this, the Ant Queen sneered. She said, "Do you think you can still control my daughter? Good daughter, quickly kill him for me." However, Kim demonstrated with his actions that she was wrong. After Aiden finished saying that sentence, she threw her weapon on the ground and couldn't stop trembling all over. Even more terrifying is that this emotionless killing machine actually shed tears after seeing something. And this thing was the doll that had fallen out from Aiden's coat. That doll looked very ordinary. Not far away, Gilala, who had turned into a frog, also made a surprising discovery. She actually saw sadness in Kim's emotions. At this moment, she finally remembered. It seemed like she had seen that doll somewhere before. At that time, when Kim was reading the fairy tale, the illustration in that book was exactly this doll, right? Suddenly, Gilala made another discovery. She saw Aiden's bandaged, injured left hand. This gave her a very familiar feeling. Previously, when Aiden was opening Kim's cell door, his fingers were already injured. And at that time, when Aiden released Gilala from prison to buy seeds, there will be a short knife on the table, and there are many wood chips scattered around. Could it be the doll that just fell? There is also the fairy tale book that Kim will hold in her hand. They were all specially created for her by Master Aiden. The screen returns to the previously well-behaved Kim speaking to Gilala. "Master Aiden told me that once I start school, I can read the story from this book to more children. That way, I can make more friends." The screen returns to the present. Warden Aiden raises his hand to stop the skeleton giant from shooting an arrow, while looking at the continuously crying Kim with a sympathetic gaze. Not far away, the Ant Queen's mindset totally collapsed. She didn't understand what had happened. She also couldn't figure out why Kim would stop. The scene shifts to the mental world of Ant Queen. At this moment, Kim's entire body is trembling uncontrollably. The next second, Kim is lifted into the air. As she continued to rise, countless tentacles connected to Ant Queen also emerged. She said, "Kim, you actually want to break free from my control. What benefits did Aiden give you?" But Kim did not respond to her. Her eyes were fixed on the exit that was within reach. The scene shifted to Aiden. At the time, he had asked Flanda to buy books for Kim. What he got in return were all books about flattering the powerful and committing murder and robbery. Aiden had no choice but to write it himself from memory. Before starting to write, he said to Kim, "Have you heard the story of Snow White?" The scene returned to the mental world of Ant Queen. A block of wood slowly rose from the lava. Soon it turned into a small pavilion made of wood. Kim, who had returned to normal, was sitting obediently inside. Aiden said I could change the direction of the story. Thinking of this, she said to the puppet in front of her, "Don't ever eat apples given by strangers." Strangely, the puppet was actually alive. It asked in confusion, "What does that mean?" At this moment, the Ant Queen finally figured it out. Were these the stubborn memories of Kim? Then a giant tentacle reached out from the magma. At the same time, the small pavilion turned into a staircase. A puppet shouted at the girl in front of him, "Miss, what is your name?" At this moment, Kim, holding wooden shoes, stopped it. "Don't worry. I know where Cinderella's house is. Just follow me." This scene made the Ant Queen even more puzzled. She didn't understand what it meant and couldn't comprehend why Kim would be attracted to such a thing. At this moment, Kim stopped another puppet. She asked, "Are you going to Grandma's house?" This road is very dangerous with wolves. Let me take you there. It said. Sure. Then come with me to visit Grandma's house. And the puppets in Kim's memory were all carved by Aiden himself, because it was his first time making them. So not only were his fingers injured, the puppets he carved were not very good-looking either. But Aiden still held the camera. He took a picture of Kim with the puppet. The scene returns to reality. Kim is crying like a child who has done something wrong. Not far away, Gilala looks incredulous. Lord Aiden's method actually worked. A long time ago, when Aiden was reading her a story, she had said, "Your effort is useless because she cannot understand." He said, "I don't expect her to understand anything. I just want her to learn to imagine, to have her own daydreams. Only by knowing what she wants can she completely become a real person with flesh and blood, rather than merely a weapon that kills." The scene shifts back to the mental world of the Ant Queen. She now resembles an outright madwoman. She said, "Kim, I created you. Only I can protect you. In this world, only I will love you." The scene cuts back to Aiden in the real world. He says, "Do you remember what I told you? You can change the course of the story. But if you continue to listen to the Ant Queen, your fate will be a lifetime in prison, forever without a response from others. If you listen to yourself, you will have the chance to break free from the cage and feel the response of the whole world." This sentence seemed to completely illuminate Kim's parched soul. The scene returns to when she asked, "If I help Little Red Riding Hood, will she respond to me?" Sitting opposite her, Aiden said with a big smile, "Of course. Friends in the real world always greet each other. Do you want to know how Little Red Riding Hood will respond to you?" The camera shifts to Snow White from earlier. She asks, "The apple is poisoned, right?" And says, "Thank you for the warning. I will be careful." Next is Little Red Riding Hood. She says, "Thank you for saving me and my grandmother. Would you like to come to my house as a guest?" The scene returns to reality once again. Kim stopped crying. A dazzling light appeared in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the mental world that trapped her, the exit began to grow larger and brighter. The dark mental world of the Ant Queen was covered by light. Wooden castles suddenly appeared out of thin air. Eventually, it formed a world made of wood carvings. I believe there are many plots that everyone didn't understand. In fact, Kim's soul was trapped in the mental world of the Ant Queen. This is also why she followed the Ant Queen's orders without question. And Aiden discovered this issue. He used his own method to give the emotionless Kim her own thoughts. The real Kim actually has a vivid imagination just like many other children. And the Ant Queen will also lose her strongest and final trump card. The scene first comes to the Rose Prison Power Core. The jailers were urgently dispatched to the medical room because they already knew about the fight between Werewolf and Ostina. This is a big deal. You have to know that Ostina is a half-god whose power is not restricted. At this moment, two figures appeared behind them. The next second, the two suddenly launched an attack on the jailer. After being hit on the head, the jailer instantly fell down. And the attacker was none other than Pirate Annie, she said proudly. Breaking through the prison head-on is impossible. The only chance lies in the infirmary route. The other person was horse thief Catherine. She said, "After we get out of the infirmary, we'll head straight to the prison stable. Then we'll use the horse raised by Aiden to trample the magic circle at the main gate." Thinking of this, the two of them shed tears of excitement, as if freedom was just ahead waiting for them. The two of them held hands and were as happy as a 3-year-old fool. However, imagination is beautiful. Reality, however, is cruel. At this moment, the infirmary is even bloodier than the power core of a prison. Packed tightly here are all prisoners taken down by the werewolf. Both of them were baffled. She said, "Since when was the infirmary turned into a morgue?" At that moment, they were suddenly swept up by a gust of wind. And the source of the wind was Ostina. She was chanting with her head down. As she finished speaking, her arm bracelet suddenly exploded. The next second, a massive magic circle appeared behind her. Then countless stones surged toward her. The stones assembled into armor on her body. But Annie and Catherine were in trouble. Ostina's immense power seemed as if it was about to absorb them as well. A second later, Ostina completed her transformation. Her entire body was tightly encased in a layer of armor. At the same time, the werewolf was also ready. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind: to defeat Ostina. The battle between the two officially began. Werewolf was the first to charge towards Ostina, while Ostina stood their ground, taking a stance to throw a punch. The moment the two collided, the entire prison resounded with a deafening roar. When the smoke slowly dissipated, a large hole appeared prominently in the iron wall of the prison. At the same time, in the mental world of the Ant Queen, a huge wooden castle appeared out of thin air. It felt as if this place was a true fairy tale world. Countless wooden birds were singing in the sky. Snow White danced freely to the music. Two completely different spirits are about to collide. At this moment, the tentacle that Ant Queen had wrapped around Kim was suddenly attacked. The attackers were the wooden birds. They were using their bodies to rescue Kim. At the same time, the prince also took action. He commanded the soldiers while shouting, "Soldiers, let's go save our guest!" Upon receiving the order, the soldiers climbed to the top of the wooden castle. Then they reached midair by forming a human pyramid. He shouted, "Kim, grab my hand. Do you want to go to the outside world?" Seeing this, the Ant Queen fell silent. She thought of the scene when Gaia-sensei rescued her during her childhood. Gaia said the same thing as that soldier. "Do you want to go to the outside world?" Thinking of this, the Ant Queen became completely mad. She said, "Do you really think you can resist me? Once I capture you, I will make sure you wish you were dead." As she exerted her strength, the distance between Kim and the soldier grew wider. Those few centimeters could determine the fate of the entire prison. At that moment, a pair of shoes suddenly appeared in front of Kim. It was the soldiers who built a bridge using Cinderella's glass slipper. And this bridge will also lead Kim out of the darkness at the moment they meet. Kim's whole body emitted a dazzling light. The next second, the Ant Queen controlled her tentacles to break off in response. The scene returns to the real world. Kim held her head and slowly said, "The Queen is not Snow White's mother. The stepmother is also not Cinderella's mother. And you are not my mother either." As the words fell, Ant Queen's tears instantly welled up. But what made her even more desperate was yet to come. Kim said that killing the big bad wolf would protect Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. "So if I kill you, I can protect Master Aiden." Ant Queen was in despair. She said, "So I have been abandoned again?" "The last one who abandoned me was Gaia, the mentor I regarded as a mother. And this time, it is the mental world of Kim Ant Queen, whom I regarded as a daughter, that has completely collapsed." At this moment, everyone remained silent. Only Ant Queen herself let out cries of despair and unwillingness. Under the step-by-step strategy of Warden Aiden, the 3-month-long prison riot has finally been completely quelled, in which Afshin and Necromancer Asina will once again become Aiden's right-hand women. The scene first shows Werewolf and Ostina. At the moment they collide, the entire prison emitted a deafening roar. When the smoke slowly dissipated, a large hole appeared on the thick iron wall of the prison. The poor werewolf was also knocked unconscious. At this moment, Ostina's other two friends appeared. They smelled a familiar scent on Werewolf's body. That was the ancient god Samkina worshipped by the orcs. You have to know that this god perished along with the Forbidden Area evil god long ago. But why would his divine power appear on Werewolf's body again? At this moment, Ostina walked over slowly. She said, "Don't make this matter public. I will immediately write a letter to inform my father. This little werewolf must serve us orcs." Soon, the prison's district chief arrived here with a jailer. "What's going on with this wall? And who beat up Veronica, the werewolf's name, like that?" At that moment, a man's voice was heard from afar. He said, You hostages are causing such a disturbance in the prison. Do you want to start a national war? The person speaking was none other than Warden Aiden, who had just finished dealing with the Ant Queen. Facing Aiden's questioning, Ostina also provided an explanation. You misunderstood. It was Little Werewolf who went crazy first. I just used a simple method to calm her down. At that moment, Werewolf let out a painful howl. Aiden hurried to her side. He asked, How are you feeling now? Do you still have the strength to talk? Hearing this, Werewolf slowly raised his right hand. She pointed to the warden next to the district chief. It's the smell of funeral flower. She said she is the mole. Catch her quickly. As soon as the words fell, the district chief took her down to the ground in just a second. Then she directly took out a bag of something from her chest. Lord Aiden, I just tried it. It is indeed the taste of funeral flower. At the same time, the prisoners who had eaten the funeral flower also gradually regained consciousness. This included Aya. At this time, Afshin also came outside. She said, Lord Aiden, the Ant Queen has already been collared and confined. However, that vampire still has a breath left. So I came to ask what you mean. At this moment, Asina spoke coldly. Do you even need to ask? Of course, just tie her up under the sun and burn her to death. Hearing this, Aiden just smiled slightly. He said, The vampire was controlled by the Ant Queen to attack me. It was not her intention. So this does not count as her third mistake yet. Afshin, you should feed her some pig's blood. After saying that, Aiden left the place. At that moment, the iron spear on the wall caught Afshin's attention. This was the weapon that Asina had just used to attack Kim. She said, You even used your ultimate move. Are you really determined to help this mysterious Aiden? She said, Yeah. I just suddenly realized something. How many prisoners do you think Aiden at his peak could face in an ambush? 50. Or maybe 100. But now there are more than 200 prisoners in the prison who have pledged allegiance to Aiden, and this number is gradually increasing. With this force present, who would dare to lead a rebellion in the future? And what I have always wanted is a stable environment. At present, the future of Rose Prison makes me very satisfied. Whether Aiden is real or fake is no longer important to me. After listening to Asina's analysis, Afshin also fell into deep thought. Before I was imprisoned, the Witch Union had already detected anomalies in the Forbidden Area. We were both worried that the Forbidden Area would make a comeback. Therefore, we had been preparing resources for the battle kite everywhere. This is also why I was anxious to get out of prison. But if the Witch Union and Aiden form an alliance, the number of prisoners he controls alone would be enough to turn Rose Prison into a perfect fortress. So even if Aiden is truly crippled, I still won't be able to leave in the future. At this moment, Asina interrupted her. Do you mean that the evil god of the Forbidden Area is about to resurrect again? Then I'm afraid that this world will fall into chaos once more. The scene shifts to Rose Prison's power core after suppressing the riot. The bounty hunter sent from outside excitedly approached a prisoner. He asked, Alpha, how are you doing? Sophia actually accomplished the task you entrusted to her. We have all now obtained our bounty hunter certifications. Also, we have transformed from the Blood Hand Gang into the Bloody Hand Hunter Association. But after they said so much, Junior Dragon Woman just coldly said one word, run. Listen to me and run quickly. Don't look back. Standing in front of her was the arrogant bird woman. She said, Do you know what this is? In our hometown, there is a cave. Every year, countless adventurers go there in search of a hot treasure, but without exception, they all turn into these beads. And we all know that if you want to eat the living, you just tear open the beads. If you want to meet paste, you wait for the beads to grow legs before tearing them open to recognize. It's a pity. Ever since Witch Afshin subdued Ahat, these beads have never appeared again. Seeing this, I believe you will all definitely hit the like button and subscribe to my channel. The pearl in Bird Woman's hand is exactly the one in which Kinga was trapped by Afshin in the labyrinth. At this moment, Bird Woman started to laugh loudly and said, Rather than being imprisoned for another 300 years, why don't you all perish with me? As soon as she finished speaking, she crushed the bead in her hand. In this way, the irrational Kinga was released. Immediately after emerging, she killed Bird Woman and Demon Woman. To avoid further casualties, Junior Dragon Woman had no choice but to brace herself and charge forward. Meanwhile, Kinga readied herself to throw a punch. This scene was just like when she fought the vampire army alone back in the day. Although she ultimately won, her only remaining companion was Aya. She said, "Kinga, wake up! It's over." The same person uttered the same words, but in a different setting. Kinga's rationality was finally awakened once again by Aya. She looked at the bounty hunters in front of her. Kinga thought back to that night. Once we're done with this job, let's each adopt an orphan in our mercenary group. Then we'll teach them the skills to make a living and let them survive on their own. Kinga looked at the young person in front of her. She said, "Aya, do you think the orphans our mercenary group adopted have grown up?" The scene cuts to the succubus upon seeing Aiden's figure. Succubus ran over, flicking her tongue. At that moment, she suddenly saw Aiden's injured right hand. This made the succubus very anxious. She asked, "My Aiden, how did you get hurt?" "But don't worry. I'll help you heal properly." In a hurry, Flanda quickly brought people to stop her. She said, "You damn succubus, your lust is outrageous. The wound is clearly on the hand. Why are you taking off Lord Aiden's pants?" Our succubus was brought to tears. She said, "Anyway, it will be mine sooner or later. I'm just taking an early look. What's the big deal?" Fortunately, Aiden does not intend to quarrel with her. Now the riot in the prison has been completely quelled. Next, we'll need to see the progress outside the prison. I wonder how Sophia's actions are going. At that time, Aiden not only hired the bounty hunter, but he also assigned Sophia a special task, which was to find an opportunity to eliminate Anthony. However, Aiden did not insist that she complete the task. After all, there were certainly other people behind Anthony. He said, "You go find out who is behind him. If it's too difficult, forget about it. After the uprising subsides, I will deal with him personally." The scene shifts to the downtown area of City Silver. Anthony, braving the heavy rain, quickly walks towards an intersection. Following behind him is none other than the long-hidden Sophia. Legend has it that City Silver is jointly ruled by 4 nobles. They are Silver, Rose, Thorn, and Emerald, and the place Anthony is going to is the property of Sir Emerald, known as the Man's Paradise, Emerald Palace. Soon, the angry shouting of Anthony echoed here. He said, "I really can't figure out where Aiden got his money from. Not only did he spend a large sum of money to order the Power Stone, but he also hired so many bounty hunters. Go check if he's been embezzling." The person sitting opposite him chuckled. "Mr. Anthony, why do you think Lord Aiden would misuse public funds? Is it possible that the person has already become self-sufficient?" The elderly man in question was Sir Oscar, son of Emerald. Then he casually handed Anthony a sheet of paper. Yesterday, the wealthy merchants and wineries of City Silver received cooperation proposals from Rose Prison. The content of the cooperation involves agricultural products produced by the prison. It includes a wine expertly crafted by female prisoners using their delicate feet. Among them, Gold Tooth Winery immediately secured the exclusive agency rights for 50,000 gold pounds. So even if Aiden doesn't use his own savings, the 50,000 gold pounds would be enough for him to handle emergencies. Upon learning the truth, Anthony completely lost his temper. He said, "Are these wineries out of their minds? Who would be willing to pay a high price to drink the foot-washing water of female inmates?" Oscar's son responded, "I would." But he still said seriously, "You've caused enough trouble in the prison. Let your feud with Aiden end here." Upon hearing this, Anthony was so angry that he almost ground his teeth to pieces. "How can we stop after coming this far? You should immediately ban Power Stone from entering the prison. It would be best to have the military fire artillery into it." Oscar's son quickly interrupted him. He said, "Can you calm down a bit? Both Rose Prison and Aiden must not have any incidents. Helping you to this extent is already my limit." He said, "You're saying this now. I've done so much for you to reach this position. If it weren't for the fear of exposing your plan, how could I have possibly killed my own son with my own hands?" At that moment, a table lamp was thrown out. It almost hit the waiter below. It was also their first time seeing Emerald just get so angry. At this moment, Anthony had already stopped his impotent rage. He said, "You should be grateful that you're meeting me today. If it were any of the other three lords, you definitely wouldn't be leaving here alive today. Your business with Aiden ends here. Now you can get out of my sight forever." In the end, Anthony left here in despair. A doorman was very curious about what had happened. Just then, a voice came from behind him. It was Emerald, the technician from Station 28, dressed in a disheveled manner. The doorman was quite puzzled. He said, "Weren't you just standing next to me?" "We were watching the argument upstairs together. The falling lamp almost hit you." Number 28 was very angry. She said, "Didn't you notice that I was kidnapped? The person standing next to you just now was an imposter." "I was kidnapped by someone to a nearby residential house just now. She put on makeup to look like me and forcibly took off my clothes. I believe everyone has guessed that this person is Sophia." The doorman was also secretly amazed. The kidnapper's makeup skills were quite impressive. "I didn't notice it at all." Emerald 28 was furious. "Are you even a man? When the kidnapper was carrying me just now, I could clearly feel that she was flat-chested. Look at my chest. As a man, shouldn't you be able to tell the difference at a glance?" When she and the doorman just silently lit a cigarette. To be honest, in the 5 years at Emerald Palace, I had long lost my desire for the mundane. Just like this matchstick that can't be lit no matter how many times you try. At the same time with Anthony, a woman walked towards him. Anthony immediately recognized that she was from the Emerald Palace. She said that Lord Oscar's son mentioned there were too many people just now, and there might be eavesdroppers. So he specifically asked me to take you to another place for a detailed discussion. Upon hearing this, Anthony instantly became excited. He said, "I also performed very poorly just now. Please take me to apologize to the Lord in person immediately." A minute later, in a deserted alley, Anthony collapsed helplessly to the ground. He had lost his most precious possession. Meanwhile, Sophia, who had completed the mission, looked incredibly cool in her leather outfit. If you hit the like button and subscribe to my channel, Sophia will come find you tonight wearing her leather outfit. After she returned to prison, the storm had passed, and the sky was clear. Before Anthony died, many people witnessed him having a big argument with Sir Oscar's son. So when his body was discovered, I'm afraid even Sir Oscar's son himself couldn't explain it. Aiden was very satisfied with her performance. He said, "You did very well. I believe we will have further cooperation in the future. Of course, the reward will definitely satisfy you." Let's first switch the camera to Gilala. Next, I will introduce her identity from her perspective. My name is Gilala. I am a kind wooden elf, but I don't belong here. I fled from another continent. I don't know when it started, but my homeland Herring continent was swept by a cult frenzy. Everything here. Originally, it would have taken me another 200 years to transform into a wooden elf, but I had to become a premature child and escape for my life. I looked at the war flames rising across the entire continent. I cried very sadly. Later, I escaped from here by clinging to a piece of driftwood. This is the story before I came to Fry Continent. As survivors, our mission is to spread the word. We need to make everyone stay vigilant. Because I know that Red-Clad Demon will not stop his march of war. He will flatten all the continents. But after arriving here, I realized that things are not so simple. The people here do not care at all about external threats. They are more enthusiastic about wealth and power. Even my few belongings were stolen by a child as tall as me. After finally finding a noble willing to take me in, it made me completely despair of this continent. Because he did not take me in out of sympathy, but rather wanted to use the wooden elf's talent to poison his own people. Although I had long planned to use my talent to make a living, could spells that can change the rules of war really be displayed in front of such people? Later, I was troubled by this question for a long time. Until one day, a noble's plantation unexpectedly caught fire. The noble, unable to endure it any longer, sent me to Rose Prison. Here, I met the somewhat famous Aiden Gallo, but at first, I didn't think much of him. Because he was neither a noble nor had military power. He was insulted by prisoners every day. What could one expect from such a person? But soon a riot overturned this impression for me. I don't know when it started, but a group of prisoners gathered around Warden Aiden. What's even more bizarre is that, despite having an overwhelming advantage, the rioting prisoners were inexplicably defeated. Even those two incredibly powerful thugs have inexplicably submitted to Aiden. She said, "Listen carefully, little potato. I hope you don't mention the kidnapping to Aiden. We won't break out again in the future, and we will wholeheartedly help him manage the prison." It was then that I realized I had been wrong in how I viewed Aiden. If the prisoners in the jail all follow him, then Aiden isn't just a potential Legion leader. More importantly, he also has a kind heart. Even Kim, who would give up on me. Aiden, however, managed to save me with his prolonged patience. I feel like he is more like a kind-hearted wooden elf than I am. So I am also very confident in investing the wooden elf spells in such a person. That's right, I want to use my own talents to help Aiden grow potatoes. After I finish casting my spell, the seed sown in the morning began to grow at an incredibly fast speed. Before that red demon comes to Fry Continent. Work hard and grow, Lord Aiden. But at that moment, a thought suddenly occurred to my little head. The wooden sculpture that awakened Kim fell from Lord Aiden's pocket. But why would he carry such a big thing on his person? Could it be that he already knew Kim was unreliable? Was the wooden carving in his clothes something he prepared in advance to turn Kim against us? If that's the case, he's too terrifying. At this moment, the signal came from the prison indicating that the lights were about to go out. Gilala told herself she must be overthinking it. Lord Aiden is so kind. He definitely wouldn't be that type of person. The scene shifts to a room somewhere in the prison guard's apartment. Dear Mr. Pingjiao, this is the loyal Blue Eagle. It has been confirmed that Aiden has lost his powers. However, I believe he still holds value in serving you. I have heard that you have arrived in City Silver, but I recommend not extending an olive branch too quickly, as Aiden might be at risk of being besieged by nobles. It is advisable to observe in secret before making any decisions. After finishing, the district chief put it in an envelope and sealed it with his exclusive stamp. And this stamp is exactly that of the royalty of the Dragon's Back Empire. Meanwhile, in the solitary confinement area of the prison, the head of District 2 and 3 was searching for the calamity that their master mentioned would destroy the world. They had almost turned the prison upside down, but still hadn't found it. Both looked at the mutated version of Wendy in despair. How much longer would they have to be prison guards here? The scene shifts to the dungeon of the prison. A voice slowly emanates from within. Congratulations, Aiden. Back then, I merely gave you some guidance, and I didn't expect that you would now be able to handle things on your own. At this moment, Warden Aiden is sitting obediently inside playing airplane chess. He trembles as he speaks. Ever since I came to this world, I've lost the feeling of hunger and thirst. I can't even sense a trace of drowsiness. Every night, I can only pass the time by staring blankly. But the injuries I suffer are real. They hurt a lot and take a long time to heal. So I'm a bit confused. Am I a human or a ghost now? Hearing this, Melophilia smiled slightly. She said, Your body is a soul vessel created using alchemy. Therefore, your wounds can be directly healed with mithril. In this prison made of mithril, any injury you sustain can be solved by simply grabbing a handful of soil. As soon as the words fell, a cloud of dust suddenly rose in the dungeon. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. As the dust settled on Aiden, His wounds began to heal at an incredibly fast rate. At the same time, you can think like ordinary people, and even get married and have children. However, the children born will only be stillborn. I guess we can't distinguish whether you are a human or a ghost based on biological characteristics. So let's change our logic to think about it. Our dear Warden Aiden, do you see this place as the real world, or as a dream to make up for your regrets? At this moment, Aiden finally spoke. Of course, this is the real world. I handle prison affairs every day, she said. But in my eyes, you look more like a half-dead patient. Only when you touch upon the regrets of your past life that you can't let go of, you will get up and react. For example, the time you helped clear the werewolf's name. It was because of the guilt you felt from mistakenly killing innocent people. And the reason you helped Kim return to a normal life is also because you had such a grown daughter in your previous life. But you failed to fulfill your duties as a father. How pitiful. The retired soldier returned to his hometown, expecting to be welcomed by family. But instead, he received bad news. His father, who was a doctor, died while fighting with bad guys. Then, the warrior, consumed with rage, changed his profession to a jailer in a detention center. He killed the so-called murderer before the trial. However, the enemy in your eyes was not actually the real killer. He was only the real culprit's younger brother. So, you killed an ordinary person who had nothing to do with the whole incident. A person who considered themselves righteous ultimately became a prisoner. What's even more terrifying is that the guilt won't end with the sentence. After being released from prison, you can no longer recognize your wife and daughter. You can't face the mother who raised you either. You can only shrink in the corner, wasting time. When you finally make up your mind to start over, you find that your body has already been corroded and riddled with sores. It's all too late. Aiden was very puzzled. He asked, "How do you know all this? Can you see my memories?" She said, "Not just you. I could see all the undead that appeared in the Styx River back then. I can infer their entire life experiences from their facial expressions and eyes. Piece together the rules of operation of your world from everyone's experiences." At this moment, Aiden asked another question. He asked, "Since you are so powerful, who managed to capture you and bring you to prison?" Upon hearing this, Meliphilia couldn't help but burst into laughter. She said, "Poor guy. You don't really think gods have physical forms, do you? Using the vocabulary I've learned from Earth, let me explain. This world is just a reptile observation box. And my body is the window specifically open for you." Aiden finally understood. He said, "So the divine being's interest is watching ants move house." Meliphilia lowered her head slowly at this moment. She said, "You got half of it right. Just watching ants move house can get boring. If you want some fun, you have to throw in a fierce big insect into the box. An insect that I carefully select myself. Based on my years of observation, the behavior of the new insect after entering the box always follows a pattern. When they first enter a new environment, they all behave very conservatively. They either get bullied by the ants or keep dodging back and forth. In any case, they try their best to lower their presence. But once they become completely familiar with the environment, those ants will be in big trouble. And this period is generally around 3 months. In the blink of an eye, it has almost been this length of time since you came to this world." Aiden's face started to turn darker and darker. He said, "A weak little bug like me might disappoint you. I can't offer you much in terms of entertainment." She said, "Aiden, you're underestimating yourself. A ferocious bug isn't about how many mosquitoes it can kill in one go. It's about being able to bite back even after taking a massive hit. Killing all the ants with despair is the most efficient way. You are now only a matter of time away from being powerful. The strength that even gods desire is approaching you step by step. And that is also the key to your return to Earth. Now there is one more question. You came here with a soul full of resentment. By then, in what identity will you return to your homeland? As a human or as a ghost? Or perhaps you only care about your own regrets and everyone else to you is just an NPC. After coming out of the dungeon, Aiden arrived in the long corridor. As he passed the infirmary, he overheard the following conversation. Is it really worth getting such severe injuries? My home is right at the foot of the mountain. If the prisoners all break out, who will protect my parents? Are we supposed to rely on the army that still hasn't shown up? As he walked further, he heard the voice of another guard. Please, you must help me hide the fact that I've become lame. Otherwise, if Lord Aiden finds out, he'll definitely fire me. In this condition, how can I find another job once I'm out? Next, Aiden passed by the interrogation room of the prison. She said, You asked me why I chose to be a mole. I trained with all my might and spent all of my family's savings just to get a job at Rose Prison. I thought that following someone as important as Aiden would improve my life. But after 5 years, my life is still worse than before I came to the prison. So what meaning did my youth have? Today happens to be the day when the guards hand out their paychecks. He said, According to the regulations, each of you will receive 10 gold pounds minus personal income tax, police security fee, city trade sponsorship fee, city construction donation fee, and charity donation for the poor, resulting in a net salary of 5 gold pounds. Please check your pay carefully. At this moment, Aiden finally finished walking down the long corridor. Outside, waiting for him were the guards arriving for their shifts. They all had varying degrees of injuries, but they still did not forget to greet Warden Aiden. At this moment, Aiden remembered Meliphilia's words. Have you regarded this place as the real world, or merely as a dream to make up for your own regrets? You came here with a soul full of resentment, but in what identity will you return to Earth? At this moment, Flanda, who is the deputy warden, walked over. She said, Lord Aiden, someone from the Emerald Palace has just sent a message. Sir Oscar's son wants to meet with you, but I suggest you better not go. He said, Of course I have to go. There was a riot this time. Who knows what will happen next time? Our wardens can no longer withstand the turmoil. Upon hearing this, Flanda had no choice but to agree. She said, I also have to go ask someone for a favor. Let's see if we can get the medical expenses for the wardens properly settled. At this moment, Aiden interrupted her. He said, No need to plead anymore. This is not a long-term solution. Our best option is to be a qualified cog in the machine. We need to understand and integrate with them. We must become an inseparable part of their Lipin group. Then, at an appropriate time, we reverse the motion. Only in this way can we reconfigure the entire system. Flanda, you must remember that only those who wield a sword are fit to discuss dignity. The scene returns to Meliphilia asking Aiden's last question. You came here as a soul filled with resentment. By then, what identity will you take when you return to your homeland? As a human or something else? The screen returned to Meliphilia asking Aiden's final words. You have come here as a soul full of resentment. By then, in what form do you plan to return to your hometown? As a human? Or perhaps as a ghost? Aiden responded to her like this. It seems even gods are not all-knowing and all-powerful, because you have not experienced death. For those who have died before, all I ask for is peace in death. As long as I can close my eyes peacefully, and not be tormented by anyone or anything, I can be human or ghost. A gust of wind blew open the window of Warden's office, along with Aiden's notes being blown open as well, only to see that it was densely covered with names written on it. Inside the names, there was Captain Rozon who put Ant Queen in prison. Inside the names, there was City Silver Financial Chief Doug who withheld prison funds. Inside the names, there is Sir Emerald, the mastermind behind this riot, and any ants attempting to resist the new order. The dice representing fate roll once again. Meliphilia, who is in the dungeon, smiled. The brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. At this time, the residents of City Silver discovered something eerie, only to see that terrifying dark clouds began to loom over Rose Prison. And the person leading the dark clouds covering the entire City Silver is Warden Aiden. In fact, Warden Aiden used to treat this world as a game before today. And his help to Werewolf and Kim is just to make up for regrets from the previous life. Melophilia asked him if he is a human or a ghost. In fact, it is to remind him not to only care about his own regrets. Open your eyes and take a look, Aiden. Everything around you is real. The prison guards, who helped you to fight against the rioting inmates, are real. The ordinary people living under aristocratic oppression are also real. And the arrangement for the guards and traitors actually strengthened Aiden's resolve. If he really disregards the life and death of the guards, then he is just like in his past life, with no peace even in death. That is something Aiden cannot accept. It's also a turning point in the whole comic. Once, that only lowered its own sense of existence and was bullied worm. He will also sound the horn of counterattack against the mosquitoes. Don't forget to hit the like button in front of the screen, and also subscribe to my YouTube channel. So young Warden Aiden was so handsome. It's no wonder that the wealthy and beautiful succubus would be wholeheartedly in love with him. But what I never expected was that the once flamboyant succubus, she turned out to be a virgin. Let's focus the camera on Aya and George first. At this moment, the two of them are a little confused, because the potatoes they just planted have unexpectedly sprouted. For a moment, Aya even thought she hadn't woken up. She was unaware. This is precisely Jalala's intrinsic divine power, as a wooden elf. She can use telekinetic spells to make plants grow rapidly. The scene shifts to the prison cafeteria. Today, the prisoners are eating happily because the head chef has developed a dish called potato braised chicken. Two prisoners in the corner chat with succubus while eating potatoes. Why are you so obsessed with Aiden? The succubus sitting across from them says it's because Aiden is too handsome. But even if he's handsome, you don't have to be so crazy. I even feel you're a bit perverted. At the mention of it, succubus casually wiped her mouth. This is a long story. Everything needs to start from when we first met 4 years ago. At that time, I was still helping out at my family's international sanatorium. I was tasting my favorite novels at that moment. However, a man appeared and interrupted me. He came up and said, "Little girl, where is your mom?" Even though I was still a young succubus at that time, I bravely told him that my mom had gone out to play cards. And I firmly told him that my mom does not entertain visitors. And this man was none other than the former Origin Aiden. He stated that I was not a visitor, but rather someone who came to crack down on vices. After saying this sentence, a large group of enforcers from the Heretical Judgment Bureau emerged. Afterwards, they searched the sanatorium and found a large number of unconscious male clients. Origin Aiden at the time was also secretly amazed. You guys are a bit too much. Taking other people's money is one thing, but taking other people's lives as well? You'd better come to the station with me first. As soon as the words fell, young succubus immediately hugged her favorite book and started crying. At this time, an enforcer told Origin Aiden that the succubus family still holds a lot of influence in the empire. If those who uphold succubus creationism go to block the Capitol building, we will be in trouble. Origin Aiden actually doesn't want to cause this trouble. Origin Aiden could only helplessly pick up the lollipop that fell out of the young succubus's mouth at the mention. He then gently inserted it back into the young succubus's mouth. Origin Aiden then hoisted her up. That's it, little sister. Go back with me and record a statement, then you're off the hook. The young succubus was furious. She cried and shouted, "You damn villain! Let me go right now, or I'll have my mom kill you!" But soon, the young succubus calmed down. She slowly transitioned from resisting to enjoying. Until now, the succubus still doesn't know what that feeling was. Perhaps at that moment, light took shape. At that time, Origin Aiden carried the young succubus through the long street. There was light everywhere, and the people who loved him. Later, he even personally opened the luxurious carriage door for the young succubus. "Please come in, little sister. I feel like I have become somewhat bewildered. I even feel like I am being purified. I changed from an evil succubus into a human saint protected by a knight." In that moment, I felt that light had a form. It was also the first time I understood what sacredness is beyond violation. He is like a white knight shining brightly with purity. Suddenly, the succubus bit down fiercely on the lollipop in her mouth. From that moment on, I set a life goal for myself. This succubus must ravage and defile him cruelly. My mind is constantly imagining that scene. Just like I press him firmly on the grass. The next scene is too graphic. If you want to know more, just ask me in the comments. Don't forget to hit the like button in front of the screen and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Just as the succubus fantasy diary was written to a climax, laughter suddenly came from the side. This directly interrupted the succubus's spell casting. When she looked over there, she only then realized that it was Foxwitch Maddie laughing. "You stinky Foxwitch, what are you laughing at?" Of course, I want to laugh. People like you who project erotic novels into reality are usually virgins, right? When this was said, the succubus felt thunderstruck. Her face turned red in an instant. "Do you believe I will sue you for slander?" Warden Aiden has officially launched a counterattack against the nobles. And his first target is the mastermind behind the prison riot, Oscar's son. But what he never expected was that Oscar's son would use a long-lost seduction technique on Aiden. Let's focus the camera on the succubus first. After Maddie revealed that she was still a virgin, she freaked out. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe I will sue you for defamation?" I didn't expect this sentence to make Maddie laugh. "You really make me laugh to death." A succubus is actually fantasizing about others at the age of 18. I'm worried that you will still be fantasizing when you reach menopause. The succubus was trembling with anger. She pointed at Maddie and angrily said, "How many men have you slept with? Come on, tell everyone." At this moment, the succubus's good friend patted her. "Haven't you heard about her reputation? She is an unspeakable figure in the empire of Seni. Legend has it that she captivated various warlords solely with her beautiful legs. She even caused discord among the royal families with just her eloquent speech. She can be said to have single-handedly caused the entire empire of Seni to go to war. And this person, known as the female public enemy, is called the Master of Breakups. She is also the uncrowned queen of Tinder, Foxwitch Maddie. Just hearing her title, Succubus, already makes it hard to resist. At this moment, she suddenly reached out towards Maddie's ankle. "Master, please save me. Teach me how to sleep with men." Maddie lowered her proud head and looked at her. "Tuition is 998 gold, includes learning, association, and sleeping." Succubus didn't even think about it before agreeing. Soon she took out a full bag of gold. Maddie, who received the tuition fee, immediately started the class. "Do you know who your biggest rival is now?" This has really puzzled Succubus. In her eyes, there are indeed many people in prison lusting after Aiden's body. But in terms of compatibility, she believes no one is her rival, because the place Aiden visits most often is her cell. Maddie then asked in return, "What about that werewolf? Why would she come to the prison to be a guard? Can't you see it?" Succubus is very confident about this. In her eyes, the werewolf is just a fool. She believes her theoretical knowledge will surely defeat her. Maddie sighed helplessly at the words. No matter how good you think your relationship with Aiden is, when it comes to marriage, you will definitely lose without a doubt. Think about the positioning of that werewolf. Although her family background is not good, she is hardworking and ambitious. She is the model student that teachers like at school, and the class monitor who is admired by other students. She satisfies all the fantasies of the little boys, without exaggeration. The most important thing is that she possesses qualities that many men are attracted to. She is absolutely loyal to her loved one. And she is able to see through her partner's disappointments at a glance. She can also empathize with her partner's loneliness. She will also offer an umbrella when her loved one needs it the most. Finally, holding her partner's hand tightly to walk through the difficulties with strength. Why do you think you can compete with this kind of woman? Do you have anything besides playing with a vibrator every day that you can be proud of? Succubus in a hurry. I am especially rich. So you are very suitable to be a mistress used by men to make money. Upon hearing those words, the succubus collapsed and let out a desperate cry to the heavens. Oh God, does that mean I have no chance? Suddenly, she reached into her own chest. Then she threw out countless vibrators from inside. I swear in the name of the succubus queen, I will never play with vibrators again. At this moment, Maddie spoke again. Don't give up your hobbies for a man. Even though you can't normally win over Aiden, there are still abnormal methods, right? Dealing with men like Aiden with high moral standards, all you need to do is to turn raw rice into cooked rice. Once the child is born, even if he is unwilling, he will marry you. So what you need to do is to make a surprise attack. No matter what despicable means you use, make sure to get pregnant in one shot. Believe me, this is the only way you can defeat Aiden. I will help you create the opportunity at that time. Just then, a voice came from behind Maddie. It seems like you guys are having a good time here. The person speaking is none other than Snake Witch. At this moment, she is glaring fiercely at the succubus. The people nearby quickly started discussing upon seeing the situation. Ever since Maddie broke her seal, Snake Witch has been acting very strangely. The succubus sensed something was wrong. She quickly crawled away. Maddie, feeling unhappy, asked, "What's wrong?" "That's it. I just found a cat doing backflips in the warehouse next door. Do you want to come with me and take a look?" Upon hearing this, Maddie immediately shook her head to express refusal. The next second, she was all tied up by the Snake Witch's hair. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement." Oh. The scene shifts to Emerald Pavilion. Warden Aiden arrived here without warning. The gatekeeper was frightened by this. "Please come inside, Lord Aiden. Lord Oscar's son is already waiting for you. I have to stay on guard and can't show you the way. But rest assured, there are staff inside who will guide you. They can also show you around the special features of the Emerald Pavilion." Aiden quickly opened the door of the Emerald Pavilion by himself. Just as he opened it, a young girl rushed into his arms. "Help me, distinguished guest." The tiger in the rainforest suddenly went mad. Warden Aiden and Oscar's son had their first negotiation. And his capable lieutenant, Flanda. She had almost been sent to the Emerald Pavilion before. You should know that the Emerald Pavilion is known as the top brothel, a paradise for men. Let's first send the picture to Aiden. As soon as he arrived at Emerald Pavilion, a girl threw herself into his arms. "Esteemed guest, please help me save the demo. The tiger in the rainforest has gone mad. It's really fierce and scary. Sir, please save me." Aiden responded to her with a ruthless elbow strike. Sigma, followed by Aiden, immediately pulled out a gun and aimed at the tiger. The girl playing the tiger was frightened and surrendered on the spot. And so the two men and one tiger stood in a stalemate. At this moment, the dark-skinned girl quickly explained to Aiden. "In fact, this is a feature of our store. Through realistic interpretation and scene setup, we provide guests with an immersive experience. Most importantly, our Emerald Pavilion has 300 rooms like this. We guarantee that there will definitely be one that you will be satisfied with." At this moment, Aiden spoke up. "I was invited to see Sir Oscar Sunday. Could you please tell me where he is now?" Upon hearing this, the two stepped aside and cleared a path for Aiden. "Sir Oscar's son just walked past this way. I believe he shouldn't have gone too far yet." Watching Aiden walk away, the two felt that he might have a difficult time meeting Oscar's son today. After all, the rooms behind were getting more and more exciting. Aiden quickly opened the second door. Inside lay a sweet and fair-skinned young girl. "Sir, would you be willing to use your mouth to awaken the Snow Country princess, who has been asleep for 3 years?" Sigma Aiden looked and threw him away. "I don't want to." The third door is about a scene in the desert. Several girls, wearing bullhead masks, surrounded Aiden in a circle. The fourth door is the pure angels from heaven. The fifth door is filled with deadly temptations of the black silk succubus. Comment section tells me which door you want to enter. Sigma Aiden quickly opened the sixth door. However, this time he was greeted by a girl who was less than 30 centimeters tall. Aiden's face darkened slightly. He did not expect Emerald Pavilion to be so excessive. Just then, a waiter hurried over. "I'm sorry, sir. This is not a private dining room, but a public restaurant." Aiden looked up and realized that indeed this place looks like a restaurant. He watched the mother and daughter leaving hand in hand. Aiden began his memories for a while. He thought of his unrecognizable daughter. At that moment, Oscar's son walked over with a tray. "It seems that our warden Aiden likes younger women. I have so many girls, but you didn't take a second look at any of them. It's only the young mother with a child that you stared at for so long. It's a pity. Retired staff from Emerald Pavilion do not serve customers. That's our rule." Facing his teasing, Aiden responded, "Are you inviting me to Emerald Pavilion just to specifically investigate my sexual preferences?" "Of course not, my dear Lord Aiden. I came to see you to reconcile. I did assist Anthony quite a bit during the riot at Rose Prison, but that was not my intention. After all, if you want to drift in the rough sea of currents, you must ensure that your own boat won't capsize. Anthony is my boatman, so naturally, I must reassure him. But your boatman almost messed things up with City Silver. Your sincerity is too little. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to explain to my prisoners and guards." At the words, Oscar's son smiled slightly. "Lord Aiden, have you forgotten something? We are now even. 3 months ago, you secretly took away Flanda, who I had set my sights on. Until now, you haven't given me any explanation. It should be reasonable for me to symbolically express my attitude, right? 3 months ago was when current Aiden had just arrived. At that time, he had not fully adapted to this world yet. He was walking on the street feeling very lost. Aiden didn't know what year it was, or which country he was in. Just then, 2 horses suddenly appeared on the street. This is the convoy of the Emerald Pavilion. Everyone is prohibited from approaching or observing. This sentence confused Aiden at the time. He didn't understand what the Emerald Pavilion was. Fortunately, kind people around him told him. The Emerald Pavilion is a high-class brothel. It's a sacred place that every man must worship. It looks like they caught quite a few newcomers from the poor. I wonder if we will have a chance to experience it." After listening, Aiden remained silent for a while. Then, filled with a sense of justice, he pulled the reins of the carriage. "Since you all address me as Lord Aiden, I demand that you release them now." The man in charge of escorting became anxious at the words. "Lord Aiden, our Emerald Pavilion has always stayed out of your business. What are you planning to do now with this approach?" But clearly Aiden had no intention of wasting words with him. Those who are unwilling to go to Emerald Pavilion can come out. Later he shot and shattered the lock on the cage's door. At this point, a woman spoke up. "Can you offer me a job? They've blacklisted me from all companies in order to force me into the Emerald Pavilion." Aiden looked at her with a hint of compassion and asked, "Would you be willing to be my prison guard?" As soon as the words fell, the woman dragged her wearied body out of the cage. Then she knelt down in front of Aiden. "I am willing to serve the adult like a loyal dog or horse. And this person is Flanda. She is the vice warden who is loyal to Aiden, dedicated, and willing to work tirelessly. You should know that Flanda is the chief maid of the Maid Academy. With her professional abilities, she can assist the Emperor in handling court affairs. However, due to a decline in her family's fortunes and being framed by villains, she ended up in City Silver. I tried my best to make her my deputy at Emerald Pavilion, but unexpectedly Mr. Aiden intercepted it. Do you also want an explanation from me? My dear Mr. Aiden. Warden Aiden has actually reached a reconciliation with Oscar's son. Indeed, there is actually another hidden story behind the riot at Rose Prison. When Oscar's son revealed that Aiden saved Flanda 3 months ago, Aiden fell silent. After all, no matter how you look at it, he was in the wrong first. After a moment, he spoke. I was just joking with you. It was indeed my fault to take Flanda away. But you should know that the cells in Rose Prison are already full. Securing the budget approval is also difficult. I came here this time to ask if you, sir, have any business needs. For example, a little favor at Rose Prison. As long as the sincerity is there, we can discuss it. Upon hearing this, Oscar's son couldn't help but ask back. Lord Aiden, please forgive my bluntness. Although withholding funds was approved by me. But from what I know, you've made quite a profit on the side using the prison. Since the government has tacitly approved of your business, you should at least help shoulder some of the economic pressure for the government. Don't be too greedy as a person. This sentence left Aiden momentarily confused. You are overestimating the prison winemaking project. The money from it is only enough for emergencies. Oscar's son, the final boss, lost his patience. Do you have to beat around the bush, Mr. Aiden? I'm talking about the gray industry you're involved in with the border prosecutor. This sentence further puzzled Aiden. What do you mean by that again? What are the gray industry and the border prosecutor? His performance momentarily made Oscar's son uncertain. Aiden didn't seem like he was pretending. What are you even talking about? I have no idea about the situation at all. After a moment of silence, Oscar's son slowly spoke. Have you been honestly relying on a fixed salary all this time, without any business income? Have you endured the pressure of resigning as a prison warden and the deduction of funds, and forcefully survived the riot at Rose Prison? Aiden replied coldly with a simple, "What if not?" Oscar's son instantly exploded in anger after receiving the answer. He went to room 251 to bring the darn prosecutor over. A man who didn't even have time to put on his pants was brought over a moment later. He was none other than the so-called border prosecutor Jaden. Upon seeing him, Oscar's son said with a dark expression, "You are making a fortune in the gray industry, aren't you? You're using the excuse of Rose Prison being fully occupied. You're demanding sky-high fees for the heresy monsters prisoners brought in from overseas. You'd dare to ask for 1,000 gold even for the lowest-ranked prisoner, using the reputation and land of the prison as leverage. But after making money, you bypass the owner of the prison. Isn't your behavior a bit too ugly?" At this moment, Jaden is completely panicked. Mainly because Lord Aiden has always been jealous and hostile to evildoers. We are worried that he may not agree to this matter. Before he could finish speaking, Oscar's son kicked him in the face. I didn't expect you to be shameless to this extent, to the point where I overestimated the operation of Rose Prison. Do you know that City Silver was almost completely ruined because of you? After speaking, he gestured towards the side. His men immediately understood and handed him a gun. Since you have the courage to take so much money, I assume you are prepared to face the consequences. At that moment, Aiden interrupted him. Let the person involved handle this matter. Most of my prison guards were killed in this riot. Regardless of whether it is used for treatment or rewards, the prison needs to spend money. So I do not care if the money is dirty or not. As long as the compensation is appropriate, I can spare his life. Upon hearing this, Jaden instantly crawled up to him. Master Aiden, as long as you are willing to spare me, I will immediately raise money to send it to you. At this point, Oscar's son had to agree to spare his life. Since Master Aiden has said so, I will give you half a day to raise the money. But you should know that you are buying your own life with this money. If it's too little, don't blame me. He then left this place. And Aiden has had one question all along. That is, why does this gray industry exist? The people are all crazily rejecting the heresy monster. In this situation, shouldn't the heresy monster be caught and executed directly in accordance with public opinion? But why spend a lot of money to send the heresy monster prisoner to Rose Prison when they know they are going to be executed? In the face of his question, Oscar's son raised a question. Do you know what Dragon's Back Empire was founded on? They were founded on a covenant where various ethnic groups united and pledged their blood as an alliance. Back then, they relied on the unity of all beings full of hope. Only by defeating the evil god's army from the forbidden area at the Dragon's Back Fortress did they establish the covenant. So the covenant is the motto and flag of the Dragon's Back Empire's founding. It is the source of legitimacy for our country. If the flag falls, the legitimacy of the monarchy will no longer exist. Therefore, if you want to be involved in politics in the Dragon's Back Empire, you must support the founding flag. When catching a heresy monster prisoner, you must proudly send them to the most authoritative prison. This is to show your loyalty to the royal family. But on the other hand, the votes for the congressman are in the hands of the people. Want to find the cheapest way to get the people to vote for you. Of course, they have to establish a common enemy, which is the so-called heresy monster. Creating a persona of being the savior is undoubtedly the lowest cost approach. After listening, Aiden raised another question. So, if you want to enter politics, you have to protect the heresy monster while opposing the heresy monster. Don't you think this is a bit abstract? Upon hearing this, Oscar's son couldn't help but smile. Once you realize the other party's purpose, you won't find it abstract anymore. After this statement, the negotiations between the two parties today also came to an end. Before leaving, Oscar's son asked one last question. Are we considered reconciled now? Of course. You are very different from the nobility I imagined. Upon hearing this, Oscar's son chuckled. I have survived until now relying on survival strategies. If you want to enter the political arena in the future, you must also plan your strategies well. Upon hearing this, Aiden nodded solemnly. The scene returned to Rose's prison, where Maddie was very angry because a group of people were constantly mocking her. If George hadn't intervened to stop the snake which just now, Maddie's reputation might not have been preserved. But the premise of George's intervention was her dinner tonight. At that time, the group of people were still constantly mocking Maddie. Do you still want to help Succubus take down Aiden? You almost became someone else's prey. Our Succubus is also very anxious. She has already regretted worshipping Maddie as her master, because she always feels a little dangerous behind her. But at this moment, asking Maddie to give up is like killing her. This is no longer a matter of money, but a challenge to her profession. So she angrily yelled, Wait until I take down Aiden for Succubus, then I will come back to seek revenge on you. And that's how the Prison Matchmaker Civil War Succubus Fox team was officially formed. Warden Aiden was completely enraged. He didn't expect that he would be unable to kill the Ant Queen with his own hands. You should know that the Ant Queen single-handedly turned the entire Rose prison upside down. After Aiden and Oscar's son finished their conversation, he hurried back to the prison without stopping. After all, the prison had just experienced a riot. As the ringleader, Aiden naturally couldn't be away for too long. But just as he was about to dismount, two figures ran over. The newcomers are Maddie and Succubus Aiden. You should go take a look in the field, Lord. We only planted potatoes a couple of days ago, but today we unexpectedly have a bountiful harvest. Aiden expressed disbelief, saying, How is this possible? Succubus, drooling, said, Aiden, my lord, why don't we go together and see for ourselves? Fortunately, Maddie on the side held her back. This will alert him if you act like this. The key now is not to go see potatoes with him, but to make sure he doesn't see Werewolf. Use your head and think about it carefully. Werewolf was so badly injured in the riot. The prison is stable now. Aiden will definitely find time to visit her. When the two of them, a single man and a single woman, get together, discussing responsibilities and checking on injuries, who knows if they might do something inappropriate. So we need to take the initiative now. Keep Aiden tied up with all sorts of trivial matters. This way, it won't leave any opportunity for the werewolf. The scene shifts to Flanda. She casually pulled out a fully matured potato. The potato we planted just yesterday unexpectedly matured overnight. But the land seemed to have been drained of all its nutrients. I remember the aristocrat who brought in Gilala once said that if there are signs of plant growth and land cracking in the prison, contact him immediately to arrange for Jalala's release. As soon as the words fell, Aiden cast his gaze toward the nearby small potatoes. This frightened Gilala. She quickly pointed to the prisoner next to her and said, Section leader has been watching you for a while. Stop slacking off and get to work. At this moment, Aiden spoke up. Have there been any strange occurrences in the prison? Weren't these potatoes planted a few months ago? Upon hearing this, Flanda understood immediately. I see, Your Excellency Aiden. I will go and instruct the prison guards and inmates to turn back now. Aiden was about to inquire about the werewolf's condition when Maddie ran up from behind. Oh no, Your Excellency Aiden. I just heard arguing coming from the interrogation room. It seems that the Ant Queen is unwilling to cooperate with the 4-district chief for interrogation. Upon hearing this, Aiden immediately put aside the matter of the werewolf. This also helped Maddie achieve her goal. A moment later, Aiden arrived at the interrogation room of the prison. According to what 4-district chief said, no matter what questions she asked the Ant Queen, she always has a sour face regardless. Aiden doesn't spoil her at all, looking at Ant Queen like this. Don't waste time. Write down all the criminal facts she can write. Hurry up and send her to the gallows. Ant Queen panicked at the words. I object. How dare a small place like City Silver judge me? As an important prisoner like me, I must be judged by the heretical Judgment Bureau of Dragon's Back Empire. Aiden ignored her shameless remarks. I feel uncomfortable even for an extra day, you, a demon who preys on innocent children. So I won't give this matter any chance to cause further trouble. Speaking of which, Aiden's emotions were a bit agitated for a moment. Ignore her nonsense. Notify the Dragon's Back Empire after she dies. Seeing him like this, the Ant Queen became even more panicked. Don't forget, I still have a lot of children outside. They have already spread the news of my detention by Rose Prison in the Dragon's Back Empire. I am a notorious villain who keeps the people on edge. If I do not die under the judgment of the Empire, the entire City Silver will be punished. Because the Emperor and the noble families of the Dragon's Back Empire all want to personally orchestrate the execution ceremony for me in order to win the people's favor. So if you dare to kill me secretly, you would be stealing the Emperor's merit. You will definitely not get away with it. After saying all this, the Ant Queen was already panting heavily. At this time, 4-district chief spoke up. As far as I know, the Dragon's Back Empire is currently in a period of royal power turmoil. So, all factions need the support of the people. If we privately execute Ant Queen, it could indeed offend others easily. At this moment, Aiden fell silent. He knew that the consequences would be unimaginable once Ant Queen left the prison. At this moment, Ant Queen spoke again. Lord Aiden, just let the Dragon's Back Empire judge me. After all, I'm already doomed. And I can also help you deal with the problems left by the prison. For example, those prisoners who have been injected with drugs. If I don't handle it afterward, what will happen if those prisoners become mentally unstable in the future? And Kim, I can also help you with her treatment. Don't you want her to go to school? As long as I remove the weapons in her body and replace the toxic blood in her body, then she will be just a normal child, right? Upon hearing this, Aiden's face started to darken more and more. He suddenly spoke to the guard behind him and said, Go get action. Have her supervise the Ant Queen in treating the prisoners. As for the 4-district chief, write a letter and hand it over to the Dragon's Back Empire. Upon hearing this, she immediately picked up the pen and started writing. To the Empire Heretical Judgment Bureau, our agency has arrested a woman with the code name Ant Queen. Aiden, seeing this, flew into a rage. Who told you to use polite language? Next, I'll dictate and you'll write. Just say we caught the heinous beast and won't let go of the 10 offenses. Also, don't write about sending her to Empire for judgment. Instead, suggest executing the beast on the spot. The Ant Queen on the side feels helpless. Even if you want to scold, please don't do it in front of me. After dealing with it, Aiden walked out of the courtroom. As expected, Maddie appeared again at a critical moment. Aiden is in trouble again. I don't know if you have any impression of the corpse witch. Although she can only exist for 3 months before fading away, her abilities will become stronger and stronger before disappearing completely. At present, she only has 10 days left. The magic-suppressing color is also gradually unable to suppress her. The scene shifts to cell 96. The corpse witch sticks out her tongue and says, "Camilla, soon you will pay with your life for my son." Junior Dragon Woman, who lives in the cell across from her, glares coldly at her. "Hurry up and die," she says. Warden Aiden has officially launched the layout of the City Silver. And the key part of his plan turns out to be the 1,000 inmates of Rose Prison. Let's focus the camera on Corpse Witch first. She is constantly disrespecting her neighbor, Junior Dragon Woman. Meanwhile, Warden Aiden also arrived with the escort of the prison guards. At this moment, Corpse Witch's emotions were clearly getting out of control. "Camilla, I will definitely kill you," she said. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. "What are you doing?" "This is a prison. If you don't control yourself, I will have to let you die again." Upon seeing Aiden, the Corpse Witch quickly shouted, "Aiden, since you can help prisoners clear their names, why can't you show mercy to a child's mother?" "Camilla killed my 15-year-old son. But the court only sentenced her to 3 years. Even though I have become the Corpse Witch now, I don't want to provoke anyone. I just want her to pay for her crime of killing someone." Aiden actually has some understanding of the Corpse Witch case. Junior Dragon Woman, who comes from a poor background, committed a murder. Surprisingly, she was only sentenced to 3 years by the court. There must be the shadow of the City Silver aristocrats behind this. Aiden spoke up. "When I have time, I will figure out your entanglements. But let the living handle this matter for now. Go call Necromancer Asina to come and perform the last rites for the deceased." Asina rushed over from the library a moment later, but she did not want to get involved in this matter. Aiden found this very strange. When did you become a good person? And is it really good to leave the dead in the world of the living? The world of the deceased and reality should indeed not be confused. However, this lady sacrificed herself, followed the path of reincarnation, and became a Corpse Witch to seek revenge. I also do not want to intervene too much due to professional ethics. The so-called "the path of reincarnation" is actually the process of being reincarnated after death. In a sense, the individual's consciousness and will are eternal. But this lady gave up the path of reincarnation. Once it disappears, all traces will be lost. Upon hearing this, Aiden's expression turned cold as he spoke indifferently. "Since she chose this path herself, all I can do is let her disappear without pain." Asina sighed helplessly. "You are willing to call humans, who kill countless people, generals, but you want to exterminate a Corpse Witch who is only seeking revenge. Anyway, I'm not willing to do such wicked things. Don't you have the doll that stores her resentment? If you are willing, you can burn it." Just then, Flanda ran over. "Master Aiden, something is not right. The border prosecutor is here with the captain of the guards and the financial chief to see you. Are they targeting the prison again?" Upon hearing this, Aiden looked very relaxed. Because the border prosecutor was none other than Jaden, whom he had released not long ago. At the same time, the trio of money messengers were constantly discussing what to do. Captain of the guards, Rozon, spoke up. "When meeting Lord Aiden, we must be sincere in our attitude. You have no idea how tragically Anthony died." After a moment, the 3 of them arrived at Aiden's office, looking tense. Aiden finally understood why the expansion of the prison cells was always rejected. It turns out that expanding the prison cells would affect your business. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately panicked. "Lord Aiden, we all have our difficulties. Please show mercy and let us off the hook." Unexpectedly, the next second Aiden's tone suddenly changed. "Are you all begging with empty hands?" As soon as the words fell, Financial Chief Doug quickly took out an envelope from his pocket. "Here is half of the profit from the entire project. Please accept it, Lord Aiden." Flanda took it, and was shocked when she looked at it, because it turned out to be a check for 100,000 gold. Then the 3 of them started to complain. It turned out that the financial chief, Doug, had profit targets every month. If the targets were not met, he would step down immediately. Doug had to rely on the gray industry to feed his subordinates. I hope Mr. Aiden will not pursue this matter anymore. We swear never to do it again in the future. But I did not expect that when Aiden heard what you said, it shocked both of them for 2.5 years. Since it can make money, why not do it? Not only do I want to do it, but I also want to expand the business. I want to send the prisoners out to make money for us. Upon hearing this, Doug asked, "Are you suggesting sending prisoners out to work as laborers?" Totally wrong. I was pondering an act called the Prisoner Bail Bond, where enterprises can lease prisoners from Rose Prison by paying a security fee. And I can guarantee that the leased prisoners are all safe. Just imagine, gentlemen. Prisoners who are skilled in sniping can serve as sniper instructors. The annual guarantee fee is only 10,000 gold. Prisoners who are skilled in horse taming can produce high-quality warhorses steadily. The annual guarantee fee is only 20,000 gold. We also have prisoners who can quickly dig tunnels. Of course, these are just the tip of the iceberg. Rose Prison has 1,000 prisoners. I will allocate a group of prison guards specifically for the inmates' attitude transformation. As for the issue of employer distrust, we can also organize a professional job fair. Once this model is established, it can form a cycle with your business. What do you think about this money-making machine? Upon hearing this, the three of them were instantly excited. They all expressed their full support for Mr. Aiden's career and are willing to persuade the congressman outside the prison to agree to this matter. Meanwhile, Flanda, standing on the side, quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She had personally witnessed how Aiden quelled the riot. Naturally, she knew that he would not allow the inmates in the prison to be released just for money. But how similar it is to that scene. First, throw out the bait of 3 days of free activity. Then lead the prisoners into a set of unfamiliar rules. From the moment the prisoners accepted the rules by default, the initiative fell into the hands of Mr. Aiden. He can continuously interpret the rules to make the prisoners confused and eventually be disintegrated. If the last bait was 3 days of free activity, then this time the bait is probably the Prisoner Bail Bond Act. To employ a prisoner, one must bear a large amount of bail bond fees. Only the capitalists of City Silver can afford this money. And we need to know one fact. The so-called congressman is controlled by the capitalists. And mastering the capitalists can be said to indirectly master the parliament. So this is your way of becoming a wielder of the sword, Lord Aiden. Warden Aiden is actually going to give the prison guards a raise. And the wage increase is tenfold. But it turns out that someone else is actually footing the bill. After Aiden mentioned the Prisoner Bail Bond Act, it became apparent. Financial Chief Doug and the other two lowered their heads to study it carefully. After a moment, they patched up the loopholes in the act and prepared to immediately lobby the congressman to agree to implement this act. But Aiden said there was no rush. Next, I will have a meeting with the prison guards. It would be even better if the three of them were present. Then don't give them any chance to reject. Go ahead and have Flanda gather the prison guards directly. Soon, all 90 prison guards in the prison have assembled. Then Aiden spoke loudly. The theme of today's meeting is to commend the brave fighters in the prison riot. When he said this, the prisoners started to discuss. Do you think the warden is going to reward us with potato stewed chicken? After all, the prison food is so simple now. Aiden had already planned for this. No matter how to commend, there will always be someone dissatisfied. So he chose a simple and direct approach. From today, all prison guards who participated in suppressing the riot will have their salaries increased tenfold. It will be raised from the original 10 gold to 100 gold. As soon as the words fell, the prison guards present cheered loudly. And Doug and the other two also expressed their support for Lord Aiden. At this time, a guard raised a question. Lord Aiden, do you know how long this salary can be sustained? After all, the prison's budget has always been tight. Increasing the salary is not just for 1 month. It's not for 1 or 2 years. It's for as long as I hold the position of warden. The tenfold salary increase will be effective indefinitely. As for the issue of prison funding, you don't need to worry. Your salary will be covered by me and these 3 gentlemen." Upon hearing this, Doug and the other 2 suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of ketchup. Adult Aiden must not do this. What does raising the salary of the jailers have to do with us? And this is too much. The 3 of us simply cannot afford it. Aiden looked at the 3 people indifferently. "Gentlemen, you need to know a fact. If it weren't for my group of jailers helping certain people cover up their mess, City Silver would be in chaos now. I'm giving you this opportunity to become the heroes behind the scenes. Besides, there are only 90 jailers in the prison now. This money shouldn't be too difficult for you." Upon hearing this, the 3 men finally spoke. 900 gold pounds a month is indeed not difficult for them. However, Jaden clearly remembers that Rose Prison was guarded by a group of experienced jailers. Aiden didn't explain much about this. Nowadays, Anthony himself has already been promoted. Those jailers who resigned because of him will probably come back one after another. But the prison won't be accepting such casual people anymore. Then he said to Doug, "Since you are the financial chief of City Silver, should the pay raise for the jailers be considered as a gift from us? If it is a gift, shouldn't it be tax-free?" As Doug heard this, he immediately felt embarrassed. "Mr. Aiden, you have to understand, tax matters have always been managed by the tax commissioner. I really have no say in it." "But I don't remember Dragon's Back Empire imposing a donation fee on the poor. Since it's not related to you, I will investigate who collected this money." When the words fell, Doug suggested that it could be negotiated. He also stated that prison guards should focus on managing the prison. Excessive and miscellaneous taxes should not distract them. Aiden expressed satisfaction with this. Then he spoke to the prison guards again. "Since Mr. Doug has said so, remember to pay 5 gold in taxes on time every month in the future." For the prison guards, this result is undoubtedly perfect. But at this time, one of the prison guards started to cry. "Dr. Aiden said my leg injury is too severe. I need to rest in a wheelchair for 6 months. I don't know if you would still want to use me after 6 months." Her words reminded Aiden as well. "You can continue working during your recovery period. The prison is establishing a new department to align with the upcoming act. The new department's task is to lead by example, rectify the prisoner's mindset, and facilitate their smooth integration into society and workforce. Since your leg is not convenient, let's have you join this department first. The salary will be the same as other prison guards." The scene shows Succubus and Maddie in the corner. At this point, their plan is very successful. Aiden has not seen the injured werewolf so far. Maddie's next plan is to have Succubus and Aiden meet and be honest with each other. Succubus is already getting excited just thinking about it. "I'm ready. Should I cover the head with a sack or use drugs?" She said a word directly confused Maddie. "You need to meet Aiden candidly. Of course, use your Succubus skills to seduce him." Unexpectedly, Succubus told her directly that I cannot. This made Maddie's heart explode instantly. It turns out that Succubus did learn enchantment at school before. However, the young Succubus at that time was not interested in it at all. Instead, she was only passionate about erotic novels. Maddie is cracking up. Just then, her district chief walked over. She said that there is already a rioting prisoner willing to work for the prison, and he has passed the prison's ideological evaluation. She even specifically mentioned wanting to join your labor team. The person is your old friend, Snake Witch. Upon hearing this, Maddie's mindset exploded once again. What kind of nonsense test are you guys conducting? This person's motives are clearly impure. I refuse to recruit her. But obviously, refusal is ineffective. Lord Aiden has spoken. Any rebellious prisoners can be persuaded, as long as they are willing to give up violence. We can all generously accept them, even if they have some quirks. And so the pitiful Maddie and the Snake Witch have officially announced that they are going to live together. Warden Aiden has found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, he wants to kill the Ant Queen at all costs. On the other hand, the Dragon's Back Empire is determined to protect the Ant Queen. Because the Ant Queen's identity is very unique. She is the only one who escaped from the Forbidden Area. And this Forbidden Area is closely related to the founding of the Dragon's Back Empire. Let's first focus on the Ant Queen. She is performing a restoration surgery on Kim. Afshin, standing beside her, is boredly keeping an eye on her. While munching on an apple, she speaks out. I couldn't figure it out for 2.5 days. Why haven't you died yet? I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, Teacher Afshin. The prison has already sent my file to the Dragon's Back Empire. I'm afraid I won't die easily. Upon hearing this, Afshin's expression slowly became more serious. The next second, she suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. I didn't expect you to resort to such tactics to protect yourself. You are really disgusting. Ant Queen did not get angry about this. She said, as she performed the surgery, Aiden has never served as a senior official. Therefore, he naturally does not consider issues from the perspective of the country. I estimate he will be infuriated after receiving the rejection of the death penalty from Dragon's Back Empire. Thinking that he wants to kill me, but can't makes me feel relieved. Afshin looked at the bug on the ground and asked, What is this disgusting thing? The Witch Union never taught us about this. According to the Ant Queen, this bug is called a zombie worm, a unique and invincible creature from the Forbidden Area. They live in the swamps inside the Forbidden Area. The swamps in the Forbidden Area are not ordinary mud water, but unrefined aging spell venom. Once an ordinary person falls in, their skin will quickly decay, and new limbs will grow. At the same time, the zombie worm will take the opportunity to burrow into their body. It can symbiotically replace organs with the host, but the host's rejection reactions will cause extreme pain. Therefore, those who fall into the swamp will experience organ overgrowth, failure, and the agony of decay. However, the zombie worm can replace the decaying organs. So, it is considered a true release only when the human brain dies. After listening, Afshin couldn't help but ask, So, can Kim use the venom without being harmed, thanks to the protection of the zombie worm? No, Teacher Afshin. The zombie worm only protects the device I installed on her from being eroded. Kim herself doesn't need any protection, because she is not human at all. She's like a universal adapter, can be used with any device without rejection. No matter what surgery I perform on her, she can endure it without a scratch. Just like a container carefully crafted by the Creator, she can contain mountains and rivers. Speaking of this, Ant Queen is already close to madness. The next second, she suddenly spoke in a pleading tone. Teacher, are you willing to give me a chance? Just one night, and I can enhance Kim's transformation. Afshin just smiled at this. I didn't expect you to still be thinking about escaping. It seems you haven't figured out the current situation yet. Now it's not just people from the Dragon's Back Empire who know you're locked up in Rose Prison. Your direct mentor Gaia must know as well. And she wasn't looking for you just to catch up. She wanted to eliminate you personally. Upon hearing this, Ant Queen was instantly scared stiff. You should know that Gaia is a teacher who specializes in formulating regulations for the Witch Union. In order to protect Ant Queen, she has violated the regulations she set more than once. Therefore, she must kill Ant Queen. Otherwise, she will forever lose the respect of other students. At this time, she has already arrived at the outskirts of Rose Prison. As long as Ant Queen is released from prison, it will be a fatal outcome. So the current Ant Queen is afraid of being killed by Warden Aiden in prison. If released, she will face pursuit from her mentor. Early the next morning, the herald from the Heretical Judgment Bureau arrived at the prison. And the price was that he ran a horse to death. The reason for such haste. It is to prevent Aiden from sentencing the Ant Queen to death. Yes, the Dragon's Back Empire's judgment does not allow for the execution of the Ant Queen. Aiden is very angry about this. It was decided by Harold personally. He also brought a personal letter from Dragon's Back Empire, the third prince, to Aiden. Upon hearing this name, Aiden subconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. In his memory, Originaten once served as the swordsmanship teacher for the third prince. During that period, the third prince said a sentence to Originaten. Although he couldn't remember exactly what was said, Originaten jumped in shock the moment he heard it. At this point, Aiden has already opened the handwritten letter. The content is as follows. Dear Aiden Gallo, long time no see. I have already learned about the news of Ant Queen being detained at Rose Prison, and I have participated in the resolution of the Heretical Judgment Bureau. I believe you may not understand the practices of the Judgment Bureau, so I feel it is necessary to write a letter to explain it to you. The only reason she was spared from the death penalty is that she had been to the Forbidden Area and managed to escape from it. Perhaps you might think that the Forbidden Area is just a potential hazard, but in fact, the Dragon's Back Empire's persistence with the Forbidden Area has a deeper reason. The Dragon's Back was initially just a border region of the Cine Empire. It was only after the war in the Forbidden Area ended that the Dragon's Back inherited most of the Cine Empire's territory, leading to the establishment of the Empire. However, this was a very passive transition legally. The nobles from the old Cine Empire increasingly feel that the Dragon's Back is not qualified to be an emperor, and there are even faint signs of a split emerging. Therefore, even if the Forbidden Area does not erupt, the Dragon's Back Empire will actively attack the Forbidden Area. We must seize the old capital of the Cine Empire and obtain the crown of the Cine 16 to consolidate the imperial power. So the Ant Queen must not die at all costs. We need her to understand everything about the Forbidden Area. This will greatly facilitate us in formulating strategies. With the Dragon's Back Empire making its official entrance, the Rose Prison is once again shrouded in lingering dark clouds. And where should Warden Aiden, who is at the center of the storm, go from here? First of all, the Dragon's Back Empire not only released the Ant Queen, they also created a special advisor position for her in the prison. The purpose is to allow the Ant Queen to provide intelligence on the Forbidden Area for the Empire in peace. At the same time, the prison should also do its best to fulfill all the advisor's requests. In other words, the prison is to serve the Ant Queen well. In addition, after hearing about the riot in the prison, the director of the Heretical Judgment Bureau decided to establish a branch in City Silver. This is to ensure the stability of Rose Prison. And the third prince also explicitly requested that Aiden be responsible for the site selection and construction of the branch. At that time, all the information on the Forbidden Area organized by Ant Queen will be handed over to the Heretical Judgment Bureau for unified processing. While reading the letter, Warden Aiden remained silent. After a moment, Flanda found the Ant Queen. Under Afshin's strict supervision, Kim's recovery surgery has been successful. Flanda then went on to ask the Ant Queen, "How much do you know about the Forbidden Area?" "I stayed in the Forbidden Area for 10 years. I have a good understanding of all aspects inside. Be aware that the current Ant Queen is unsettled." Although I don't know what happened, Flanda still said expressionlessly, "Are you willing to exchange the position of prison consultant with the information from the Forbidden Area?" Consultants are not restricted to the prison activities. They also enjoy exclusive studios and dormitories for work. Your situation is special. You need to report your itinerary to me 3 times a day. At this moment, the Ant Queen thought of her own situation again. Getting out of prison would mean certain death. But just as she was about to agree, Afshin suddenly threw her out. "Captain Flanda, do you think I can handle this? To be honest, I know a little about the Forbidden Area too." But when Flanda asked her if she had a way to break into the Forbidden Area, Afshin just awkwardly scratched her head and didn't say anything. So the consultant position eventually fell on Ant Queen's head, and she also promised that she would absolutely not escape. After all, there is still a Gaia watching her outside the prison. So the Ant Queen chose to lay low in prison for the time being. But she offended so many inmates during the riot. Therefore, she still needs to find a backer. On the other hand, Financial Chief Doug also arrived at the prison. He came to discuss the Prisoner Bail Bond Act with Aiden. But he felt a chill as soon as he entered the prison. It's because the corpse witch in the prison is about to disappear in 2.5 days. That's why the chill is so heavy. Doug soon found Aiden. He said, as soon as he came in, "I just saw the herald of the Heretical Judgment Bureau outside. Looks like Lord Aiden is going to be promoted. Because in City Silver, there is no shortage of uncultured upstarts. Relationships are what the elite class in City Silver most desires. As long as one knows a few high-ranking officials in the Dragon's Back Empire, their influence in City Silver will carry more weight. Of course, all of these are beside the point. He came to see Aiden for the Prisoner Bail Bond Act. Wanting to convince congressmen one by one to support the act would be too slow. So Doug came to have Aiden use his connections. I heard that you have a good relationship with a tycoon. He controls at least 30% of congressmen. If you ask him for help, progress will greatly accelerate." Upon hearing this, Aiden was a bit confused for a moment. How come he didn't know there was a tycoon he had a good relationship with? So Doug was actually talking about buying out the Rose Prison Brewing Project a few days ago. The boss of Golden Teeth. This person is named Golden Teeth Letts, who not only controls a large amount of financial resources. He also established the most brutal private gang, Skeleton Gang. Rumors have it that this gang once overnight dismantled the long-standing gang, Blood Gang. He single-handedly established the position of Alpha in the North District of City Silver. This made many small and medium-sized enterprises become his puppets. In the end, these people formed a huge profit group. These Aidens are all in the know. Because of that Blood Gang Alpha Junior Dragon woman. She is still locked up in Rose Prison. After Doug mentioned it, Aiden also had some ideas about this Golden Teeth. Soon after, Aiden said to the guard behind him, "Go fetch the voodoo doll of the corpse witch. Today, I will settle the matter between her and the junior dragon woman." The scene then cuts to Aya, who is persuading Kinga to quickly get up from the sick room. After all, Aiden has entrusted them with the task of guarding the prisoners. In response, Kinga just gave a cold snort. "Let Aiden wait. Every time I fall into madness, I have to rest for a week." She then turned her gaze to the side. Lying next to her was District Chief Kinga. When he saw the two of them, he was angry because it was District Chief Kinga himself who had deceived her into beating the prisoner and then disappeared. District Chief 3 chuckled and said, "We didn't disappear. Back then, we went to an even more dangerous solitary confinement cell." To be honest, so many years have passed, and you have grown a lot too. In this small hospital room, there is still a werewolf who got injured fighting for love. At this moment, she is looking out the window, contemplating something. Back when she was at the werewolf outpost, she heard the following words. "Why do we werewolves have to self-harm for humans? Who would be willing to be someone else's dog? Humans and orcs both have their own gods to worship. Only our ancestors betrayed the orcs and joined humans. But now we have nothing. We can only become beasts enslaved by humans. Are you willing to let generations become slaves, or risk your lives so that future generations can live under the sun?" The man then smiled and looked at the werewolf. "If one day we die, you don't have to cry for us, because this is a deal we voluntarily made." Later, this group of people died under the flying knives of the bounty hunter White. They did not resist but chose to face death calmly. In the end, they painted a rune with their own blood. This rune also appeared behind the werewolf before. This is also why she can go head-to-head with half-god Ostina. Nowadays, this rune is still around. It appears in the form of a tattoo on the arm of the werewolf. Even the upright warden Aiden. He could only do his best to disguise himself in front of capital and the powerful. It turns out it was just a short while ago when Doug worked to ensure the smooth implementation of the Prisoner Bail Bond Act. He then found Aiden and asked him to seek the support of the Golden Teeth boss. So Aiden rode a horse to the City Silver. Soon he arrived at a place with extremely extravagant decoration. This is the winery under Golden Teeth. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, a man spoke to him. "Sir Aiden, our tavern is not open during the day. If you want to drink, you can come back at night." Aiden calmly replied. I'm here to see your boss, let's. Little Mustache Guy waved his hand expressionlessly at the words. Follow me. Our boss is in the backyard receiving the goods. So the two of them went to the backyard of the winery one after the other. But soon, Aiden stopped in his tracks. Because what appeared in front of him at this moment was a slum that looked like hell. But when he turned around, only then did he realize that behind him was a clean and tidy street. The people here were all dressed splendidly. It turns out that Golden Teeth Winery is actually built between the city center and the slums. Because the vast majority of people in the slums are farmers. It is they who supply food to the entire city silver. So building the winery here can reduce transportation costs. Just as Little Mustache Guy called on the guys to go and fetch the boss, a fresh tomato suddenly smashed towards Aiden. The person who threw it was a raggedly dressed little boy. He could only see him pointing at Aiden's nose and opening his mouth to speak. So you are the one who sent Camilla Gangsterette, Junior Dragon Woman, to prison. You despicable villain. Before Aiden could speak, the Little Mustache Guy on the side suddenly took a deep breath. Then he suddenly pulled out the dagger from his waist. You little beast really have guts. How dare you insult the guest on Mr. Lutz's turf? Hearing this, the boy's grandfather Park knelt down on the ground with a thud. Sir, please spare him. The child doesn't know any better, I can make it right. All that awaited him was the merciless sole of Little Mustache Guy's shoe. Compensate Mr. Aiden with your belongings. I even find his hands dirty. He then grabbed the boy's hair. If you mess with me, at most I'll break one of your arms. But sorry, you've messed with the adult Mr. Aiden. If it's not handled properly, Boss Lutz will lose face. He then addressed Aiden. Mr. Aiden, how do you want to kill him? Chop him into mincemeat or let the hounds tear him into pieces. Just then, Diamond suddenly started making a fuss. Those similarly ragged people were pleading for the young boy's mercy. The next second, Aiden pointed his cane at the tomato on the ground. My punishment for him is to eat this tomato. This kind of thing is pig food in our prison. So I want you to eat it. Upon hearing this, Little Mustache Guy quickly pushed the boy to the ground. Then he cried as he shoved the tomato into his mouth. In response, Aiden coldly said, Today's matter is not going to end this easily. From now on, both you and your grandpa will have to come to the prison every day. Show me how you eat this pig food, and then I will let you experience the prisoner's instruments of torture. Then he looked at Little Mustache Guy and said, Your winery's people, remember this. Don't cause trouble for them in private anymore. I will slowly enjoy this interesting show in prison. Upon hearing this, Little Mustache Guy couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. In his opinion, this was indeed a very sophisticated form of torture. The poor were disappointed, with faces full of disappointment. It seems that the hero Aiden, spoken highly of by everyone, is no different from these people. Indeed, the higher the status, the more vicious people become. At this moment, a man suddenly walked out from behind the Little Mustache Guy. How long has it been, Carlo? Why haven't you invited my dear Aiden in yet? The person who entered was Lutz, the owner of the Golden Teeth Winery. However, Aiden's attention did not shift to him. Instead, he stayed in place and repeated the name of the Little Mustache Guy a few times. Carlo found this very strange. Is there an issue with my name? Aiden suddenly smirked at the words. Nothing. I just have a habit of writing down the names of interesting people I meet. And this so-called notebook is precisely a list of deserving recipients. Silly Carlo actually thought he caught Aiden's eye. He even felt a hint of pride. At this moment, Lutz spoke up. Everyone says you are a judge who is fiercely against evil. But I never expected you to be so ruthless towards the borrowers. You have managed to this point. Haven't you learned how to package yourself yet? You must play your role well in front of the citizens. Only then can you cultivate their inherent impression. When you deal with residents that you dislike, the citizens will stand by you immediately. Upon hearing this, Lutz burst into a big laugh. So, you killed Jack and Anthony for the werewolf case. Presumably, it's also to boost Lord Aiden's public image. When this statement was made, the air seemed to solidify. This is a blatant probe. As soon as Aiden's response is inappropriate, the winery's staff will immediately turn into gangsters. After a short moment of thought, Aiden said, "If Anthony had told me that Jack was his son, he should have come and visited me. This matter could have been settled long ago." Unfortunately, he didn't follow the rules and instead set a bounty hunter to assassinate me directly. Do you think this is the attitude when seeking help from someone? Since he doesn't care about decency, I have no choice either. As the words fell, Lutz revealed his iconic golden teeth. Then he shouted, "Mr. Aiden is right. The law is the law. Rules are rules." I was worried about becoming the second Anthony at first. It seems I was thinking too much. I should have cooperated with Mr. Aiden earlier. Lutz turned to look at the winery's attendant. Let's not misunderstand. Mr. Aiden is our esteemed guest. Even the famous Warden Aiden have to bow down to capital for the smooth implementation of the Prisoner Bail Bond Act. Warden Aiden was forced to find the boss Lutz of Golden Teeth. After some insincere pleasantries exchanged between them, Lutz led Aiden inside while expressing his emotions. When I first arrived at City Silver, except for the depleted mithril mine, all that's left here is yellow earth. But I still managed to establish myself here. The small and medium-sized enterprises in the city have to pay protection money to me. Nowadays, I have also secured a foothold in both the legitimate and underworld activities. Currently, only the giant company City Silver can compete with me. That's why I successfully acquired the winemaking project at Rose Prison. I intend to use Jade Foot wine to tap into the market of the Dragon's Back Empire. At this point, Lutz couldn't help but burst into a proud laughter. As long as I turn Jade Foot wine into a luxury product in the Dragon's Back Empire, I will definitely become the alpha of City Silver. At this moment, Aiden spoke up. I do have a way to help you become the alpha quickly. If Mr. Lutz is willing to promote the Prisoner Bail Bond Act, I am willing to represent Rose Prison in supporting you. I didn't expect Mr. Lutz to reject it outright without even thinking about it. This does make Aiden a little curious. Don't you want the prisoners of Rose Prison to serve you? I didn't expect Lutz to refuse without even thinking about it. This is a bit strange for Aiden. Don't you want the prisoners of Rose Prison to serve you? Of course, I know how powerful those prisoners are. I also know that hiring them will surely boost the influence of Golden Teeth Pub. But the current situation does not allow it. What I control is a small and medium-sized enterprise group, and our advantage lies in having many thugs who are ruthless. But in terms of assets, our opponents, the giant conglomerate, have the upper hand. Currently, both sides are in a delicate balance. If the Prisoner Bail Bond Act is successfully implemented, both sides will definitely spend money to attract more prisoners. So I will definitely not support this act. Just as the situation was deadlocked for a while, Aiden suddenly remembered the words of Financial Chief Doug. Anyone who knows officials from Dragon's Back Empire will have more authority in speaking, because relationships are what the elite class in City Silver desires most. Thinking of this, Aiden suddenly had an idea. Then he was about to get up to take his leave, but at that moment, a letter suddenly slipped out from his arms. After clearly looking at the postmark on the letter, Lutz's eyes widened suddenly, because the postmark represented the Dragon's Back Empire. In an instant, Lutz's whole body trembled with excitement. He urgently asked, "Lord Aiden, could you please introduce this letter?" Then Aiden inadvertently revealed that he was going to help the people of the Heretical Judgment Bureau establish a branch in City Silver. Upon hearing this, Lutz seemed to be as excited as a dog spotting a bone. Immediately, he spoke in a humble and urgent tone, saying, "As long as you are willing to establish the Heretical Judgment Bureau across the street from the pub, I guarantee that this act will pass within 3 days." Aiden expressed that these are all small matters, because the Heretical Judgment Bureau came for the forbidden area, and the only pub in the entire City Silver is located in the slums closest to the forbidden area. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lutz couldn't help but raise his glass high. Let's have a drink for a better city silver. Aiden just opened his mouth expressionlessly and said, I'm allergic to alcohol. Rose prison at the same time. Sophia unexpectedly discovered that Aiden was not in prison. However, her main purpose today was to visit him in prison. On the other side, Warden Aiden accidentally bumped into someone on his way back to the prison. But what surprised him was that the man he bumped into looked very familiar. Because the man was Bruce. At this time, he was also followed by two ragged beggars. Bruce was the accomplice who helped Jarvis frame the werewolf back then. When Aiden saw him, he was very surprised. Shouldn't you be in prison now? Hearing this, Bruce sighed heavily. It turns out that he was locked up in Thorn Prison, which specializes in detaining males, because he was Jarvis's accomplice. Due to his voluntary surrender, he didn't receive a long sentence. Bruce couldn't calm down in the prison cell. He realized the societal sickness deep within him. Why do some people have everything under their control, while others are as humble as ants? Is it simply because some people are more familiar with the rules of society? But rules are also created by people to serve people. How come rules gradually divide people into different classes? This issue has always troubled Bruce. Until one day, he had a realization that it was because everyone had forgotten the original intention. Later, Bruce saw the statue of Bay at Rose Prison. It was Bay who originally resolved the racial barriers and united everyone to jointly resist the Forbidden Area evil god. But such a person was not enshrined and passed down. At that moment, Bruce instantly realized that he had to do something. Later, he used all his family property to handle the procedures for his release from prison and established the Bay Divine Religion. He proclaimed that fairness, kindness, and love from Yang are the true principles of universal harmony. But due to his financial difficulties, he could only start by gaining followers from the slums. After listening, Aiden let out a deep sigh. Next, I am preparing to investigate Camilla's case. Do your followers from the slums have any insight into the situation? On the other side, Rose Prison, Sophia and Junior Dragon Woman Camilla sat opposite each other. It's about time for you to fulfill our agreement as well. As long as I help you convert members of the Blood Gang into bounty hunters, you have to give me the treasure left by your dragon-born father. The Feather of Chaos is one of the legendary 12 Authority Order artifacts. People who can enter Rose Prison are indeed exceptional. Junior Dragon Woman seems harmless. In reality, she is the alpha of the underworld. And it all starts from the slums 20 years ago. On a rainy night, a prostitute actually sent her 8-year-old daughter to take clients. At that time, this incident also caused a sensation in the slums, but what caused the sensation was not the mother's actions. It was the fact that the big man was killed by the girl that caused the sensation. Even more strangely, the usually quiet child has grown a dragon horn. From then on, her name became well known among the poor people. This person Aiden is also very familiar. She is Junior Dragon Woman Camilla, later investigated by people from the Dragon's Back Empire. After discovering that she is only a hybrid dragonborn, they lost interest. But Camilla's behavior also attracted the admiration of the children in the slums. Most of them are orphans. And then Junior Dragon Woman naturally became the king of the children. They live near the eastern landfill because they don't have much money. So the nearby mafia also rarely bothers them. And time passed peacefully like this for a few years. Until the Empire of Cine waged war with the Netherland Empire. In the later stages of the war, many deserters from Cine fled along the river valley to City Silver. They boast at the pub that Cine has women who specialize in adopting orphans, selling a few children can cover their income for a year. At one point, all the mafia in the slums set their sights on Camilla. On a night 5 years ago, mafia members poured out armed with weapons. Their target was the orphans living in the garbage dump, struggling to survive. That night, gunshots and cries echoed everywhere. Finally, there was a roar like an earthquake, and a dragon suddenly appeared out of thin air. After that battle, in the slums, the mafia either died or escaped, and a small number of survivors merged to form the current skeleton gang. From then on, Camilla rose to fame in one battle, and no one dared to step into her territory since. Her power is also known as the Blood Gang, although Camilla has never acknowledged this title. Everything was going well until the Blood Gang was wiped out by the mounted police due to a murder case. Aiden was very surprised to hear this. If it was because of murder, she should have been arrested and sentenced long ago. It's all because this time she killed someone from the city. No one has ever cared about the people she killed before. But this time, the little boy who died was a citizen of City Silver, entitled to the right to vote and legal protection. That day, dozens of mounted police were ordered to arrest Camilla. But everyone knows she could never be the murderer. After all, the Blood Gang is a force established to support orphans, so why would they target a young boy? Moreover, after Camilla was caught, the slums returned to being under the control of the Mafia. Golden Teeth Lutz kept on exploiting the already suffering poor people over and over again. At this point, Aiden raised a question: what were the people in the slums doing when the mounted police were arresting people? You have to understand that there are only 300,000 people in the city's Silver slums, but they occupy 240,000 of them. Did you just stand by and watch when she was in danger? As soon as this was said, the man fell silent instantly. When Camilla was arrested, there were many people present. But all those people without exception chose to remain silent. After understanding the situation, Aiden was so furious that he couldn't say a word. Before leaving, Bruce thought Aiden would rescue Camilla, but Aiden just snorted coldly. The scene then shifts to Rose prison after hearing Sophia's words. Junior Dragon Woman smiled and said, "I haven't forgotten about our agreement. From what I know, orders are only assigned to gold-ranked hunters, but aren't they all just entrance-ranked hunters now?" At this, Sophia hesitated a bit and said, "To become a gold-ranked hunter, you need to purchase the magic amulet from the church. One amulet costs 500 gold, so the 200-plus people you have totals tens of thousands of gold pound. I simply don't have that much money." At this moment, the Junior Dragon Woman turned her head and said to the guard behind her, "Please transfer my personal savings to this young lady." The so-called personal savings are actually the profits she earned as an enforcer for the succubus. At first, Sophia was very disdainful, thinking, "How much money can you really earn as a measly enforcer?" But the next second, she was startled by the box of gold in front of her. What kind of family does the succubus really come from? Even more surprising was that there were gold bars worth 100 in it. You need to know that this thing only circulates within the core circle of the empire. You can't find it on the market. Don't you even take a look when the succubus gives you money, my lord? The Junior Dragon Woman thought for a moment. The succubus gives money in bags. Soon, Sophia finished counting, and they were still 50,000 gold away from their goal. But there's not much we can do for now. We can only hope that Lady Succubus will give us more opportunities to earn money. Who would have thought that the always adorable Gilala? She is actually eating poop behind the scenes. And the seemingly stupid succubus. In fact, she also has a big background. Let's first bring the scene to Rose Prison, where a large group of prisoners is farming the land. But due to lack of nutrients in the soil, Gilala decided to build a fermentation tank first. And the object of fermentation is the feces from the prison toilet. But the fermentation tank was indeed built a little too large. The other prisoners were almost nauseated by the smell, but George was enjoying his bread with great relish. At that moment, a small piece of bread fell down without any warning. You should know that underneath it is the fermentation pit. Watching George's eyes gradually turn fierce, the two prisoners beside hurriedly pulled her back. But George said wasting food is shameful. In the end, she still ate that piece of bread. This scene made Gilala immediately vomit feces. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. The person who came is none other than Snake Witch. She is here to ask Gilala if he has seen Maddie. Unexpectedly, Gilala was directly questioned and couldn't avoid it. "Why are so many team leaders coming to me for help?" One Kinga is pretending to be a patient. One Aya is taking care of the patient. One Maddie is playing hide and seek. There is another one eating feces. Throwing everything to me. Do you think I am easy to bully because I am short? If you keep playing like this, then I will quit too, said Gilala, and flew up directly. Now this elf can't hear anything, can't even hear with a honey sandwich. The next second, a truck transporting feces was pushed over. Then Gilala directly let out a resounding blast of wooden elf. The Snake Witch, seeing this scene, felt helpless. If you won't tell me, I'll find out by myself. Then she used the gifted supernatural power of the Snake Witch clan. In the meantime, in a certain patch of grass, Maddie is doing her best to teach the succubus spell. But when the spell takes shape, the succubus, however, vomited feces all over the ground. Because the allure spell only works on the opposite sex, for the same sex, it's like eating feces. Succubus vomited for a while before recovering. Then she began to practice allure. Oh God, please allow me to condense desire particle. As soon as the words fell, Succubus shouted, Fire! At Maddie. Then she started to vomit and defecate uncontrollably. Originally, in the Succubus class, a mistakenly cast spell called Emotional Transference Spell from the Allure category was used, which basically transfers the Allure outbreak to someone else. She cast the spell on Maddie, and then the Emotional Transference Spell was transferred back to her. However, this gave Maddie a new idea. I can just cast the Allure directly on you. Although I may vomit or defecate, it's not a bad idea to help you bring down Aiden. Just then, Maddie suddenly heard the sound of rustling. The true protagonist, Snake Witch, made her appearance. Although Succubus is usually very silly, she still sensed a murderous aura. Sure enough, the next second, Snake Witch pounced on her directly and said, I must kill you, the third party. Poor Succubus was so scared that she cried. She could only muster up her last strength to cast the Emotional Transference spell. A pink gas surrounded Maddie in a circle. The Snake Witch, who already liked Maddie, became even more unable to resist. She directly knocked down Maddie. Then Snake Witch went straight to her and gave her a crazy kiss. Desperate Maddie quickly asked Succubus to save her. But timid Succubus had never seen such a scene before. Think about how fierce Snake Witch was just now. So the timid Succubus just cried and fled from here. Maddie cried too when she saw the situation. She never expected this to happen. Just the thought of teaching the Succubus spell without holding back. She even closed off her dignity to help the Succubus take down Aiden. But what she didn't expect was a ruthless betrayal in return. So Maddie got angry. If you don't show any sense of propriety first, then don't blame me for not being ethical. So Maddie activated the Emotional Transference spell with her foot. The next second, a pink gas spread around the Succubus. The Succubus, who had just stopped crying, cried again. Because the Snake Witch gave up on Maddie to pursue her. In a critical moment, the Succubus circled back around using a big tree. She was furious when she saw Maddie. How can you treat me like this? I have nothing to do with this. She decisively cast the Emotional Transference spell towards Maddie. Maddie got angry. Being the uncrowned king of sleeping men, she naturally wouldn't allow anyone to dare to play tricks on her. Then she cast an Emotional Transference spell on Succubus, and Maddie also started vomiting feces. But Snake Witch fell in love with Succubus. Succubus, unwilling to show weakness, cast an Emotional Transference spell back at her, and Succubus started vomiting feces. But Snake Witch fell in love with Maddie. And so, with both of them being pursued, they continued to vomit feces. Finally, Maddie couldn't take it anymore. She cast a silent spell on Succubus in exchange for a shoe. But just as she was laughing smugly, a piece of stone stabbed into her foot. This made Maddie cry out in pain on the spot. And the silent spell she cast also failed. Witnessing this, the Succubus took advantage of the situation and cast the Emotional Transference spell on Maddie. just as she didn't want a furry tail to trip her up. Maddie displayed her gifted supernatural power. Even though the magic-suppressing color sealed my spell, I can still defeat you. After saying that, Maddie used her tail to surround the succubus and snake witch. Next, please take a look at Maddie's secret garden. The trapped succubus is very scared. She is begging Maddie to let her out. The succubus soon felt a wave of heat. But this is not the end. Countless hairs sprouted from behind her. Just grope around the sensitive areas of the succubus. You should know that the sensitivity of a succubus is 100 times that of a human. So Maddie is confident that she can make her enjoy it immensely. Then she injected a large amount of aphrodisiac mist into her tail. At that moment, the succubus passed out directly. But please don't forget one thing, Maddie's secret garden is not only home to succubus. And how could the snake witch, who was affected by the love potion mist, let her go? Who would have thought that the seemingly innocent succubus? Actually, her true identity is the only daughter of the succubus queen. Time goes back to 2.5 months ago, in a luxurious courtyard, where hundreds of men in black masks were kneeling. This is the coming-of-age sacrifice prepared by succubus Queen Lucia for her daughter, 365 young men who have not yet experienced manhood. The succubus blushed and said, "Mom, you don't have to do this. I already have my own chosen sacrifice." Upon hearing this, Lucia couldn't help but retort, "It's been 4 years, and you still haven't forgotten about him." The succubus was taken aback. She didn't expect that her hidden secret, kept for many years, had already been discovered. It turns out that ever since she was caught by originating 4 years ago, the young succubus has often been running to the Judgment Bureau. What else besides men could make my daughter so obsessed? The secret being exposed, the succubus decided to tell her mother the truth. "Mom, I don't want to end up like you, still filled with regrets even after becoming the queen. But I also know the responsibility on my shoulders. In the future, I will inherit the Lilith family and enter the political whirlpool of the Dragon's Back Empire. You will also have to confront the heretical Judgment Bureau and the secular world. I will use everything to protect the succubus clan. Do consider the overall situation in everything you do. Perhaps I will lose my freedom because of this. But I have already been enlightened about this. It's just that I always feel empty inside. I think if I am still at an age where I have freedom, if I don't go crazy for the spark in my heart once, I will definitely disappoint myself in the future." After saying this, the mother and daughter both fell into silence. A long time later, Lucia chuckled and said, "If you leave for City Silver now, I think I still have time to tear up the engagement." Excitedly, the young succubus threw herself into her mother's arms at these words. However, she still had some concerns. "Will tearing up the engagement cause any trouble? You are my daughter, and I am willing to stand against the whole world for you. But can you pass the test of desire?" At this moment, the succubus is being pressed down by the snake witch. Desire is the biggest flaw of succubus. Many succubus fantasize about falling in love in the guise of a normal person, but without exception, they cannot resist desire. When cheap desires become easily obtainable, the dream of love becomes unattainable. For a succubus, the chance to experience a heart-stirring moment like humans only comes once. The succubus at this moment has already been tortured miserably. But obviously, the snake witch does not intend to let her off easily. Next, you will see the exclusive improved version of the acupressure massage technique by the snake witch. Just see her lightly pressing down with one finger. The succubus immediately started sweating all over her body. She felt like she had fallen into the middle of the ocean. But this is just the beginning, as the snake witch also has an advanced version of acupoint massage technique. In the next second, countless fingers as fast as shadows fell on succubus. Succubus let out a painful scream. After a moment, snake witch completed the charging, only to see that her 2 fingers were as fast as lightning. Succubus was like a mosquito in front of her fingers. After everything was over, the snake witch smiled smugly, while succubus was lying on the ground, panting heavily. But the next second, she suddenly grinned crookedly. Just like this. You don't really think I play with toys just for fun, do you? I pursue the wildest ambitions of my youth, and I maintain 100% anticipation for tasting delicious food. I have endured a training regimen that is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I have now become a perfect succubus who overcame racial defects. As soon as the words fell, Succubus suddenly launched a surprise attack on the Snake Witch's waist. Just this one hit sent the Snake Witch flying up in the air. But it's not over yet. The Succubus started launching a crazy attack on the Snake Witch. At this moment, the Snake Witch seems to be engulfed in a volcano. Maddie outside was stunned by the scene. She didn't expect that the first one unable to resist would be the Snake Witch. But little did she know that she was also in great danger at this moment. The clever Succubus has found her weakness, and you can only see her forming the oldest seal with her hands. Then she charged forward in the opposite direction of the grain. At this moment, Maddie has already sensed the danger. But it was already too late. The Succubus used all its strength to stab at Maddie's back door. Stinky Fox Witch, don't underestimate me. The fermentation tank of Rose Prison actually exploded. And the instigator behind all this turned out to be Maddie. Poor Gilala once again ate feces. It turns out that immediately after Mayong assaulted Maddie, Maddie fell to the ground clutching her buttocks. And the Succubus spoke confidently. Don't think I'm easy to bully. This is the lesson I'm giving you. But suddenly, her expression tightened. The next second, the Succubus swiftly fled from here at the speed of light. Watching Maddie, even more so, lying on the ground in horror. The lingering Snake Witch is caught up again. On the other side, the prison's fermentation tank is in use, with ordinary prisoners laboring. And Gilala is frantically cleaning the feces on its body. Just then, Maddie's voice suddenly came through. At this moment, she was being relentlessly chased by the Snake Witch. After seeing the crowd around the fermentation tank, Maddie instantly came up with a plan. As long as she reached the casting distance of the emotional transference spell, she would be saved. But just as she was preparing to cast the spell, suddenly there was a plop sound, and she fell into the manure pit. Other prisoners scattered and fled at the sight. Watching poor Maddie, who was vomiting and cursing loudly, who covered the pit with soil. Suddenly, it seems like she has a bright idea. The Snake Witch, who was originally very passionate about her, has unexpectedly started to become hesitant. Maddie instantly grasped her weakness. You actually have eczema. So, the mentally unstable Maddie completely went crazy. She began to indiscriminately attack using feces. Poor Gilala tasted the flavor of feces once again. Even worse, a prisoner who was busy avoiding something accidentally knocked George's bread flying. And this bread happened to land on Gilala, who was covered in feces. So Jalala's lifelong nightmare began. The prison quickly descended into complete chaos. At the same time, Warden Aiden, who had been missing for a long time, finally returned to the prison. Then he walked into the prison. At this time, Flanda was supervising the inmates lining up to take a shower. Upon seeing Aiden, Flanda asked, May I ask, Lord Aiden, what gains did you achieve from this trip? The gains from this trip are substantial. It has helped me understand almost completely the power structure of City Silver. Just as I had anticipated, the city's congressmen have all been controlled by fixed interest groups. Some are controlled by small and medium-sized enterprises. The other part is controlled by large corporate giants. They use private bribes to make congressmen their mouthpieces, thereby approving laws beneficial to themselves. This is also my goal for the next step. In order to ensure the long-term stability of the prison, it is necessary to have some control over congressmen in parliament. Upon hearing this, Flanda was very worried because City Silver's structure is already deeply rooted. Trying to control some congressmen is like trying to take food from a tiger's mouth. Aiden was actually prepared for this. The Prisoner Bail Bond Act is a key element. He wants to select suitable prisoners to enter various enterprises, and then pick out the soft spots that can be squeezed. But now there have been some changes in the plan. Compared to the implementation of the plan, the capitalists in the city seem more interested in the establishment of the Heretical Judgment Bureau. Flanda is also quite knowledgeable about this, because the Heretical Judgment Bureau is equivalent to a special forces unit in the Empire's capital. Anything related to the capital is of great interest to the wealthy in City Silver. So the following matters will be easily dealt with. Next, Aiden needs to communicate the establishment of the Heretical Judgment Bureau in the slums. In this way, it will definitely lead to some meaningless disputes, and the role that Rose Prison needs to play is that of an audience. After listening to Aiden's plan, Flanda smiled knowingly, but then she voiced her doubts. At the time of the prison riot, a few temporary district chiefs were selected, but there were doubts about their identities. Now that the riot has been quelled, it is time to conduct background checks on the 4 district chiefs. The 2 of them walked towards the prison while chatting. But when the door opened, a strange scene was revealed. Cold air poured out from the prison, filling the air. Aiden knew that he couldn't delay handling the matter of the corpse witch any longer. Just then, a figure walked over. The newcomer was none other than Sophia, who had just finished scouting the prison. After recognizing the newcomer, Aiden spoke up. "You're just in time. Come with me to the office." Upon hearing this, Sophia's face suddenly changed color. "Stay calm, I'm still a child." It's over, it's over. Ant Queen unexpectedly poisoned the prisoners again. Poor Gilala fell victim once again. Junior Dragon Woman even vomited blood directly and fainted. 2 hours ago, Warden Aiden called Sophia to the office. He wanted Sophia to help spread the news, and the content of the message is that the Heretical Judgment Bureau is going to settle in City Silver. This is naturally not a problem for Sophia. After discussing it, she left here. She had just left when Action walked in with Kim. After a period of transformation, Kim has basically returned to normal. Nowadays, except for being a bit flexible physically, she is no different from a normal child in other aspects. Aiden is very satisfied with this. Then he instructed Flanda to arrange a school for Kim. And he also thoughtfully wanted to find a study partner for her. After everything was arranged, Flanda took her away from here. At this time, Action approached. "It's all thanks to me that Lady Aiden was able to recover." On the side, Asina interrupted her directly. "Lady Aiden, I don't agree. Why should the Ant Queen be the prison consultant? We have followed you for so long, but we have gained nothing. The Ant Queen not only can move freely in the prison, but also has a separate workshop and dormitory. Isn't this unreasonable? Why does she deserve all these when we don't deserve them?" Just at that moment, Aiden suddenly stood up and said, "All these arrangements were made by Empire. If you're not satisfied, you can appeal. Talking to me won't help." After saying that, Aiden tried to walk out, but was forcefully grabbed by 2 people. The 2 people are trying their best to become advisors, even going as far as offering to solve the corpse witch issue. Nowadays, the prison is almost turning into Antarctica due to the corpse witch. So they can handle this problem well. Aiden can also be considered for an advisory position. After receiving a positive response, Asina smiled confidently. She was certain that tonight, she would completely release the corpse witch. The time quickly arrived at midnight. At this time, the inside of the prison was chilling, and some inmates even wrapped themselves in blankets and lit fires to keep warm. Just then, Ant Queen walked over with a bag of red tea. "Are you all freezing? Come and have some red tea to warm up." Maddie vigilantly spoke up. "What trick are you planning this time? You're not trying to poison us, are you?" "How could that be possible? I've just been reformed. Now I'm already a consultant in the prison. We will be colleagues from now on." Once Gilala hears this, she will be overjoyed. She boldly states that just this benefit fee alone is not enough. Soon, the Ant Queen distributed the black tea to the prisoners in charge of guarding. She even thoughtfully prepared a cup for Junior Dragon Woman. When it came to the next prisoner, all the black tea was used up. This made those prisoners who revolted with her very unhappy, and they all wanted to beat up the Ant Queen. There is no choice. The Ant Queen can only choose to come before the Corpse Witch. Can we make a deal? You can tell me anything you want, as long as you stop emitting the cold air. Upon hearing this, Corpse Witch laughed. If you help me kill the Junior Dragon Woman, I will stop emitting cold air. Ant Queen looked hesitant. How can you ask me to go and kill the Dragonborn? If you can't do it, then just get lost. I won't rest until Junior Dragon Woman is dead. However, the next second, the Ant Queen's expression suddenly became confident. What I mean is, just killing one Dragonborn isn't enough. As soon as the words fell, Gilala suddenly had a large nosebleed. Maddie quickly stood up and said, "Don't drink the tea, it's poisoned." Junior Dragon Woman's condition seemed particularly serious as she spat out a mouthful of blood directly. Soon, the prisoners in charge of guarding quickly fell down one after another. The proud Ant Queen spoke. "Now all of Aiden's lackeys have been taken care of by me. You can turn off the cold air. Don't freeze my subordinates." Looking at the Junior Dragon Woman, who had already lost signs of life, the Corpse Witch's eyes widened in disbelief. Then she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Child, Mother has finally avenged you." The next moment, she turned into light and began to gradually disappear. Vampire, hiding in the corner, was overjoyed upon seeing this. "Ant Queen, please hurry and give me the potion. This time, I will definitely avenge against Aiden." But unexpectedly, the Ant Queen tilted her head and changed her appearance once again. "Who are you? I don't know you. Can't you see that this is just a show? Otherwise, how could the Corpse Witch disappear so calmly? Those prisoners who fell down were just pretending to be dead after drinking fake death potion. You didn't really believe it, did you?" Giggles. Asina walked over from behind at this moment. She slapped the Ant Queen and sent her flying away. "Finish the job quickly, then get out of here," Aiden said to handle it properly. "The matter has not been resolved yet." She said that as she had already taken off her socks. The next moment, Asina threw the socks towards the glowing mass. Then the socks quickly absorbed those light masses. The Corpse Witch in reality has been dealt with, but the one in the underworld has not. At this moment, Asina took off her glasses and threw them to Afshin. Then she slowly flipped open the magic book. As she continued chanting the magic incantations, clusters of dark green gas began to surround her. With a buzzing sound, a voice rang out. Asina lost consciousness and fainted. When she opened her eyes again, she had already arrived at the god-forsaken wasteland of the underworld. She came here to protect the fragmented soul of the Corpse Witch, but with her current strength, it's still a bit of a struggle. So Asina chooses to summon the Fire Dweller. A snake-like creature soon emerged from the ground, but strangely, its face turned out to be a single-eyed one. The next moment, it transformed into a strange-looking woman, who was none other than the Fire Dweller. At this moment, Asina muttered sternly to herself, "Necromancer, the one who disrupts the cycle of life, villain, don't let me catch you." Asina quickly woke up. Afshin besides spoke up. "So it turns out that necromancers entering the spirit world are just like dead people. If someone does something bad to you during this time, you wouldn't feel it, right? So I must have a private office and dormitory. I am determined to obtain the position of a prison consultant." At this point, those fake dead prisoners have already awakened. Then, they purposefully walk towards the Ant Queen. Of course, this has nothing to do with Asina anymore. She has completely liberated the Corpse Witch and even placed her soul in the underworld, which is also her chance to return to the path of reincarnation. She has done everything perfectly in all aspects. It should be considered a perfect handling as mentioned by Aiden, right? Junior Dragon Woman was listening to their conversation not far away. Even her heart of stone couldn't help but be moved. Rose Prison unexpectedly started a wave of bribery. The elite class of City Silver has gathered at Rose Prison. Warden Aiden even received a large check directly. And all of this is related to the Heretical Judgment Bureau preparing to move into City Silver. This morning, Flanda was pushing the jailer to work together. Suddenly, a tall and wealthy-looking man stopped her. Looking at the fat man running towards her, Flanda inexplicably felt somewhat familiar. The next second, she remembered that this was actually the person who had proposed to her before. Flanda quickly shouted to stop him. "Don't come over! I already said I'm married." Upon hearing this, the man rubbed his hands together and said, "I heard that Lord Aiden is planning to build the Judgment Bureau in the slums. I wonder if there's a spot for our Tailors Guild in that development area." "I am the president of the Tailors Guild, Mark. My superior is Rose Duke, one of the 4 esteemed dukes of City Silver. If Lord Aiden agrees to this matter, then our guild can offer a 10% discount on all uniforms for the jailers." Upon hearing this, Flanda fell silent. She did not understand what this sudden offer was all about. At the same time, in various corners of the city, different merchants are frantically trying to win over the jailers. Some people own restaurants. Some people even directly send jewelry. Even the entrance of the prison is crowded with a long line, each of them dressed splendidly and brightly. Without exception, they are all heading to the Heretical Judgment Bureau. It's strange to see so many people gathering at the prison gate, dressed in tattered Oreo clothing. The little boy was the one who insulted Aiden in the slum in the past. To punish him, Aiden made him report to the prison every day afterwards. After putting on the smallest prison guard uniform, Oreo walked into Aiden's office. Seeing his funny appearance, Aiden couldn't help but chuckle. "Next, I will give you a chance," he said. "As long as you do as I say, I will consider releasing the junior dragon woman." Very soon, the first visitor walked in. He is Dank, an antique dealer from City Silver. "I heard that Lord Aiden is in charge of the construction work of the Heretical Judgment Bureau. I think it would be great if we could leverage the network of the Judgment Bureau to expand the antique trade. This is an antique short sword from the old Cine Empire, gifted to Lord Aiden for self-defense. If a store could be opened at the Judgment Bureau, I could also offer a share of the corresponding stocks to the prison." Aiden didn't directly respond, but instead shifted the conversation to antiques. "You guys are really bold, daring to smuggle antiques from the forbidden area." Dank smiled hypocritically. "Sir Aiden, you must be joking. How would an honest merchant like me dare to go to the forbidden area? It's the poor ones who are brave enough to do anything for money." "I happen to know this person, Oreo. Initially, grandfather once arranged for him to work for Dank. In that group of people who went to the forbidden area, only one person survived in the end. When the only survivor asked Dank for his commission, he was mercilessly killed by him. Young Oreo happened to witness the whole process of him killing to cover up his crime. His grandfather told him that only when Camilla returns will our humble lives have a trace of dignity." At this moment, Aiden spoke up, saying that the construction of the Heretical Judgment Bureau needs comprehensive consideration, and I cannot accept bribes. "Lord Aiden, you must have misunderstood. This sword is a token of appreciation for preventing riots in the prison. The piece of paper with several zeros inside the scabbard is meant to brighten your mood." Upon hearing this, Aiden glanced at Oreo. Then he suddenly knocked on the table. This was the secret code that the two of them had agreed on before. As long as Aiden knocks on the table, Oreo must kick the person out. But looking at the ruthless killer in front of him, Oreo couldn't help but swallow nervously. Then he trembled and spoke in a shaky voice. "Please leave." The voice was so small that Dank couldn't even hear what he said. "Is this Aiden, sir?" "This is a new book boy I have just employed. There are some words that I say that are not timely, so I specifically found someone to help me speak." Upon hearing this, Oreo finally summoned the courage. "I said for you to leave, don't you understand? I clearly said I do not accept bribes. Do you want to be arrested directly?" Dank was taken aback and quickly panicked, saying, "I didn't expect that Lord Aiden would still be so principled. It was presumptuous of me. I'll take my leave now." At this moment, Oreo breathed a sigh of relief, but his own test had only just begun. On the other side, for District Chief wants to leave from the back door with Dank. At this moment, it caused his dissatisfaction. Being taught a lesson by a little brat is one thing, but can't I even leave through the front door? District Chief 4 laughed and said, "Aren't you here to use the back door? Follow me, and you will understand everything." Soon, the two of them arrived at a room behind the prison. At this time, the room was already filled with rare treasures. These were all gifts they presented to Aiden. Dank nodded understandingly. Does Master Aiden mean that these items should not be exposed to light? Dank, boss, you seem to be a person of integrity and naturally understand the rules. But you may end up losing everything. After all, the wolves outnumber the sheep. Upon hearing this, Dank couldn't help but burst into laughter. I am not afraid of failing in competition, but I am afraid that Mr. Aiden won't even give me a chance. Although the Heretical Judgment Bureau is just an organization of the Empire, it is located in the remote city Silver. Originally, only the best young people had the opportunity to work in this small units of Dragon's Back Empire. But now, as long as you pass the entrance exam for the Heretical Judgment Bureau, it's equivalent to the whole family becoming esteemed citizens of the Empire. So is the adjacent land of the Heretical Bureau just normal land? That will be a pathway for social mobility. Are the people outside squeezing their heads to open a shop? They are trying to close off the passage and set up a toll booth. They are trying to control the pathway for people to move up in social class. This is such a crazy display of power. No matter how much they pay for the land, it's all worth it. A carriage passed by the entrance of the prison at this moment. The person sitting in the carriage is Lutz. He looked at those people who stole the cake, and he was very unhappy. If you don't see a coffin, you won't shed tears. Let's invite Aiden to watch a good show in the evening. The time came to noon. Warden Aiden directly drove away the people who had not yet had a chance to meet. At this time, Oreo also completed his first day of work. He was a bit scared at the beginning. After all, he didn't dare to look up at these people who were usually in poverty. But later on, Oreo discovered that these people were actually no different from ordinary people. At this moment, Aiden spoke up and said that they had always been just ordinary people. If the people in the slums, like you, are aware of this issue, then Camilla can be released smoothly. After all, if someone can frame her once and send her to prison, then there will be a second time. At this time, Flanda pushed the door open and walked in. She has already found a reading partner for Kim, who is 16-year-old Aya. But unexpectedly, Aiden even brought Oreo along. He thought this boy is a good seedling. Coincidentally, Oreo actually recognized Flanda. At this time, the prison's foreign guest house. Ostina received a letter from her family. Some orcs will come to City Silver to do two things. The first is to kill Aiden, to teach the humans who are holding the orcs princess a lesson. The second is to defeat Ostina herself. In the perception of orcs, once an adult female is defeated by a male, she will become their property unless a stronger challenger appears, just like the societal rules of lions. It's over, it's over. Ostina, the princess of the orcs tribe, is swayed. And the person she fell in love with is Warden Aiden. Originally, Ostina locked herself up in prison because of. She actually did it to escape the arranged marriage by the orcs family. Because the orcs family structure is extremely twisted. No matter how powerful and noble a female orc is, once she marries a male, she will be treated as a bargaining chip. And she also has to watch her husband duel with others every day. If her husband loses, it's like getting a new husband. If he wins, it's like gaining a few more good girlfriends. I really don't understand. Is exchanging for a stronger husband something worth bragging about? My ideal marriage is very simple. I earn money to support the family, while my husband cooks and takes care of the children. Speaking of this, Ostina even seems a little excited. Don't you think that seeing a husband taking care of the children is very healing? At her words, her friend coldly pointed outside. Is what you said about him true? At this time, Aiden is sending Kim and a few others to school. He is earnestly reminding the three children to study hard. Little did Ostina know, she was already stunned when she saw this scene. When Aiden helped Kim onto the carriage, he kindly asked her what she wanted to eat. She could prepare it in advance before school ended. Upon hearing this, Ostina felt like her heart had been shot by Cupid. Next comes her own fantasy time. After a busy day, Ostina returned home to find her diligent husband Aiden cooking. The couple also has an adorable child. When the child cries, Aiden will gently pick the child up. Then, he skillfully prepares formula milk for the child. Thinking of Ostina, her whole being is ensnared. She's even decided on a name for the child. Just call him Aiden Jr. At this moment, her partner timely interrupted her fantasy. I must be seeing things right? Ostina actually revealed a lovesick expression. She naturally strongly refuted. What are you all thinking? I am the princess of the Orcs tribe. How could I possibly marry him? Besides, orcs and humans are still in a Cold War state. I could never marry a human. At this time, her little friend, Dear Woman, smirked and said, Then you might as well change your approach and think carefully. If you tell your dad directly that you don't want to get married, he definitely won't agree. But if you say you want to marry a human, I reckon your dad will immediately agree to let you stay single. Then you can openly go back to being a princess. However, you need to make it convincing, so that the orc spy completely believes it. Just as Ostina thought this plan was completely feasible, she realized that now was her chance to act. Dear Woman suddenly burst into laughter. But now you have no chance. The young succubus in the prison has almost captured Aiden. Ostina is not worried at all about this. As the orc princess, if she gives Aiden a chance to pursue her, he will definitely come to her on his own. The succubus's strategy is to be persistent and relentless. Even though she has been rejected all along, she has not faced any actual punishment. And she is constantly undermining Aiden's psychological defenses. Maybe one day, they will end up together. Not to mention that Succubus has the most powerful allure spell in the world. To be frank, you stand no chance at all. Succubus has plenty of opportunities. And you are only thinking about giving her a chance to pursue. Come on, you were the one begging her to fake marry you in the first place. Upon hearing this, Ostina irritably scratched her head. How would I know it would be so troublesome? Maybe we should just forget it. At this moment, Dear Woman smirked slyly and said, Don't worry, you still have me. I'll go and help you negotiate. When it's time to talk about marriage, you can just get married directly. The prison matchmaker's civil war officially ended with the establishment of the Orksteer team. The scene was given to Warden Aiden. Oreo turned out to be Flanda's neighbor. From a young age, Flanda's husband taught him how to read. At this point, Aiden spoke up. Your current salary is not low. Have you considered moving to the city with your husband? Upon hearing this, Flanda helplessly replied that her husband is a noble from the Dragon's Back Empire and depends on his wife to live a good life. For him, it's a kind of regret. Aiden found it very strange and asked, If he's a noble, how did he end up in the slums? It turns out that his elder brother squandered the family fortune, and since he has been paralyzed since childhood, he has no say in the family. But Flanda knows that all he lacks is an opportunity. If he hadn't been willing to study with me since I was young, I'm afraid I would be illiterate now. Aiden said that if there were suitable positions, he would arrange for him to try them out first. At this time, Dear Woman walked over and said to Aiden, I have something I want to talk to you about in private. Confused, Aiden asked, Why would an orc noble like yourself want to talk to me? Seeing this, Dear Woman quickly shouted, It's a very, very private matter. You, a big man, are afraid of me eating you? Come over, it won't take up too much of your time. Watching Aiden approaching gradually, Dear Woman couldn't help but tremble all over. Because she smelled the scent of mischief, next everyone will see a very awkward situation for Aiden. On the other side of the prison lobby, Ant Queen walked down the road with a sullen face. She had just been beaten up by the prisoners. At this moment, she was very conflicted. If she goes out, she will be hunted down by her mentor Gaia. If she stays, she will be bullied. Moreover, her relationship with anyone powerful in the prison is very poor. On one side are the orc nobles, who can't be bothered to pay attention to her. On the other side are the Afshanasina, who treat her as a joke. And there are also several people like Kingda, who have deep-seated enmity with her. As for Warden Aiden, he wishes she would die sooner. The current situation is to quickly find a powerful backer, otherwise she will sooner or later be beaten to death in prison. The pupil of the Ant Queen suddenly dilated. She saw the mark belonging to Samkina on the werewolf's body. The werewolf was now quietly staring at the big fist on the wall, which was a trace left from her battle with Ostina. Warden Aiden unexpectedly also brought up Sweet Love. A single, "I like children," successfully won the heart of the orc princess. Shy Ostina directly gave away her baby tooth. But the fatal thing is that all of this was seen by the werewolf. The scene first shows Werewolf. She looked at the big fist on the wall and fell into contemplation. Before the riot, Flanda told Aiden the truth about his amnesia and asked her to protect Aiden in times of danger. This is also why she chose to fight with Ostina. She looked at the huge fist mark left on the wall. The werewolf felt ashamed for losing so badly. Just then, the Ant Queen suddenly emerged from behind. "It's better not to expose the marks on your arms." The next second, the werewolf followed up with a flying kick. The poor Ant Queen instantly flew out 2.5 meters. Then Werewolf quickly rode on top of her. "You've got some nerve, daring to escape." The Ant Queen wanted to explain that she is now a consultant in the prison. But Werewolf didn't listen at all. He tied her up with a belt. At this time, the Ant Queen suddenly smirked mysteriously. "Do you know what the marks on your body represent?" "This represents the ancient god, who has been dead for more than 200 years. Its apostle has unexpectedly reappeared. Presumably, it has also gradually regained its power in the underworld. I have always admired this ancient god. Please give me a chance to serve as your apostle." Upon hearing this, the werewolf spoke indifferently. "I don't understand what you're talking about. But if you dare to speak nonsense, I will immediately make your head roll." The scene shifts to Warden Aiden's side. "Do you remember the werewolf that Ostina fought? She wants to find an opportunity to reconcile with you privately. After all, as a hostage who maintains peace between the two countries, it is easy for her to escalate the situation and cause war by hitting the prison guards." Aiden nodded expressionlessly, but in reality, he had many thoughts. In his eyes, Ostina was a strong representative. How could she possibly apologize proactively? At this moment, Dear Woman said again, "Dominance is just the image she represents for her country. In reality, she is very fragile inside and cares a lot about others' opinions. Due to her identity, she has to pretend to be calm. In fact, who knows how many times she cried secretly at night." With that said, Aiden had nothing more to say. It turned out that she was living in a very suppressed manner, so let's call her in for a face-to-face conversation. I will try to keep my tone as friendly as possible. Then Ostina received the news that Aiden wanted to meet her. Next, you can directly enter the process of discussing marriage, but you should pay attention to human interpersonal etiquette in the early stages of a relationship. You are not allowed to directly express your feelings, as it may appear vulgar. Just make sure to convey your thoughts through subtle actions that hint at your feelings without explicitly stating them. You both will understand what the other is trying to express without explicitly saying it. On the other side, the werewolf has also found out about the true identity of Ant Queen. Poor Ant Queen has already been beaten to the point where she only has half a life left. To understand the detailed situation, Werewolf decided to personally go find Aiden and ask for clarity. On the other side, Ostina has already arranged to meet with Warden Aiden. Ostina took the initiative to speak first, saying, "You know about my situation now, right?" At this moment, Aiden was thinking that it was indeed quite difficult for a princess to apologize to others. So he smiled and said, "You seem to be doing this for the first time. Don't be nervous, it's okay." When it reached Ostina's ears, it took on a different meaning. Why did he speak to me in such a pitiful tone? Could it be that he is not new to dating? But she considered that it was just acting, and not as serious as marrying him. So Ostina, feeling a bit proud, asked, "How many people are there in your family, and where are they located?" At this moment, Aiden was confused. Why did she suddenly ask about my family possessions? Has she put on the princess disguise again? But thinking of her fragile heart, Aiden had no choice but to honestly reply, "I am the only one. I think there is a sweet and dragon's back empire, right?" Upon hearing this, Ostina said proudly, "I don't like living in human countries." So Aiden understood again. She just wants to express that she misses home. I understand the feeling of missing home. To be honest, I don't like it here either, but I think you're only here temporarily. When Ostina heard these words, it changed again. What does it mean that he doesn't like it here either? Does it mean he's willing to come back to Orc's country with me as a son-in-law? Just the thought of it made Ostina's face turn red. She was sweating a lot. What do you think of girls who sweat a lot? I sweat a lot when I'm nervous. Upon hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but freeze. Is this the real face after taking off the mask? But just chatting casually made me sweat so much. And I'm not a psychologist, so I can't comfort you. Aiden, who had no choice, could only steel himself and say, "I think you are quite cute." Little did Aiden know that this sentence had completely touched Ostina's heart. She had already decided on the name for their child. Let's call him Aiden Jr. I think you are good at taking care of children. If you have the chance, could you cook and take care of the child? This sentence reminded Aiden of his daughter on Earth. So he said, "Taking care of children is my biggest dream, but I probably won't have the chance." It's obvious that Ostina once again misunderstood. She said in a low and hoarse voice, "You will still have a chance." Although he couldn't understand what she was saying, Aiden still politely said, "Thank you." Ostina misunderstood again. She quickly interrupted Aiden. "It's not necessary to thank me yet. We are not there yet." After calming down for a while, Ostina said, as she searched her pockets, "Anyway, it's time to give this thing to you." After speaking, she took out a tooth from her pocket. "This is my milk tooth. According to the orc's custom, after giving you the tooth, I will no longer participate in hunting. I'll rely on you to take care of me from now on." Upon hearing this, Aiden also had a naughty thought. Does she mean to disarm and stay out of trouble? Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. It seems like I'm well suited to be a psychologist. I didn't expect you to be so sincere. Rest assured, I will hold you accountable. After saying that, he took Ostina's baby tooth away. Little did they know, the werewolf hiding in the distance witnessed the whole process. The main task has been completed. Ostina decided to take her leave. "So are we good with this? Can I come to the office to find you any time in the future?" Aiden replied, "Of course you can." By now, he had fully immersed himself in the role of a psychologist. And Werewolf's heart died completely. She left here with a black look on her face. Hidden in the dark are Ostina's two bad friends. At this time, Dear Woman has not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Actually, hidden in an even darker place is the Ant Queen. She has already discovered the key to dealing with the werewolf, which is Warden Aiden. So the Ant Queen stood in place and secretly vowed that Samkina's support must be mine. Warden Aiden's confused blind date. But it broke the heart of the werewolf, who has admired him for a long time. At this moment, the werewolf is looking at the milk tooth in his hand and thinking about something. When she lost her first tooth, the elders in the family reminded her to make sure to save it properly. Because an orc's milk tooth is equivalent to a token of love, it is meant to be given to one's beloved. And the scene of Aiden receiving Ostina's milk tooth inevitably makes the werewolf feel a little bitter. Just then, the Ant Queen suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. "It seems you are still a step behind. It is said that marriage should be between equals, and Ostina is not only the apostle of the ancient god Malbus, but also the princess of the Orcs Empire. It is normal for a mere prison guard like you to lose to her." Upon hearing this, the werewolf merely snorted coldly, then turned his head to leave. This made the Ant Queen very anxious, but you shouldn't feel inferior either. You are Semkina's appointed apostle, you just don't know how to wield its power. But I can teach you. Semkina is revered as the Spirit King, controlling the realm between life and death. Once you harness its power, you can command an unparalleled army of spirit forms. The werewolf calmly asks, "So how should I proceed? Should I first go to the forbidden area where Semkina and the evil god perished together 200 years ago to find its burial place and listen to its guidance?" Upon hearing this, the werewolf disdainfully replies, "Even if you're lying, at least be a bit more professional. Can dead people speak?" At this moment, the Ant Queen also became anxious. Don't you know the concept of gods in this world? Gods cannot be killed. Physical death and spiritual death are two different things. Physical death is just the disappearance of the deity's entity in this world, while the will exists eternally in the underworld. Our world is constantly experiencing deaths, and as long as the deceased becomes a soul, Semkina will recover some strength from this process. Because God is the law of the world itself, as long as the laws of the world are in operation, God is immortal. And now that the mark of Semkina has reappeared, it indicates that it is gradually regaining its power in the underworld. But the more powerful the entity, the harder it is to cross over from the underworld to reality. So it chose you to be its earthly agent, and your task is to completely destroy the forbidden area. At this point, the werewolf raised a question: why do I have to destroy the forbidden area? Because Semkina values the integrity of the soul, and the forbidden area evil god often splits the soul in two. But how does this concern me? And what's it got to do with you? The Ant Queen still wants to continue to manipulate her. But she was ruthlessly pushed away by the werewolf. Watching her leaving figure, Ant Queen told herself not to give up. The library of the Witch Union records hundreds of ancient gods, and only the record of Semkina is particularly favored by Ant Queen. Because only it chose to confront the forbidden area evil god head-on. From another perspective, the forbidden area evil god is its mortal enemy. In order to avoid retaliation from the forbidden area, and to refrain from crazily modifying weapons for self-defense, the Ant Queen has decided to help Semkina's apostle get back on track. Wait for it, you scumbags in the forbidden area. My Ant Queen will settle both old and new scores together. On the other side, Warden's office, underlings of Golden Teeth Lutz, invite Aiden to meet at the pub tonight. But Aiden doesn't want to go because it's almost evening, and he still needs to pick up Kim from school later. Aiden, you have to wait until evening. After all, the true beauty of City Silver can only be seen at night. The scene shifts to the noble school side. Aya has been holding up the cup all afternoon. She just asked when the class would officially begin. It caused a burst of laughter from the surrounding people. A beautiful blonde teacher smiled and said, "I know what you mean, but your so-called learning skills are for inferior schools. No matter what incredible skills they may have learned, they have just barely reached the service threshold for our noble students. Here, girls only need to learn etiquette in order to find like-minded individuals in the social circle, and ultimately carry out family resource integration. Because, in the end, we belong to the class of rule maintainers." At this point, Oreo's teacher happened to mention that above the maintainers are the creators of rules, and below are the so-called sheep. Although we cannot create rules, like emperors and ministers, we can define within existing rules. Can anyone provide an example of this? Upon hearing this, the students enthusiastically raised their hands and cheered. The definition of highbrow and lowbrow. Also, the definition of noble and base. Listening to the students' unrestrained remarks, the teacher also became excited. "You are absolutely right," he said. "We can even sell a rock at an exorbitant price to the sheep, as long as we tell them it's a must-buy for ladies when proposing. Otherwise, they would be considered uncivilized." At this moment, Oreo couldn't help but ask, "What if they really can't afford it? Does that mean they can't get married?" Upon hearing this, the teacher pretended to ponder for a moment. This is what we, as enforcers of rules, have to do. Use your brains, and come up with the most malicious and evil words to define those who can't afford it. As soon as the words fell, the classroom was instantly filled with foul language. Only Oreo, sweating nervously, asked, "A righteous person shouldn't believe these definitions, right?" "Child, you must understand that when there is only one voice in society, even righteous people will fall into self-doubt. And we are the ones controlling the voice. Sometimes, we don't even need to promote it. The flock will defend the definition on their own. This is the power of defining authority, and we are born with this power." At this point, Oreo spoke up again, asking, "But I feel it's very difficult. After all, many people in the slums haven't even seen gold. How can they believe in this kind of definition?" As soon as the words fell, the whole classroom was filled with laughter mocking him. As a teacher, I almost laughed out loud. Sorry for my mistake. The sheep herd does not include slums. How can we keep the sheep herd constantly accepting new definitions, and then use the money to support us? That's surely just eating grass. Just let the sheep eat or trample the grass, which can give them a little sense of superiority. As maintainers of the rules, we can only have one attitude towards the grass, which is fear. After all, resources are only enough for a few people to indulge. So they can't act like humans. What we need to do is to engrave fear into their souls. Anyone who makes a mistake will be sentenced to death. They only deserve to strive for survival with the instinct of seeking warmth and fullness. And once they think of the word resistance, they will return to the nightmare of fear. Only in this way can we have enough cheap fuel to support the operation of City Silver. At this point, Oreo's eyes were already filled with tears because he was just a plant to be trampled on. At this moment, a large number of impoverished people in the slum are being mercilessly shot and killed. The one ordering the killings is Golden Teeth Lutz. Warden Aiden quickly arrived here in a carriage. His expression turned cold as soon as he got off the carriage. "Did you call me here to witness you killing the poor?" Lutz gave a nonchalant smile. "These are just appetizers. I managed to secure the location for the Heretical Judgment Bureau, but some disobedient rats dared to send you gifts in secret. They wanted to have their cake and eat it too, but is that possible? So, I took out all the workers in their factory as a warning to these little rats." The next moment, Warden Aiden mercilessly threw a punch at him. Then, he decisively drew his own sword. Then he plunged the sword into the ground. The sharp blade was less than 2 centimeters away from Lutz's head. The cost of doing so is also significant. Warden Aiden was surrounded by dozens of gunmen, and the battle was about to begin. Warden Aiden is completely enraged now. He faced the ugly face of Golden Teeth Lutz. Warden Aiden couldn't bear it any longer and took action. The situation became tense for a moment, and the battle could break out at any time. At this moment, the leader of Golden Teeth spoke up and said, "Sir Aiden, I am a little confused. What exactly is happening?" Golden Teeth Lutz also hurriedly spoke up, saying, "I don't remember doing anything to offend you. Please clarify this misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, Warden Aiden gritted his teeth and said, "What do you think this misunderstanding is? I kindly agreed to cooperate with you and agreed to build the Heretical Judgment Bureau in the slums, but you are slaughtering the poor. What will happen when the Heretical Judgment Bureau comes here in a month and the poor seek to file complaints with the Judgment Bureau? You can leave after it is done, but I am the person in charge of the project. If I am judged as a heretic, can you save me? And you brainless people, what are you gathering here for? Isn't it just to improve social status and be respectable people? But do you know what it means to be a respectable person? At the very least, you should dress appropriately and keep yourself clean. Don't you all know it's time to sit at the table and eat now? With your uncouth behavior, looking like country bumpkins, do you still expect to do business with the Judgment Bureau?" Aiden suddenly looked at Lutz again. Could it be that I chose the wrong person? There is only 1 month left now. I don't have time to teach a dog table manners. If you and your group still can't stop eating shit, then just disband. What surprised me was that Lutz, who was insulted harshly, actually burst into laughter. "Thank you, Lord Aiden, for this punch of yours, which woke me up. Our skeleton gang has been doing muscle business for over a decade. We've grown numb to it. But the goal of becoming a big tycoon is now within reach. Brothers, let's all stop now and leave a good impression for the future god of wealth. As long as we take down the people on this land, City Silver, they will continue to bring us money. Wearing tuxedos and drinking champagne is the kind of life we should have. So please everyone, maintain this fighting spirit and compete head-to-head with large corporate groups before the Judgment Bureau arrives." As the words fell, his subordinates were all stirred up with excitement, and the slogan they shouted the most fiercely was, "Kill Peter!" At this moment, Lutz said to Aiden, "Sir Aiden, you must have never watched the parade before. Why don't we go together and have some fun?" The so-called parade is actually a battle between big corporations and factions. The cake of the heretical Judgment Bureau is just too big. City Silver's two major consortiums won't give up on this. The next month will be filled with tension. Night arrives quickly, and the seemingly calm City Silver is actually just the calm before the storm. The poor people seem to know what will happen today, so they have already closed their doors and windows early. Soon, large numbers of hired thugs gathered at the city center. Warden Aiden was seated in one of the carriages, following the rules of the Grand Parade. Whoever is involved in the fight process is not allowed to use firearms to prevent accidental injuries to the so-called VIPs. As time passed, more people and carriages gathered in the central city area, including wealthy merchants, officials, and congressmen. It is worth mentioning that during the large parade, they are not afraid of casualties. The police do not dare to arrest people, judges do not dare to hold trials. Because these political figures and congressmen can easily make them lose their jobs. Today, the two factions in City Silver are in an extreme showdown, with one of them being the long-standing capital of City Silver. The other one is the new awakening capital represented by Lutz. The gunpowder smell on both sides became stronger as time passed, and soon the big shots representing the old capital also arrived at the scene. Among them are the Peter City Silver Real Estate with Mithril Mines and the behind-the-scenes boss of the stock exchange, both of which are long-established forces rooted in City Silver. Lutz's subordinates are already eager to draw their swords, but according to the rules, it's not something that can be done casually. At this time, the boss of the Mithril Mine, Peter, has issued the order to ring the bell. The so-called ringing the bell is the official signal to start. After the bell rings, the forces of both sides roar and charge towards each other. The battle can be described as extremely fierce. As soon as the two groups meet, blood is spilled. Both sides are fighting to the death. Some people have their hands wrapped in sharp razors. A razor can cut a person's throat with just one glance. But unfortunately, he was also taken out by someone with just one glance. This is also why Lutz did not agree with the Prisoner Bail Bond Act at first, because currently both sides are still able to fight back and forth. But if the prisoners from Rose Prison join the battle, Lord Aiden, if Peter takes over your prisoners, then I'll be in trouble, brother. Upon hearing this, Aiden just coldly snorted. Don't play this game with me. After the heretical Judgment Bureau was established on the backs of the poor, how much money you make is none of my concern, because that is your territory. The same employment, prisoners will undoubtedly go to the highest bidder. It has nothing to do with you. If you even touch my rice bowl, then I think there is no need for cooperation. Upon hearing this, Lutz could only respond with a forced laugh and said, Okay, it's good to know each other's bottom line. The large parade outside is still ongoing. Generally, the battle will last until the midnight bell tolls, or if one side is clearly defeated and retreats. However, once a retreat happens, it means that the congressman on one's own territory will be threatened by the other party. Lutz does not currently have enough congressmen under his control to pass the Prisoner Bail Bond Act all at once. Therefore, he must win today. For this reason, he has also brought his secret weapon. The scene changes to Peter's exclusive carriage, where a man in a yellow hat speaks up. The magnetic field is off. Judging by past experience, the necromancer kept by the Lutz family is nearby. Upon hearing this, Peter quietly shifted his gaze outside the carriage. The bodies of the people who were already dead unexpectedly emitted large amounts of black gas. The black gas slowly gathered in a corner. Their destination was an evil man wearing a cloak. With the official debut of City Silver, two major forces entered the stage. Warden Aiden finally made the final decision, that is, they all must die. Instead of muddling through with repairs, it's better to just destroy and start afresh. With the official entry of Necromancer Suda, the battle has taken a one-sided turn. Necromancer Suda is Lutz's younger brother, and a wanted criminal of the Dragon's Back Empire. It seems that Lutz must be in some urgent situation for him to let his younger brother take the risk of being caught. He is determined to win this grand parade. At this moment, a worker wearing a yellow hat knocked on the car window. Mr. Peter, according to reliable information, the person sitting in the carriage opposite is indeed Warden Aiden from Rose Prison. Peter found this very strange. Wasn't Aiden supposed to never get involved in external prison affairs? It seems that due to the prison's lack of funds, Aiden wants to collaborate with Lutz to pass an act to hire prisoners. The sound of the battle call rang out again quickly. But this time, the sound of the bell signifies a retreat. The final battle ended with Peter's side retreating. The scene shifts to Warden Aiden's side. After your victory, are you going to threaten the congressman's territory with votes? Upon hearing this, Lutz smiles smugly. It's not just them. It's also time to teach those who sent you gifts a lesson. After finishing speaking, he got off the carriage. According to the old rules, you can take your men to Congressman's house to handle some business. At the words, the three people instantly showed a fierce and evil smile. Aiden then also got off the carriage, and Lutz expressed his desire to take this opportunity to introduce him to the big family. Several well-dressed men also got off the carriage, synchronously flattering Warden Aiden. As the saying goes, "Don't bite the hand that feeds you." Aiden also politely expressed, "I am honored to work with everyone." By his side, several thugs holding machetes rushed into a house. This frightened the family of three inside the house. Then the thugs began mercilessly beating the man without hesitation. Warden Aiden witnessed their brutality from a distance. He couldn't bear to watch, but just as he turned away. But he found that the entire street was filled with violence and killing. The sounds of insults and cries of agony were the main theme of tonight. In the end, Aiden still spoke up and said, "I just want to vote. Isn't this beyond the scope of a threat? You have to know that this is the downtown area. If you make such a big deal out of it, how can you contain the discussions?" Lutz disdainfully replied, "We are not unreasonable bullies. We naturally won't provoke ordinary citizens who are not involved. Those who are being targeted are all insiders. Remember what I said. The law is the law, rules are rules." When these congressmen accept bribes, it means they have abandoned the law and rules. If they want to bypass the rules using the law, their corrupt practices will be exposed first. Even if you want to go down together or flip the table, you have to consider how many people are at the table. Since you have taken a seat, you must be prepared to lose. And we, the Skeleton Gang, have already been very merciful. After Peter won the big parade, the congressman we sponsored and his whole family disappeared from the face of the earth. Just then, Financial Chief Doug came over with a large group of people. I didn't expect that Sir Aiden had secretly carried out such a huge project. Speaking of which, Doug had already held Aiden's hand intimately. Since Sir Aiden is also here, let's join Lutz's camp together. Ironically, Doug seemed to automatically block out the screams behind him. Outside, the so-called big shots are discussing business, while inside the house is about to become a human purgatory. Two thugs casually discussing the fate of a little girl. The big shots outside are lining up to flatter Aiden, who is now the fat man who proposed to Flanda before. And behind them are the son and wife of the chief of mounted police, the chief of the guards, Colin, and the territorial security advisor from City Silver. The little girl was eventually thrown out with her father, who was in a life-and-death situation. At this time, the Mountess wife led her son to Aiden and said, "Son, weren't you just singing at the Aristocratic Association's church? Why don't you perform for Sir Aiden? After all, he used to be a clergyman in the Judgment Bureau." Behind her stood the little girl, who was trembling and struggling to rise on her own. Amid the adults' applause and laughter, the blond boy elegantly adjusted the bow tie around his neck. Then, he began to sing the world-famous song, "Ode to Joy." Amidst the singing, the henchmen lit Molotov cocktails. They brazenly set fires and looted. Amidst the singing, someone turned into a blazing flame. In the singing, there were the painful pleas of virtuous women. In the singing, a little girl was awakening her deceased father. The little girl cried and begged the adults for help. "Can someone help my father? Can someone save my mother?" But no one responded to her. They were already immersed in the Ode to Joy. And the last line of this song is, "Let's all join hands as brothers." After the song ended, the big shots applauded enthusiastically. Some even said, "From now on, we are the best of brothers." But no one noticed Aiden's darkening expression. After the craziness, City Silver, this ancient city, quieted down once again. The scene cuts to Rose Prison. Flanda pushed open the door and entered Aiden's office. Tonight, Aiden can be said to have gained a lot. He not only saw the most hideous evil, he also completely figured out the two major factions of City Silver. In Flanda's view, the role Rose Prison is supposed to play is that of a bystander. They are meant to wait for the competition between the two factions to conclude, and then come out to reap the political legacy of the eliminated competitors. This used to be Aiden's idea as well, but now he has changed his mind. He wants to eliminate members from both major groups. City Silver has been bitten through and through by the frog bugs. Rather than patching things up and muddling through, then why not go a step further and destroy everything for a fresh start? Warden Aiden is terrifyingly strong when he gets serious. Everyone in his way must die. Flanda was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. "Master Aiden, why do I feel like you are more radical than before? What happened?" Aiden looked at the list on the blackboard and said, "Rather than saying I've become radical, it's more like I've become more clear-headed. During the first 2 months of amnesia, I couldn't distinguish whether this was a dream or reality. After doing my job well every day, my mind starts to zone out, but I don't even know what I'm thinking about. But the unrest caused by the Ant Queen completely woke me up, and I started to observe the prison and the world seriously for the first time. I saw the horror of power in just a casual mention of embezzlement. Everyone in the prison has to risk their lives to fight for that glimmer of hope. I saw the prison guards bleeding and tears streaming down their faces. They use their meager income to support their families. They dare not lose their jobs even if they are disabled. It was not until then that I suddenly realized that this is the real world, and the people around me are all flesh and blood. The matter needs someone in my position to deal with it, otherwise the problem will always be there. As long as I control all the congressmen, I can provide benefits to the prison guards and upgrade their equipment. But these days, after looking around City Silver, I found that the entire city is filled with strange chaos from top to bottom. The poor are being robbed and exploited by thugs. They might think it would be good to be the ones robbing others. And the thugs are being ordered to fight to the death. They might wish they could be officials, so they wouldn't have to risk their lives. But once they become a congressman, they will have to take a stand. If they choose the wrong side, their whole family will suffer blood revenge. They might wish they could be the capitalists who control the congressman. And those upstart capitalists who want to go it alone will also be cleared out. They might wish they could replace the core of the two major groups. Everyone is hitched to the chariot of the two major groups. Each class is oppressed by the crisis they have created, forcing them to scramble for profits and compete fiercely. Therefore, everyone is living like a lunatic. The root of the problem must be destroyed. If I don't eliminate them all and still maintain a cooperative relationship, it would actually be detrimental in the long run. Emulating corrupt prison guards will quickly spread the atmosphere of bribery and corruption. Soon, the whole prison will be penetrated like a sieve. Wouldn't that be doing harm with good intentions? At this point, Flanda couldn't help but speak up and say, "With so many people and forces in those two groups, how should we go about dealing with them?" You don't need to overestimate them. The more someone cares about something, the more they will say. Lutz's most repeated word is discipline. One of them is not allowing the assassination of important figures from both sides, namely the key figures sitting in the carriage. Because of this rule, the slaughter game will continue indefinitely. In their eyes, the people who were killed are no different from wild dogs dead on the roadside. The whole massacre was just a show in the arena, and they themselves were like indifferent gamblers. Therefore, our strategic goal is very clear: find their own people to break the rules. Think about it carefully. Being killed by a stray dog in front of everyone. The rules that maintain their harmony have been shattered. The illusion of superiority collapsed in an instant. At this moment, Flanda raised questions again. However, for ordinary people, shouldn't everyone engage in peaceful negotiations to prevent the situation from worsening after such a terrible incident occurred? Aiden has long thought about this. You are right, but unfortunately, they are no longer ordinary people. Their personalities have already begun to show defects. Now is the time when only one of the two groups can survive. They both know that once the other gains control of the heretical Judgment Bureau's territory, their wealth and power will quickly decline. But no one knows what the other will do after their decline. And killing spectators will lead them to think of the worst outcomes, hitting their weaknesses. If one loses their current status in the future, how should they survive? You should know that these people do not have the survival skills and experience of ordinary people. So the answer is simple: to transition from being the one manipulating others' destinies to becoming the one being manipulated. Think about the bad things you have done when in a high position. When roles are reversed, it will feel like being in that situation yourself. If you demote yourself to be a foot soldier in the battlefield, no one can guarantee that you won't be stabbed in the belly by someone else. If you are demoted to a congressman and your wife and daughter are being raped, how can you stop it? If demoted to a small businessman and suddenly set on fire at night, should you jump out of the window or remind yourself not to sleep too deeply at night? We just need to give a quick reminder. Those arrogant acts they have done will all come flooding back like spring water, and only then will they suddenly awaken to the fact that what they have done is called sin. So the war between the two major groups can only be won by any means necessary to win. Even if they have already wet their pants in fear. Even if their tears and snot have smeared their faces, they must bite the bullet and kill the enemy's key personnel. Those who break the rules may face retaliation, but losing their status will definitely lead to their demise. The so-called strategic purpose is not revenge, but to instill fear targeting character flaws. By overwhelming the fear after the demotion of status with the unknown fear, I want them to fight for their last breath. After the words fell, the whole office fell into silence. After a long time, Flanda spoke up and said, "You are actually not a major villain. The gods must be protecting us." The time has come to the early morning of the second day. Unusual sounds are heard on the streets of City Silver. Extra, extra. Parliament has unanimously passed the Prisoner Bail Bond Act. At the same time, Rose Prison also welcomed a luxurious carriage. A moment later, in Warden Aiden's office, he said, "At first, I was surprised how Act got full approval. It must have been on your orders. What brings you here so early, Mr. Peter?" Sitting across from Aiden, the well-known Peter solemnly said, "I'm visiting late. What benefits did Lutz give you?" "Report it." Aiden naturally did not take the bait. He expressed that he is a public official, so how could he accept any benefits? "Sir Aiden, since we are all players at the card table, let's skip the pretense. But I have a good proposal for you. After the Judgment Bureau lands in the slums, that area will surely experience rapid development. So, that place will need a congressman to govern. I can have you nominated. You can appoint whoever you want. Upon hearing this, Aiden finally began to consider the offer. So what is it that you want to gain from me? I need fairness. I don't know the extent of your relationship with Lutz, but the prisoners you lease to me cannot be weaker than his. This is undoubtedly Warden Aiden's most embarrassing moment. Because Junior Dragon Woman unexpectedly wants to take the initiative to offer herself to him. The story has to start from 2.5 hours ago. Mithril mining boss Peter took the initiative to approach Warden Aiden with the aim of requesting fairness in hiring prisoners. I know that Rose Prison is currently short of money, so I had my own camp's congressman also vote in favor, even though it's a bit late. But I am not your enemy. After I went over Lutz, can I transfer the appointment power of the poor congressman to you? Does Lutz have the courage to cut flesh for you? At this point, Aiden spoke up, saying, "Are you saying that the poor do not have a congressman now? Of course not. If there were a congressman there, wouldn't the poor inside the poorhouse be protected by the law?" In other words, after appointing a congressman there, those poor people would become formal citizens, right? Just then, the boss of Silver Real Estate, Kato, spoke up, saying that after the heretical Judgment Bureau is established there, the land price will definitely rise. So we need to drive out the poor people living there to the forbidden area, and then develop the property for sale. You should know that this is a huge business opportunity. As long as I attract some investments in the capital of the empire, and get Kato's real estate company listed, you will understand what it means to make money easily. The speaker is Simon, the boss of Silver Securities. At this time, Aiden raised a question. Have you all already sorted out the distribution of benefits? But you lost the big parade last night. Moreover, you are demanding fair distribution for the prisoners. I think it's hard to predict the outcome of the future matches. Upon hearing this, Peter revealed a cold smile. Wasn't it because we chose to withdraw when we saw you yesterday, Lutz? I never even bothered to look at that dog. Do you know why he has a gold tooth? Because his original teeth were smashed by me. He used to be just a low-level thug. He didn't even know me and dared to rob. I want him to win so he can succeed, but don't think he can accomplish anything significant. But it must be said that this kid does have some luck. First, his long-lost younger brother, Suda, returned after many years, but to his surprise, his younger brother had turned into a necromancer. He directly helped Lutz remove all obstacles and became the alpha of the skeleton gang. Next is that the mounted police are interested in supporting the skeleton gang. They helped Lutz detain Camilla and successfully overthrew the blood gang. In this situation, even a pig would know how to make money. As soon as the words fell, Aiden asked again, "I have 2 questions for the necromancer. Isn't he wanted within the Empire? Why hasn't Suda been arrested yet?" Because the Silver Duke doesn't allow it. He allowed me to handle the necromancer privately, but without causing a big disturbance. So I guess they must have some kind of deal. But the Silver Duke is the lord of this area. As long as you still want to stay in City Silver, don't ask too much. Then why do the mounted police support the Lutz Mafia organization? First, you need to know who the people in the mounted police are. They are all young master soldiers formed by congressmen and newly rich families in the city. Regardless of their family background, they must follow our rules first. Over time, they became independent and didn't want anyone to control them. So, they came up with the idea of supporting emerging forces. They first intentionally or unintentionally supported the skeleton gang, allowing small merchants to provide funding to the skeleton gang. Using the excuse of a child's death in a city, they got rid of the once famous blood gang. With Lutz now having money and people, rising up is as simple as wanting to breathe. Talking about the murder of Aiden piques interest, as it is related to whether Junior Dragon Woman is wrongly accused or not. It turns out that a young boy from the city stumbled upon a brawl between the Blood Gang and the Skeleton Gang while playing in the slums. The next day, the boy's body appeared in the territory of the Blood Gang. Before anyone could call the police, the mounted police already surrounded the area. The whole process is something that even a child could figure out. After the incident, Lutz was still worried about retaliation from Camilla once she was released from prison. He actually made up a story to manipulate the kid's mother, convincing her to agree to be transformed into a vengeful spirit by the necromancer, so she would have the power to kill Camilla and avenge her son. The truth finally came to light. The reason why the corpse, which hates the junior dragon woman so much, is all because of Lutz's scheming behind the scenes. Aiden couldn't help but show a friendly smile at this point. Thank you all for letting us know. Now let's discuss what kind of prisoners you want to hire. The four of them quickly finalized the initial cooperation plan. Before leaving, they also told Aiden to appreciate the performance of the prisoners at the big parade tonight. After seeing them off, Aiden's expression instantly turned sharp. He went to bring junior dragon woman Camilla to the interrogation room. In the prison interrogation room a while later. Now, a lot of evidence indicates that you did not kill that child. This incident was carried out by the skeleton gang in conjunction with the mounted police, so I'd like to hear your account. If the clues I have match with yours, then you can soon leave the prison. I didn't expect that the junior dragon woman would claim that she voluntarily entered the prison. She had made a deal with the mounted police before entering the prison. As long as she was willing to take the blame and enter the prison, she could have the murder case involving her and her subordinates dismissed. As long as you enter the prison and stay for 3 years, I can guarantee that your subordinates will not get into trouble. Later, I was afraid that after entering the prison, my subordinates would also be inexplicably arrested. I entrusted Sophia to train them into legitimate bounty hunters, so that they would have a means of earning a living. After a moment of silence, Aiden spoke up, saying, "Now the slums need to appoint a congressman. If you were to run for office after your release, I believe you would have a lot of support." Upon hearing this, Junior Dragon Woman actually laughed heartlessly and said, "Forget it. I think it's better in prison. After all, there are some personal reasons why I'm willing to go to jail. I really can't bear the expectations of so many people." This sentence instantly pierced Aiden's heart. When he heard about her deeds in the slums, he was already thinking about one thing. An 8-year-old girl who has never read a book and has no social experience. How did she manage to take care of so many orphans and respond to the needs of thousands of people in the slums, despite having never read a book or gained any social experience? Junior Dragon Woman said with a hint of sadness, "I'll be honest with you, eating raw meat can make you sick. I learned this when I was 12 years old. Since I'm a dragonborn, I've never had a stomachache. I need to hit my head to learn every common sense, and no one taught me how to take fewer detours. I don't understand why everyone automatically assumes I'm a leader. I have to bear their expectations, but I am not a god. I don't understand either. I get tired too, but no one seems to hear me. It's as if they believe that everything they ask of me will come true. Training them to become bounty hunters is already my limit. Involving city silver and the mounted police is a new unknown territory. My brain is already overloaded." After finishing the story, Aiden couldn't help but laugh. "In that case, I'll look for other suitable candidates. It's good for you to stay quiet in jail." Just as he turned to leave, Junior Dragon Woman suddenly shouted out loud to stop him. "Although I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the poor, but being blamed for killing children still really annoys me. So can you help me out and take down the skeleton gang? In return, I can spend the night with you." "I'm really sorry. I've given away all my valuable belongings to others." When saying such words, Junior Dragon Woman unexpectedly blushed shyly. In response, Warden Aiden showed no emotional fluctuations, and the next moment, the voice that broke through Camilla's defenses sounded. "How can you repay kindness with enmity? I helped you with the matter at the cost of my own well-being." After saying that, he left the interrogation room without any mercy. Only a bed was left. Camilla remained in place, filled with impotent rage. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, And in the mountain, there was a cave. In the cave lived a lizard man named Tiga. Tiga's lifelong pursuit is to excavate all rare ores, and then collect them in his cave. On this clear morning, Tiga, as usual, was washing up in front of the cave. At this stage, she would typically plan in her mind the direction to excavate for the day. However, an unexpected visitor interrupted her thoughts. The unexpected visitor had dazzling blonde hair and handsome looks. Fate is so wonderful and indescribable. She is washing up downstream, and he is peeing upstream. Don't forget to hit the like button in front of the screen. Also, subscribe to my YouTube channel. In an instant, Tiga was blinded by anger. She vowed to disable the man's tool of crime. In fact, she did exactly that. But this collision is a big problem, because this handsome man turns out to be a diplomat. Things have actually reached a manageable point, because this is, after all, the territory of the orcs. Legally, they will definitely favor their own people. But at this moment, Tiga's childhood friend Tiger Woman appeared. Then she saw the scene that surprised her this morning. She was shocked to see her little buddy being restrained by two guards, while a tough guy next to them was taking off his pants. Oh my goodness, this would be unbearable no matter who it happened to. The poor diplomat just wanted to use the restroom. He never expected to encounter the darkest moment of his life. In this situation, even with the favoritism of the orcs' court, it is impossible to be acquitted. Poor Tiga and Tiger Woman were sentenced to 20 years in prison, and were sent to the highest level women's prison, Rose Prison, under the jurisdiction of Aiden. In prison, Tiga still did not behave well. Soon, she became a troublemaker in the prison. She even joined the rioting group. Is it because she disagreed with the verdict, or is it because she inherently hates humanity? If you think so, you are completely wrong. She simply forgot to lock the door when she left. Tiga is always thinking about her stone. She is very afraid that a thief or a naughty child might steal her precious stone. My goodness, that is Tiga's lifelong effort. It is because of such torment that the originally sunny and cheerful little scorpion has become unrecognizable. Not long ago, she finally found relief because the people from the neighboring village told her that her family was no more. Recently, the witch union caused trouble in the village. Tiga's mountain residence was directly destroyed, and her family's precious stones were all stolen by other orcs. My goodness, Tiga's hanging heart finally died. But soon she picked herself up. She wanted to make money, and get out through the Prisoner Bail Bond Act. Tiga wanted to make more money to get out of jail, and then buy an undeveloped mountain in the orcs' country to start over. Tiga is not in a hurry to get out now, so Tiger Woman is naturally not in a hurry either. The best way is to follow the human rules, which is to pay a large amount of bail. I guess you will have to wait for a long time. Many veteran prisoners also want to make a big profit through the Prisoner Bail Bond Act. Suddenly, the sound of a wheelchair turning could be heard. 3 seemingly normal prisoners instantly started performing their amazing skills. But unfortunately, the prison guard in charge of recruitment unexpectedly came before Tiga, because Tiga had been hired by City Silver Mining Company. This instant sparked strong dissatisfaction among the other prisoners, but there was no choice. The hiring requirement was to be skilled in fighting and also proficient in mining. Actually, there is another prisoner in the prison who is very skilled at digging tunnels, but she simply refuses to cooperate no matter what. Tiga held the contract in his hand, his face full of disbelief, because the silver mine unexpectedly yielded a sky-high price of 30,000 gold pounds. Although the prison was going to take out 10,000 as an intermediary fee, it still shocked all the inmates present. Moreover, the bail in the prison happened to be exactly 20,000 gold pounds, which means Tiga and Tiger Woman can be released from prison after just 1 year of work. The scene shifts to Warden Aiden's side. After receiving the 3 children, he surprisingly learns that Aya and Kim both do not want to go to school anymore. That school, Jian Dao, has issues. They only teach how to socialize and exploit the poor. What is surprising is that Oreo actually firmly raised its right hand. Aiden, I am willing to go to Mr. Arno. He said that to overcome fear, one must understand it by unraveling the cocoon. I want to see the true appearance of this world. Flanda, who was standing by, felt very embarrassed because Mr. Arno is her husband. After learning the truth, Aiden smiled knowingly. Coincidentally, there's a vacant position lately. It looks like I need to make time to go see him. Ostina, who often peeked at people from tall buildings, felt very strange. It's been so long. Why hasn't Aiden taken the initiative to come and further our relationship? Dear Woman joked and said, "We've talked so many times. Put aside your princess demeanor and take the initiative to go find him." Isn't it you who said we should follow human conventions subtly? Being too direct might make me seem vulgar, right? After thinking for a while, Ostina came up with an idea. I heard that using deer antler to make liquor can make men very impulsive. It's just right for Aiden, this block of wood. Dear Woman couldn't help but burst into laughter at the words. Are you kidding? How would you get deer antlers in prison? Don't forget to hit the like button in front of the screen, and also subscribe to my YouTube channel. It has started. The prisoner recruitment event of Rose Prison has begun. Warden Aiden's Battle Royale plan has also officially started. The scene first takes us to the prison gate, where Warden Aiden puts Oreo on the carriage heading to school. After seeing him off, Aiden started to worry that the ordinary school in Kim City Silver would not be able to educate her. After thinking for a while, Aiden finally decided to ask her what she wanted to do the most. Unexpectedly, Kim's most desired thing to do is to build a fairy tale castle. Coincidentally, there is an expert in the prison who specializes in designing castles. Just then, Golden Teeth Lutz's top guy Carlo walked over. Aiden found it strange to see him coming alone. Isn't today the big day for hiring prisoners? Why didn't Lutz come in person? Carlo scratched his head awkwardly. Alpha hasn't woken up yet. Hearing this, Aiden snorted coldly. I think the alpha of the skeleton gang is not as good as you. He then turned to Flanda and said, I need to take this gladiator to choose the criminals. This is a secret code that only Flanda can understand. Gladiator represents the arena. It seems that this Carlo is the person chosen by Lord Aiden, the one responsible for killing the big shots and breaking the rules. Unfortunately, Carlo thought that Aiden was praising his bravery. At this point, Aiden spoke up. Look at Peter, the boss. He personally picks up prisoners from far away. Everything is about comparison. If you guys lose, it won't be surprising at all. Upon hearing this, Carlo explained cautiously, This is unavoidable. Boss Lutz held a celebration banquet until early morning last night. It was really impossible to get up in the morning. Aiden naturally disdainfully said, In my opinion, both Peter and Lutz are nothing but clowns. They are just money-making machines in my eyes. As soon as the words fell, Carlo immediately retorted, Aiden, speaking like this is a bit too much. After all, we are the two biggest forces in City Silver. Do you feel that Peter and Lutz are irreplaceable? Do they have any inherent advantages? Or is it that everyone has to rely on them to survive, but they just happen to take the lead? Carlo foolishly said, Then you are very wrong. Our boss still has a powerful secret weapon. Aiden was very disdainful about this. The prison is not lacking in powerful inmates. He did not even pay attention to a small necromancer. With a sharp whistle sounding, a large group of anxious hired inmates rushed out of the cafeteria. Rosie, who is responsible for the hiring, cleared his throat. Respected sir, may I introduce the first prisoner to you? Underground boxing champion Caesar, who hails from the esteemed lineage of the old Seni Empire generals. She has participated in fighting competitions around the world. All the opponents she has encountered have either ended up dead or severely injured. She is particularly skilled in one-on-one combat. The danger level is classified as B. Upon hearing that the person has arrived, Carlo instantly became excited. When you were at Seni's boxing match, I was there too. It's truly invigorating. Over the years, I have been inspired by your heroic fighting spirit. Upon hearing this, Caesar smiled confidently. Your sincerity, young man, has successfully moved me. Quickly sign the contract and hire me. I will sign it for you later. At this moment, Aiden suddenly chimed in. I wonder who is stronger between this prisoner and your boss's secret weapon. Of course, it's Caesar who is stronger. Halfway through speaking, Carlo quickly covered his mouth. But Aiden had already etched his true reaction in his mind. The so-called secret weapon in prison is only at AC to be level. At this moment, Rosie handed the contract to Carlo. We pay upon delivery, okay? Just as Carlo was about to sign the contract, Warden Aiden spoke up again, saying, I must say you are really pitiful. You are always the first one to fight, and you are always sent to negotiate business deals. As long as Lutz stays at home and sleeps all day, he can hire his idol to be his underling. It's true that the brave eat well while the timid starve. This statement made Carlo hesitate. I can't sign with Caesar. I want to change. When these words were spoken, Caesar instantly flew into a rage. Were you not the idiot who just agreed to it? Next up is Magic Breaker Butcher Klain. She is a monster created by the Mage Tower of the Justice Empire, operated by a plant-based girl with a Magic Breaker Butcher spirit. Klain has the ability to be immune to conventional magic and pain. The mage is helpless against her, and the tactic of an eye for an eye makes even close combat experts fearful. Danger level is B+. Carlo the prisoner is a bit dissatisfied. This guy looks short and skinny. Can he really fight? Upon hearing this, Klain was furious and started cursing. Who are you, you little rascal, talking to? I swear in the name of God, I will definitely kick your ass into a sieve. Just one word from Klain was enough to startle Carlo, because Klain's voice was as rough and tough as a pirate captain's. You silly donkey, can't you see that my vocal cords have been cut? Enough talk, Rosie, show him some skills. Upon hearing this, Rosie actually chuckled and pulled out a revolver. The next moment, she decisively aimed the hammer at Klain and pulled the trigger. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded before Carlo's eyes. Klain actually caught the bullet with his mouth. If you want to find someone to hurt, then I am a professional. I can customize cutting into as many pieces as you want. Carlo was scared by her crazy behavior. Mr. Aiden must not be able to handle it. If she goes crazy, I guess all of us in the skeleton gang together wouldn't be enough for her to handle alone. Poor Klain left after being scolded like that. The scene cuts to the VIP reception area in the prison where Dear Woman's wound has already been bandaged. And Austina's secret weapon, Dear Antler Wine, has also been successfully completed. She confidently took the wine and went out, leaving Dear Woman behind crying alone in place. But after Austina left, Dear Woman suddenly started laughing strangely. Austina rarely shows intelligence, but unfortunately, my antlers are not ordinary antlers. Gathering the antlers of the god of elements Fuifa, sometimes like raging fire, sometimes like glaciers. Just by taking it, the person will immediately transform into that ferocious beast. Don't even think about calming down for 3 days and 3 nights. The thought of Aiden in this state is just too funny. Awkward. Aphrodisiac wine prepared by Austina for Warden Aiden. Unexpectedly, Carlo, this old guy, drank the aphrodisiac wine. The scene was basically a large-scale battleground. It turned out that Carlo rejected the irritable girl, Klain. Rosie immediately recommended a mild-mannered prisoner to him. After all, in Rose Prison, there are few things other than prisoners. This prisoner is named Earth Element Elf Lainey. Over the years of evolution, Lainey's intelligence gradually matured, and she gained self-awareness. She excels at operating Earth category spells to protect allies and restrict enemies. Most importantly, she has a gentle personality and enjoys a slow-paced life. As long as you don't provoke her, she won't actively seek trouble with you. Rosie said so much, but Carlo, the illiterate, didn't understand any of it. He only cares about whether Lainey can defeat Peter, the imprisoned mastermind. Faced with this problem, Lainey honestly said that the speed after Tiga has erupted is too fast for her to catch up. However, you can rest assured about one thing. After saying that, she extended her right hand and started to perform earth magic. The next moment, the place where everyone was actually started shaking wildly. She actually created an earthquake using magic. Carlo was scared out of a cold sweat. Whether or not he had the ability was not important. If he couldn't defeat the prisoners hired by Peter, Mr. Lutz would definitely not be satisfied. Are there prisoners with strong abilities, normal personalities, and the ability to dominate the four corners? As the words fell, a lot of breadcrumbs suddenly fell on Carlo's head. The person who came was the glutton George. She indeed met Carlo's requirements, but unfortunately, the prison currently does not hire prisoners above Class B. However, her appearance did cause a slight shock in Carlo's heart. This prison is simply a monster's cage. No wonder Aiden said that Lutz and Peter are jumping clowns. Just then, Carlo suddenly noticed a person standing on the rooftop not far away, but that person mysteriously disappeared. The next second, Austina descended from the sky and appeared in front of him. But she didn't notice Carlo standing beside her in a panic. Austina blushed as she raised her glass and said to Aiden, "This is a local specialty red wine from a friend's home. Would you like to try some?" Aiden didn't notice the copious sweat left by her nervousness. He casually took the glass from her hand. Then the clear water passed Austina and went towards Carlo. "You sent it just in time." The guest had been wandering around the prison for a long time without being offered any tea. This is very appropriate. Upon hearing this, Austina hurriedly spoke. "Won't you taste it yourself?" Aiden asked in confusion. "Is this wine special, or is it specifically prepared for me?" Unperturbed, Austina quickly raised her hands and said, "It's nothing special at all. I have plenty more over there." At this moment, Carlo also came over and said, "Then I won't be polite. Honestly, I've been a bit thirsty for a while." After saying that, he took a big gulp and finished the drink. By looking at the shocked expressions of the prison guards and Austin's embarrassed expression, you should know how powerful the effects of this medicine are. Even the usually poker-faced Aiden is having a hard time controlling his micro-expressions. After drinking, Carlo exclaimed that it was satisfying, but why does this wine have a hint of a bloody taste? Wait a minute. Carlo lowered his head and looked at the ground. An extremely embarrassed Carlo quickly crouched down. "Mr. Aiden, I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." "Choose a prisoner for me. Just make sure they're not weaker than the one Peter chose." Austina smiled politely and said, "I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." After saying that, she left without looking back. After a while, Rosie spoke up. "Why not give this opportunity to Lady Lainey instead, Your Excellency Aiden? I don't understand why such a kind person like her would be jailed." Her suggestion was promptly rejected by Aiden. "I don't have any opinions about Lainey. It's just that the rented prisoners are prone to fighting and bloodshed. Besides, I have already chosen Carlo in my heart. That means Tiger Woman Philly are the only two attendants standing. They won't kill each other on opposite sides. And it won't be long before the employers of the prisoners swarm in. If there are suitable jobs for Lainey, I will prioritize arranging it for her. Now go and call Tiger Woman Philly to my office. I have something to instruct her." Austina in the VIP lounge on the other side truthfully told Dear Woman what happened. Dear Woman, upon hearing this, flew into a rage and said, "I have a deer antler here. I'll make a drink with it and make him drink it." Aiden has already seen the effects of drinking that cup of wine. He can't be fooled again, and it seems like the potion's effects have gone overboard, completely different from what I expected. After thinking for a while, Dear Woman suddenly changed the topic. Did someone from outside the prison come recently to hire prisoners? We can use this idea to come up with a solution. On the other side, Tiger Woman was still very happy to learn that she had been hired by Warden's office. But when she found out that her opponent was actually her childhood friend Tiga, she decisively rejected the job offer without hesitation. Aiden had anticipated this. Can't you be a little smarter? Acting is also possible with actions. Just focus on getting the money. But you need to pay attention. Your main task is to block Carlo, the employer. Don't give him any chance to show himself. I don't need to say more about the specifics, right? Upon hearing this, Tiger Woman smirked and touched her chin. I still have to go home with Tiga. This guy named Carlo can just sit on the bench for a while. Who would have thought that Austina's unintentional glass of aphrodisiac wine? But it turned into the death knell for the two major forces of City Silver. After drinking the aphrodisiac wine, Carlo left the prison without stopping. At this moment, he was like a raging bull, with eerie red color all over his body. Carlo only felt his body alternating between hot and cold, making him feel like he was about to explode. He didn't understand what was happening. The inmates at Rose Prison are tough to deal with, but who knew the drinks would be so tough too? The staff at Golden Teeth Pub all showed admiring looks towards him. But for Carlo, this is simply unbearable. These days are when the guild needs people the most. What should be done about his current condition? Carlo quickly rushed into the pub. He happened to run into a just-awakened Lutz. But at this moment, he couldn't even spare a moment to say hello to Alpha. All he wanted to do now was go to the toilet. After finally rushing to the toilet and pulling down his pants, Lutz pushed the door open the next second and walked in. The skeleton gang sent him a letter for discussion. Awkwardly, only Carlo from the entire skeleton gang knows how to read. Carlo could only awkwardly accept the letter. The rough meaning of the letter is that members of the faction are concerned that if they continue to hire prisoners to consume with Peter for a lengthy period of time, the funds may not be sustainable. So it is necessary for Warden Aiden to quickly provide a development plan so that the land ownership and positions of each member can be designated in advance. Then, with the sketches in hand, sign transfer contracts with the 4 dukes so Peter's camp can be legally eliminated in advance. Lutz is very satisfied with this proposal. The Heretical Judgment Bureau is a national institution, and the 4 dukes definitely wouldn't dare to neglect it. As long as they agree, Peter, as a local snake, will surely be unable to make any waves. He suddenly noticed Carlo's creepy actions and immediately started reprimanding him without hesitation. Straighten your back. Carlo could only straighten his back with his legs squeezed together, but Lutz was still not satisfied. Why is your face like a monkey's but today? Report, Alpha, I have a slight fever today. Upon hearing this, Lutz began lecturing with his hands on his hips, saying, Looking like the right-hand person of the skeleton gang is really disgraceful for me. Do you understand? What Aiden said is indeed very reasonable. We are about to be part of the upper-class society, so you must learn from me. You must be elegant. You must have grace, you know? After the show of power, Lutz turned and left. Before leaving, he instructed Carlo to quickly tidy up himself. We cannot slack off on tonight's grand parade. After he left, Carlo instantly relaxed. But in his mind, the words, right-hand person, kept echoing. For him, if he could get Alpha's own admission, then all the grievances and humiliations he suffered over the years would be worth it. Even though this guy is really arrogant. 7 years ago, Lutz, at that time, had his teeth broken by Peter on the street. He vowed that he would definitely make Peter regret it for the rest of his life. But sadly, the harsh words he uttered didn't even give him the chance to make Peter turn back. Just as Lutz was on the brink of death, a figure walked out from the corner. When he opened his eyes again, his wounds had been bandaged by someone. The one who saved him was Carlo. It turned out that the two men shared a similar experience. Carlo used to be a butcher, but he wanted to change his fate by studying. He saved up some money and came to the city. But he didn't expect that he would be insulted by the wealthy young master. These idle people really enjoy doing one thing, which is to destroy other people's destiny. After listening to his story, Lutz said a sentence. In the future, when I become successful, I will never forget your kindness and guidance. For hours have passed and Carlo is still in the toilet and has not come out. In the end, he was urged by others and had no choice but to open the door from the inside. Accompanying his exit was a pile of paper balls. If it weren't almost time for the big parade, I believe Carlo could still play in the bathroom for a while. At this moment, an unexpected guest has also arrived outside the pub. This person is exactly the prisoner tiger woman selected by Warden Aiden for Lutz. She is not only very skilled in fighting but also has created a gentle big sister image for herself. In the end, she succeeded in taking down all the members of the skeleton gang with her broad-mindedness. The henchmen were clamoring to replace Carlo one after another. Carlo, who happened to arrive just then, overheard the conversation. He angrily demanded to know where this prostitute came from. You guys are truly useless and unreliable. It's already this late, and you still have the mood to find a prostitute. And you even want this prostitute to be the team leader. Are you crazy? Fortunately, at this time, Lutz walked over. Did a donkey kick you in the head? Isn't she the prisoner you hired in prison? All the brothers have dealt with her, and they all admire her. At this time, Carlo suddenly felt guilty. In a daze, he only heard the words, "Prisoner." At this time, Tiger Woman also walked towards him. You are Carlo, right? I heard Lord Aiden say you are very good at fighting. Do you want to fight me to test it out? The next second, Carlo finally fell down. Moments before, he saw the panic on people's faces. Even though it was already night, he felt that today's sunlight was particularly dazzling. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself at the scene of the big parade. It must be said that Lutz is a bad person. The first step of Warden Aiden's plan has finally achieved success. Carlo, the lead horse of the skeleton gang, willingly became his henchman. Let's rewind the scene back to tonight's grand parade. Just awakened Carlo rushed towards the battlefield with a knife in his hand. But he did not expect that this time his opponent not only was not afraid of him, but also stood in place and grinned at him. Because at this moment, Carlo's pants have a tent in them. Carlo was embarrassed by this. He quickly covered up his crotch. The next second, a pickaxe stabbed into his body. Fortunately, the other members of the skeleton gang arrived in time, and Carlo was also dragged down due to serious injuries. Originally thought the matter would end here. But unexpectedly, the wife of the chief of the mounted police spoke out to Lutz. Is your family's right-hand person planning to stab the other with his crotch? Upon hearing this, Lutz coughed awkwardly twice. Lutz thought he needed to quickly shift the focus, so he showed everyone his outfit for the day. Before he could even introduce himself, someone came up and started wildly flattering him. Shortly afterwards, Lutz proudly showed off his newly acquired Cine Ring of the Benevolent. Doug exclaimed at the sight, stating that these 5 rings were symbols of benevolence, uprightness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. But Mr. Lutz, you must be careful. The ring of the benevolent must not be stained with blood, or it will bring bad luck to the wearer. Just as the bosses were chatting happily, a pile of random rocks suddenly flew over from a distance. In just a blink of an eye, a random rock flew in front of Carlo. Carlo instinctively dodged aside directly. He only realized he was in big trouble after dodging away, because standing behind him was his boss, Lutz. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a pair of furry hands caught the flying rocks. The person who made the move is none other than Tiger Woman, who was hired from the prison. She then used her agile skills to block all the flying rocks for the bosses. No comparison, no harm. Carlo instantly became the target of criticism. The wife of the mounted police director angrily said, "Are you here to make jokes, you old rogue? Alpha is right behind you. When something happens, you actually dodge first. Being the right-hand person of the skeleton gang at your age and still running around with your pants up, claiming to be someone important, make everyone sick standing next to you." These words have successfully angered Lutz. He does not allow anyone to speak ill of his subordinates. So, in anger, he stated that Carlo is not the right-hand person of the skeleton gang and will never inherit his skeleton gang. Upon hearing this, Carlo was instantly disappointed to the core. He could not accept that he was so easily cast aside. So he quickly grabbed Lutz's clothes, wanting to explain to him, but Lutz didn't want to listen at all. Instead, he saw that his own clothes had been dirted. Carlo, feeling unwilling to accept this, brought up the past again.
Back then, I was the one who saved you when you were nearly dead. Have you forgotten all about it?
Lutz, who could no longer bear it, gave him a big slap in the face. The powerful force threw Carlo out. Then Lutz warned him not to talk nonsense anymore. Don't think about becoming the right-hand person anymore. You, a disgraceful guy, are not worthy. The ring of the benevolent, which should not be stained with blood at this moment, is now stained with blood. Other bosses all sent their congratulations as they saw it. Congratulations to Boss Lutz for finally getting rid of this old rogue. Let's step into a civilized society together now. Poor Carlo was mercilessly abandoned like this. Before he fell into a coma, he remembered what Warden Aiden had said to him. You are really pitiful. When it comes to fighting, you should go fight. When it comes to negotiating for benefits, you should handle it. He just needs to stay home and get a good night's sleep. After the parade ended, Warden Aiden called the 2 hired prisoners into his office. Aiden wants to figure out the strengths of the 2 major factions through the 2 of them. Tiger Woman told him that there are approximately more than 100 bosses in the Lutz faction. But there are only about a dozen bosses who can chat and laugh freely during the grand parade. According to Tiger Woman's estimate, Lutz has over 20 subordinates and workers in total. Their biggest issue within their camp is the funding. The cost of hiring prisoners is shared among the members. But the cost of hiring one prisoner is nearly equivalent to the annual wages of 300 workers. This has led many small business owners to maintain a pessimistic attitude towards hiring prisoners. In contrast, Mithril Mine owner Peter is incredibly wealthy and has no need to worry about financial issues. The mithril vein at the city's silver mine is said to have dried up, but it's unclear why Peter's mine continues to have stable production. And the boss of Peter's faction only has 3 people, with fewer than 1,500 people under him. Furthermore, Tiga discovered something strange at the mine. Peter has people daily bringing in over 10 tons of fish and meat into the mine shaft. But in reality, there are fewer than 1,000 miners inside. Calculated, each person would need to consume dozens of pounds of food daily. There must be something fishy going on. Upon hearing this, Aiden's face darkened. This is very likely related to Peter's secret weapon. Last time, he showed disdain towards the necromancer. He hasn't revealed his bigger trump card yet. Then he suddenly asked,
How is Tiger Woman Carlo doing now?
Tiger Woman said he probably only has 1 breath left and is still lying on the street without anyone caring. Hearing this, Aiden understood that the time was right to move on to the next step. The scene shifts to Carlo's side. When he woke up, there was no one beside him, and the sky was beginning to brighten. At this moment, Carlo felt very discouraged. The current skeleton gang definitely couldn't tolerate him anymore. But soon, he felt hopeful again. As long as he discussed the territory issue with Aiden, the boss Lutz would definitely forgive me. After all, in the skeleton gang, I am the only literate person. After walking who knows for how long, Carlo finally arrived at Rose Prison. However, before reaching the entrance, he saw 2 members of the skeleton gang. Before Carlo could say anything, these 2 guys told him to go die quickly and not embarrass himself here. The man standing behind them then spoke up, saying,
Hello, I'm Harvey, the secretary hired by Boss Lutz.
Now all the administrative work for the skeleton gang is done by me. Upon hearing this, Carlo knew that the land deal was off. But he still unwillingly pulled aside one of his buddies and said,
Is the boss really determined to not want me anymore? What should my subordinates do without me leading them?
The man rudely shook off his hand and said,
We've long been sick of you. Who cares about you leading the team?
Then he directly punched Carlo in the face. Carlo, who was seriously injured, had no strength to fight back. He was quickly overwhelmed by the experienced thugs. After a long time, they finally let poor Carlo go. Carlo now has nothing left and, in despair, he just wants to leave this world quickly. But just as he was about to close his eyes, he seemed to see Warden Aiden beckoning to him. When Carlo opened his eyes again, his wounds had been bandaged, and he had been taken into Emerald Pavilion. Emerald Pavilion is not only a place for entertainment, but also retails magic medicine for treatments. Aiden happened to be here for something today, so he brought Carlo along. Aiden came here to publish his own book, but Emerald Duke will not be available until the afternoon. So Aiden had to leave the draft here for now. Just then, Carlo spoke up.
I'm no different from a beggar on the street now. Why bother using expensive magic medicine to treat me?
Upon hearing this, Aiden smiled and said,
Don't you think it's unfair to change fate? Wouldn't it be fulfilling to the dying person?
The sentence fell silent in Carlo, who, in fact, had a knightly spirit when he was young. He lied to the thugs that he had an illegitimate daughter in order to protect the girl from harm. He would say that the old man owes him a large sum of money in order to prevent the disabled old man from being killed. But later, Carlo discovered that reality is completely different from his dreams. People who value reputation, manners, and humility will never have the wealth and status that those despicable, greedy, and selfish individuals possess. So Carlo later turned bad. He abandoned the dignity and humanity he learned from studying and started to commit all kinds of evil deeds, including killing, looting, and causing harm. I used to think that as long as you abandon your conscience, you can become a superior person. But the truth tells me that this is wrong. The results of doing good and doing evil are actually the same. When Carlo said this, he couldn't help but shed hot tears. At this moment, Aiden spoke up, saying,
This is not because of your fault, but rather the inevitable result produced by the law. Those who initially benefited from the silver secret mine became the upper class, while the people in the slums paid the price. Now, those who seized the land around the Judgment Bureau will become the upper class after the city silver reshuffle, and you, Carlo, will be the price. To achieve someone else's wealth, one is stripped of dignity and humanity, and even begins to doubt one's own worth. So what I said before was right. You are truly pitiful. At this moment, the staff from Emerald Pavilion walked in. She came to remind Aiden to make payment. Upon hearing this, Aiden was about to take out his wallet and leave. At this moment, Carlo suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lord Aiden, please show me a clear path. I beg for your mercy. I don't want to drift through life so aimlessly. I'm tired of putting in all the effort only to be treated like a dog in the end. I want to be a human. I want to be a person high above all. At this moment, Carlo has obviously fallen into a state of madness. Warden Aiden knew it was time to close the net. When Carlo ignites the so-called rules, they will be close to death. Carlo actually shot and killed the real estate tycoon City Silver. The usually calm Peter was so scared that he wet his pants directly. Let's go back to the banquet hall of the Skeleton Gang. At this time, the members of the Lutz camp are gathering together for a meeting. The new character Harvey spoke first, stating that Aiden has agreed to sign the land transfer contract with the 4 dukes, but he has some objections regarding the quotas. After all, there are too many people in our camp. If everyone wants to enclose land, then all the residents of the slum will be forced out. Upon hearing this, Lutz responded nonchalantly. Then just drive them all out. What's so difficult about that?
But in this way, Lord Aiden may find it difficult to explain to the heretical Judgment Bureau. There are also suggestions to kill all the poor people. It must be said that these people are already insane. At this point, Harvey mentioned Aiden's proposal. Lord Aiden said that he could allocate 10% of the land in the slums to us, but we must pay a high price to purchase the land from the poor people. The scene immediately became chaotic when this was mentioned. 10% of the land is simply not enough to share, And why should we have to pay money to buy land in the slums that originally belonged to no one? But Harvey believes that this proposal is very good. 10% of the land is enough to build a large commercial street. Besides, paying money to the poor can also bring a good reputation. But others don't think so. Not enough land to split means that someone has to drop out. But at this point, who would be willing to drop out? Harvey is so overwhelmed that he feels he's about to lose his mind. He believes it's not the time for reconciliation now. The most important thing is to defeat Peter first. On the other side, Emerald Pavilion Warden Aiden said to Carlo,
"It's actually quite simple to become someone powerful. You just need to seize the opportunity and have the courage."
For example, when the wealthy need someone to confront Peter, Lutz seizes the opportunity and expands the skeleton gang. Another example is when the wealthy want to cut off the smuggling channel, I seize the opportunity and expand the business of renting prisoners. If you can proactively identify the needs of the wealthy and have the courage to meet them, then you will naturally attract investors. At this point, it's actually more than enough. Aiden believes that Carlo must know the weaknesses of the skeleton gang. Carlo certainly knows that the people in Lutz's camp are not a unified force. They need a knife poised to strike at the nobles. The biggest advantage of the Lutz camp is their large numbers, but it is also their biggest disadvantage. In terms of personal wealth, no one can compete with the three titans Peter. If prisoners are continuously hired to participate in large parades, most of the wealthy people in the Lutz camp will definitely be the first to be depleted. So these wealthy people have the idea of directly getting rid of the three giants, but no one wants to be the first to break the rules. Now that Aiden has pointed out Carlo's opportunity, it all depends on whether he can seize it. The time quickly arrived for the evening parade. Carlo, recovered from his injuries, once again appeared armed with a large machete. However, this time he was representing his own faction. His former boss viewed his presence with great contempt, likening him to a wild dog seeking death. "Well, I have no intention of keeping him around anyway." When these words were spoken, the other bosses who stood with him immediately echoed in agreement. At that moment, Carlo charged out with his knife, but he did not engage with the main forces. Instead, he rushed towards the direction of the three leaders. His actions aroused dissatisfaction in the Lutz camp. If something really happened to Peter and the others, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape either. However, their concern was clearly unnecessary. Carlo was surrounded before he even got close to Peter. Moreover, as time passed, more and more people ran towards him. Peter confidently put on his mask. "I am standing here. If you have the ability, come and kill me." Both sides people laughed when these words were spoken. This kind of laughter carried deep shame. Just then, Carlo suddenly pulled out a hunting rifle from his pocket. The next second, he pulled the trigger without hesitation in Peter's direction. In the face of death, Peter's look of pride disappeared, replaced by the looming shadow of impending death. At this moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Kato, who was standing beside him. With just a shattering sound, a cloud of blood mist erupted in front of Kato's chest. The powerful impact almost pierced through his entire body. This kind of force could not have been caused by ordinary bullets. It was clearly the destructive power of explosive armor-piercing rounds. But how did Carlo obtain something that only armed forces are equipped with? But there is no time to think about these. Carlo is still carrying out indiscriminate attacks. At the same time, news of Kato's death has also spread, leaving everyone stunned in place. Especially those from Lutz's camp, each one showing a lifeless expression. At this moment, the people from Peter's camp urged Tiga to quickly remove Carlo. However, just then, the clock struck 12 o'clock sharp. Upon hearing this, Tiga turned around and left. She needed to hurry back to the prison to undergo inspection. Otherwise, she would be classified as an escapee. And in the clock tower out of sight, hundreds of crows were circling overhead. Actually, it's 5 minutes to 12 now. Aiden had Afshin manipulated. Now Peter's camp has lost a pillar. How much they can weaken Lutz's camp depends on Carlo's performance next. with the formal death of real estate tycoon Kato. The pattern of the two main factions in City Silver has also been disrupted by the death of Kato. Let's first focus on the scene where Carlo, after killing Kato, continues his indiscriminate attacks. People from the Lutz camp stood there ashen-faced, knowing that things had spiraled out of control. At that moment, Carlo suddenly stopped his attack and then shouted loudly,
"Those whom Lutz dares not to kill, I dare to kill!"
Lutz is unwilling to divide your land, but I am willing to divide it. You all understand that it is already the shuffling stage. Does having more money guarantee a win? I can only say you are greatly mistaken. The ultimate winner is only those who survive. It is pure bullshit to use money to determine influence. As long as we kill all these elites, we can still divide the land. Those who are willing to believe in me, I will give you land after I have killed the unnecessary people. Those who don't believe in me, just wait for me to visit you one by one. Lutz realized that something was wrong and quickly instructed his subordinates to interrupt Carlo's disrespectful speech. But is it effective? Carlo has already planted a seed of madness in everyone's hearts. This seed is called madness. At this moment, Lutz is still pretending to be calm and stabilizing the situation. At the end of the grand parade, everyone bid farewell and dispersed as friendly as before. But everyone knew that the balance between the two factions had been completely broken. Will the three giants of the Peter Gang, the City Silver's biggest underworld power in 200 years, choose to swallow their pride? The conflict over profit distribution in the Lutz faction has already been torn apart. Is there still a possibility of reconciliation? Carlo, the last surviving seeker of truth, has put everyone on the execution platform with this sentence. Are the people around him allies, or are they wild beasts waiting to devour him alive at the right moment? These questions had not waited for them to ponder deeply, because the rise of the new power is indeed too fast. In just one night, half of the members of the Lutz faction were lost. The lost members actually found Carlo, a small factory owner who despises the nobles to the extreme, on the streets that night, and invested in Carlo in an almost retaliatory manner. They used their own factory as a gathering place for Carlo's camp, recruiting enforcers and members of the skeleton gang at triple the price. And they gave everything with only one demand: to kill all those damn nobles. In less than 3 days, Carlo's forces had established a strong foothold in the northern district. Members of the Lutz camp had experienced multiple assassinations and kidnappings, leading to a rapidly decreasing number of members. Throughout this process, the two giants, Peter, had remained silent. Today, Rose Prison was full as soon as it opened its doors, because there had been too many recent deaths. Anyone with some money wanted to hire a private bodyguard. The scene shifts to Warden Aiden's office. The man in front wants to spend 10,000 gold coins to hire a prisoner. He was originally just a humble bread vendor, but recently, the underworld has gone so far as to raid households door to door to raise funds in order to hire more prisoners. Even the city's police cavalry responsible for security, and the guards have taken the lead in raiding households. As for the Empire troops stationed in the city, their behavior is beyond outrageous. These bunch of idiots are only focused on collecting taxes. As long as the taxes are paid in full, no one cares even if you rebel. Upon hearing this, Aiden sighed helplessly. Small vendors, who want to protect themselves, don't need to be afraid. In the future, I will send out a large number of D-class prisoners to protect you. The scene then shifted to the cafeteria, where a large wave of prisoners had already received their employment contracts. After Carlo established the knife gang, he immediately hired his former idol, Caesar, at a high cost. And Magic Breaker Butcher Clan also received a hiring contract from a group called Purple Passion Gang. The bandaged creature explained to her that due to Kato being killed a few days ago, his henchmen in the Necktie Gang have now been taken over by the stock tycoon Simon. Then Simon changed the name of the Necktie Gang to Purple Passion Gang, and he also mandated that all members of the gang can only wear lavender shorts and triangular pants. Upon hearing this, Clayne's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his nose uncontrollably started bleeding. When she learned that the members of the Purple Passion Gang were all 17 or 18-year-old boys, Klain was even more shocked. Just then, 2 nobles from the Orcs' country walked in. "Dear woman," said proudly,
"The prisoner who went out is now employed by our Orcs Princess Ostina.
after you go out, paste 100 wedding invitations all over city silver, and you will receive a gold coin. Whether you are leading a team out or helping others to look after the house, call me and report back. If the pasting is not completed, you will be in for a beating when you return." When Dear Woman thought of this, she couldn't help but smirk. She wanted to see how Aiden and Ostina would end up in this situation. On the contrary, Succubus had the opposite reaction. Upon seeing the contents of the wedding invitation, Succubus exploded on the spot. Maddie also exploded along with her, because she had promised Succubus to help her get Aiden. If she failed, it would ruin her reputation in this lifetime. Just then, Klain suddenly walked up to the daydreaming Lainey. Up to now, Aiden has not assigned her any work. This made Klain very angry. Wasn't it said that new work would be prioritized for assignment? Aiden is simply a fraud. On the other side, in Warden Aiden's office, came a middle-aged man with a face full of scars, looking like a pathetic wolf. Aiden recognized him at a glance. He is the father of that poor little girl from the big parade a few days ago. His wife is no longer alive, and their home has been completely looted of all their possessions. Today he is here to hire a powerful prisoner to protect his daughter until she comes of age. Although sympathetic to his situation, Aiden stated that the prison does not support credit. Upon hearing this, the man became emotionally excited and said that he would have money tomorrow, but unfortunately, he won't be able to come tomorrow. At this point, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. It turns out he had previously purchased a large accidental death insurance policy, and tomorrow someone will come to deliver the money to Rose Prison. As long as I am still alive, those people have an excuse to intrude into my home. I don't want my daughter to live in such an environment forever. Greedy desires are like poison. I can no longer die in peace, so I will trouble you to take care of my daughter, Mr. Aiden. Soon, a guard found Lainey. Aiden named her to protect an orphan named Sheena. Lainey needs to quickly build trust with her and bring her to the prison.